Our male protagonist, Sung, is known to everyone as a genius composer. Due to his dedication to his work, he neglected his family, only sending money home to his father and younger sister each month to cover their living expenses. While at the peak of his career, disaster struck Sung. Due to his arrogant nature, he got caught in a scandal that led the audience to boycott him en masse. Entertainment companies were also forced to terminate their contracts with him. Only when his father became seriously ill, did Sung realize he had gone down the wrong path. A sudden heart attack caused Sung to faint. He thought his life would end there, but a miracle occurred, bringing him back to life, and back to the past, before he became famous. With this second chance, will he find a balance between family and career, or will he repeat the mistakes of his past life? Join Life Manhwa in following this exciting story. A tense atmosphere filled the room. Mun-suk knelt on the floor, pleading with Sung, "I am begging you, please give me a chance." Despite his sincerity, Seung responded coldly, "I already said no. Mun-suk. My songs are not something I can just whip up. Inspiration has to strike at the right moment." Mun-suk still refused to give up, trying to persuade him. "It is 2 billion won. I sold my house, my car, took out bank loans, even borrowed from loan sharks. We have put everything into this album. If you do not give me the song, I am ruined." Tears of despair streamed down Mun-suk's cheeks. No matter how desperately he pleaded, Sung's decision remained unshaken. "Well then, go meet your maker," he said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Just a few days later, the news delivered a shocking report. Breaking news, Mr. Mun-suk, CEO of CNS Entertainment, was found dead at his home. The contents of the late CEO Mun-suk's will and a recorded message indicate that due to the fault of composer A. As soon as the news broke, netizens immediately speculated, composer A must be Sung. He is notoriously terrible. I heard he is famous for suppressing others, and his romantic relationships are scandalous too. Since the incident, Seung has been restless. How did things turn out like this? Everyone called for a boycott against him across all social media platforms. Seung reflected on his arrogance back then. I should have given him the song. Now, there are even baseless rumors. There is a post accusing Sing of school violence. See, I knew it. He looks like a thug. He asked himself, what did I do wrong? Now everyone labeled him a murderer. As they say, misfortunes never come singly. Seung rushed to the hospital. As soon as he saw his sister, he called out, "Hunas." The girl turned her tear-stained face to look at her brother. Seung anxiously asked, "There is no other way. What do you mean? Why did not you tell me sooner?" The girl stammered, "I was going to tell you, but..." Their father, sitting by the hospital bed, signed with his hands to communicate with his children. "Why are you two arguing?" Seung turned to reassure his father. "We are not. Are you okay, Dad?" My deaf father had been battling pancreatic cancer for a long time. The cancer cells had metastasized. The doctor said he did not have much time left. Ever since that incident, everything had fallen apart. Hana stood outside, sadly glancing at her brother. To avoid worrying their father, Sung and Hana stepped outside to talk privately. After the recent uproar, he could only tell his sister not to worry. He could continue composing under a new stage name. Whether it is causing a car accident, having a scandalous private life exposed, or being caught using drugs, just lie low for a few months, and the public will forget. Hana softly asked, "Can't you just quit? Think of it as a chance to rest. Dad is sick. You should be here taking care of him." Seung firmly replied, "No, I worked so hard to achieve this talent, sacrificed so much to build this reputation. I can't let it all disappear. I can take care of Dad." He stood up and left. Hana was left alone, closing her eyes in frustration at her brother's stubbornness. Calamities continued to befall Sing. Due to the negative rumors surrounding him, the entertainment company was forced to terminate his contract. Sung was shocked by the decision. He jumped up, reminding the executive of his talent. "Director, I am Sung, the genius composer Sung, whom the great Mun-suk himself wanted to collaborate with, the one who created a miracle with the hit that topped the Billboard charts for 8 consecutive weeks. It is me, director. How dare you abandon me just because of a fake stage name?" The director turned and explained his reasoning to Sing. "It is because, Sehung, for a public figure, how you handle a scandal is as important as the scandal itself. What matters is how you deal with the aftermath. You could not even handle that properly, making things worse. No matter how talented you are, I can't protect you this time." Seung's face darkened. "Since that day, sometimes I feel so breathless I can't stand it." Outside the hospital corridor, Seung asked Huna, "Can't the surgery be performed now?" His sister replied, crying, "No. Dad's liver function is too low. The cancer has spread to his liver. It is best to be prepared." Huna seemed unable to bear the immense pain, bowing her head and sobbing. "If Dad dies, how will we live?" Hearing his sister's ominous words, Seung angrily asked, "What are you saying?" At this point, Huna poured out her pent-up feelings. "I am not saying this for no reason. Have you ever visited home even once in months? I only see you when things are at their worst. You do not even know what is going on at home. Do you think just sending money is enough?" Huna looked up directly at her terrible brother and said, "You are paying the price for what you have done." Sung stood silently, pondering Huna's words. How had everything become so bad? On a gloomy day, Sing sat on the grass, gazing into the distance. Beside him was a box containing all the music he had composed. Dad, I brought this for you. Why do you keep listening to the music of your unfilial son, the songs of a son who never visited? What is so interesting about them that you have to be so curious? Sung's face was devoid of life. Dad, how are we supposed to go on? I blindly pursued success, neglecting my family, and now the career I worked so hard to build has collapsed. He stood up abruptly and cried out, Hun, I was right. It is all my fault. If I had cared more about you, maybe you would not have to endure this. Suddenly, everything around Sung went dark. He collapsed to the ground like a defeated man. And that director too. If I had given him the song, or at least laid low, he clutched his chest in agony. It is acting up again. I can't breathe. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Neung reached out as if trying to hold on to something. The image of his sister Huna, smiling brightly, flashed through his mind. Is this all my karma? He did not know anymore. But if he had a chance, he wanted to live differently. Unable to bear the pain, Seung collapsed on the grass. Only at death's door. Did he finally want to write a song for his father? Sung's eyes slowly closed. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide in bewilderment, thinking it was a dream. Sung sat up and looked around the house. After being discharged from the military at 21, Sung had not even graduated from college, nor had he found a job. He lived in a small, rundown house, where Sung's family, relying on his father's meager factory wages, had been scraping by until he could make money from a good song. Bills for electricity, water, and everything else were always piling up. Seung's current savings were a mere 1.5 million won from his discharge allowance and odd jobs. This dream felt too real. Could Seung have actually returned to the past? Although he did not quite understand what was happening, he heard his sister's voice calling him. At that moment, his father and sister returned home. He decided this would be a good opportunity to lift them up. Seung looked at his father and sister. The first thing he was determined to do was to get his father and Hune out of this hellhole. The way out was simple, buying used equipment. Though much lower spec than what he was used to, it was enough to get the job done. He self-studied and created a hit song. Contrary to the detractors who claimed Sung was a one-hit wonder, almost every song he would released in his past life had been a resounding success. The secret lay in his money-making code. In other words, his ability to create profitable music. Now limited to free sound sources, he could not use his old songs, but it did not matter. His talent remained. Seung began composing, drawing on the skills honed in his past life. After finishing, he submitted his track, finally done just as dawn broke. He wondered when someone would contact him. At L&S Entertainment, everyone was starting their workday. As they worked, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Who the hell is this?" Ingu noticed and went over to Dun. "Are you slacking off and reading comics again?" Dun quickly explained, "No, it is not that." A strange email came in. "It is a song by Saint." Ingu was annoyed. "How unprofessional. I have met plenty of musicians with bad personalities, but this is too much. Seems like an amateur or a rookie. Just ignore it. Rude people like that need to be taught a lesson." Dun nodded in agreement but started playing the track. Suddenly, Dun exclaimed, "We can't ignore quality like this." Ingu listened thoughtfully. Judging by the way he quoted the average rookie rate, he seems to understand the industry. The song quality is professional level. Ingu listened intently. But the software used to produce it is freeware. This is either a hidden master or a professional pretending to be a rookie. Whatever the reason for hiding their identity. After listening, Injiro told Dun to get the composer's contact information. Ingu wanted to buy all 3 songs, no matter the cost. Sung was at home when he received a call from L&S Entertainment. "This is Ingu A&R team leader at L&S Entertainment. Your song is impressive, so let us arrange a meeting first." But Seung replied, "No need. Send me the exclusive music rights contract first." Ingu was surprised by the request. "If you want to buy it, it is best to transfer the payment first." Inju was irritated. This Sung guy seemed difficult from the email, but he agreed to Sung's request. "In that case, please refer to the email you sent for details." Before he could finish, the call was disconnected. Then a notification pinged on his phone. Ingu's jaw dropped as he read it. Seung had promptly sent his account number, bank and account holder name. Inthiu felt this was not going to be easy. A moment later, Seung's phone notified him of a successful transfer. With the money in hand, Seung paid off all the bills with the royalties and explained the whole story to his father and Huna. Afterward, he bought a feast for the family. Huna's eyes lit up at the sight of fried chicken, spicy rice cakes, and burgers, all the things she craved. "What is the special occasion, Oppa?" "It is a happy day, of course." Seung excitedly announced he would found a job, but Huna and his father did not seem very happy. "Don't tell me you are doing dangerous manual labor again." They did not want him risking his safety. Seung explained it was not dangerous work. "I just suddenly discovered I have an amazing talent." He played the demo he would made. Hana was astonished. "You mean you composed this yourself and sold it to a major entertainment company?" She turned and praised him effusively. My brother suddenly became a musical genius overnight. That is amazing, but also annoying. Seong was not sure if she was happy or not. In short, Seong had found his money-making talent, and he was very satisfied with it, as he would earn even more in the future. So consider all the bad things in the past, and now it is time to enjoy happiness. Seong told his father to stop working hard at the factory, and Hoona should just focus on her studies. Song's words deeply touched Hoona. Nothing could replace family. That was the motto that Seong, the man reborn, always kept in his heart. Son thought he should use the money he received to upgrade his equipment. No need to waste his money. Soon that company will offer an exclusive contract, and then he could not refuse. Just then there was a phone call from a stranger. Seong thought it was from the entertainment company, so he happily picked up. But he did not know what he saw on his phone that he was so surprised. At LNS Entertainment, in a department's office, an employee spoke about Sung's case. An anonymous composer using free sound sources is creating high-quality tracks, sending 30-second demos and asking for 3 million won. Hoo-hun, the department head of management, spoke up. He is not an ordinary person. We should keep an eye on him. It has been a long time since I have had a good feeling about a deal like this. He is at least competent, if not a hidden professional. Hoo-hun called Seong, starting with a greeting, but there was no answer. Si-sung seemed to have declined the call. Hoo-hun was furious. How dare he refuse him? Unable to reach him, Hoo-hun sent a text message, mainly to make a mutually beneficial offer. Seong felt the work was not a problem, but looked quite sad, not knowing what had happened. A moment later, Hoo-hun's phone received a reply. He could not understand Sung's message. Hoo-hun showed his phone to the other person, and said, "Is this guy a farmer?" Sang's message read, "Someone stole all the radishes I worked hard to grow all night, so I am sad. Call back later." Song suddenly put down his headset. A game was displayed on his screen, and someone had taken all the radishes he had painstakingly grown overnight. Hoo-hun was listing some relevant information they received from Sung, whose stage name is HS. Hoo-hun wondered if Sung did not know who he was or why he did not answer his call. However, Hoo-hun decided to call again. Seong answered. Hello. Hoo-hun offered his condolences about the radish theft. Hoo-hun tried to be as polite as possible, but was annoyed by Seong's responses. He offered sympathy, but Seong said he was fine. Seong said, "I went fishing on the island for a bit to clear my head." "What is up?" Hoo-hun replied. "I would like to offer you an exclusive contract. Instead of talking over the phone, I would like to meet in person to discuss the details." "When will you be back in Seoul?" Seong casually replied. "I am in Seoul." Hoo-hun was confused. "You can't fish in Seoul," Seong suggested. "I do not want to waste time, so let us rearrange the terms and meet tomorrow. How about 5 p.m? Nen, at a cafe, the female employee overheard their conversation. Hoo-hun thought, an eccentric recluse who grows vegetables and fishes in the Han River. Probably a long-haired, bearded guy. As Hoo-hun waited at the cafe, someone approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you from LNS?" Hoo-hun was taken aback by Sun's appearance. Seong looked completely different from what Hoo-hun had imagined, leaving him surprised and flustered. Hoo-hun started the conversation. "As I mentioned before, I am here to offer you an exclusive contract with LNS Entertainment. Please take a look. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, just let me know." Sung carefully reviewed the contract. Hoo-hun thought Seong was even younger than he would imagined. Just a little flattery would do the trick. Seong looked over the contract and said, "Although it is better than the industry average, there are still many unfavorable terms." Hoo-hun was surprised. "Unless there is a natural disaster, the contract can't be terminated." "You won't terminate it anyway, right?" Hoo-hun hastily explained. Sanung continued, "In the above case, the ownership period of the work will be adjusted after agreement. If I do not agree, they will use the legal team to pressure me. The contract period is too long, and the profit-sharing ratio is not reasonable either. Overall, it lacks sincerity." Sung disagreed with the terms, even though it was considered a good deal for a rookie, but Seong would not accept it. "I want to be treated according to my ability, not my experience." Seong turned to leave but gave the company one more chance. "Prepare a new contract by tomorrow." Hoo-hun was furious but could only agree to the demand. The next day, Hoo-hun met Seong again to discuss the contract. But his attitude was different this time. Seong carefully reviewed the revised contract. He spoke up. "You have amended the points I mentioned, but it still lacks sincerity." Hoo-hun's face stiffened. Sin Song clarified, "Major management company, like LNS, has no reason to cling to a rookie composer like me, and conversely, I do not necessarily have to choose LNS. Let us say we tried, but it did not work out." Sung started to get up to leave. But Hoo-hun grabbed his arm. Hoo-hun tried to hold him back. "Just tell me your conditions." Seung finally spoke, and Hoo-hun held his breath. Seung turned back with a bright face and asked, "Would this be possible?" He requested 5 special conditions tailored just for him. Hoo-hun's expression turned serious as he reviewed the conditions. Sung asked, "Is there a problem?" Hoo-hun thought, "This guy is a professional, alright." The demands were a bit excessive but within reason. He double-checked. Clause number 4. "Are you sure this is enough? No need to increase it." Sang took a sip of water and replied, "Anyway, my value will increase a lot in a year. We will renegotiate then. Hu Han agreed to his terms, and they signed the contract, agreeing to cooperate for the next year. The following day marked Sing's start at Ellen's entertainment headquarters. As per his special clause, he was provided with a private recording studio. Today, he came to receive his employee ID and business card. Seung took a tour of the company. The office was beautiful and clean, and it even had a spacious rooftop. Hu-hun showed Seung around, highlighting their most important amenity, the cafeteria, but Seung was not interested. He wanted to see the recording studio more than the cafeteria, much to Hu-hun's inner annoyance. Hu-hun led Seung to his studio. As they entered, they heard shouting. Hu-hun had not realized someone was recording inside. He introduced the company's new composer, Seung. It had been so long that he almost did not recognize the person sitting there, Chu Chi-tae. In his past life, they were not close, but Seung remembered him as someone talented and reputable. The two shook hands and greeted each other warmly. Then Seung looked at the person inside the recording booth. He seemed to have met her earlier, when Seung was touring the company, which was comparable in size to the one he would worked at before. A girl had walked up behind him and loudly asked if he was a staff member or a trainee. Seung turned and curtly replied, "Staff." The red-haired girl had scoffed. "What, so young? I thought you were a trainee? Turns out you are a staff member. Watch your mouth. Do you know who I am?" she said arrogantly. This girl was someone Seung knew from his past life. He had not expected to see her here. Seung simply replied, "Yes." The girl was irritated. Yes, and no greeting. Finding her annoying and loud, Seung decided to ignore her. He just replied, "I am busy. Don't have time for this." The red-haired girl was furious. Seung walked away, and she yelled even louder. That girl's name is Chi-ni, 33 years old, a former member of an idol group. Although her group disbanded after only a year, she later became a hugely successful solo singer. However, her time in the spotlight did not last long. Seung requested to watch Chi-ni's recording session, and Chi-tae naturally agreed. Chi-ni was anxious knowing he would be listening, and then, she began recording. Chi-tae asked Chi-ni to do it again. Chi-tae kept scolding her while Seung and Hu-hun observed from behind. Seung commented, "It seems like Chi-tae is a bit harsh during music production." Hu-hun replied, "He is not usually like that." He also produced Chi-ni's last album, but the results were not good. If the results are not promising this time, her career will be severely affected, so Chi-tae is understandably stressed. Seung felt that this would not work. The song should fit the singer, not force the singer to conform to the song. Suddenly, Seung spoke up, "Chief, let me handle it. I will produce the music for Chi-ni." Chi-tae was startled. Entrusting CEO Chi-ni's single production to Seung, Hu-hun replied, "Yes. Aren't you tired of managing her album? Maybe Seung is a better fit. Let us try a change." "Of course, there is no pressure." Seung volunteered. Chi-tae hesitated. "Is that feasible?" Hu-han gave an awkward smile. "The release date might be pushed back a bit, but it is not impossible." Chi-tae mused. "Well, he is a rookie, so he needs a challenge, and who knows, this could be her chance. If it is successful, he will catch the higher-ups' attention." Seeing Chi-tae lost in thought, Hu-han asked, "There is no other way. You will report this, right?" Chi-tae, startled by his smooth talking, replied, "Yes." Suddenly the door opened. As Chi-ni entered, Chi-tae announced, "You heard, right? Your album producer is being changed. Remember the guy who was in the recording booth with you yesterday? He is a new composer, but very talented, so do not worry." Chi-ni was shocked. "No way, him." Chi-tae, seeing her reaction, asked, "Is there something between you two?" Chi-ni said dejectedly, "It is nothing. I will excuse myself." She walked out, leaving Chi-tae and Hu-hun confused. Has been Chi-ni. Where did the old Chi-ni go? These were the headlines and phrases that had been following her lately. She had been in the entertainment industry for 9 years, once a famous singer, but her popularity had plummeted in the past 3. She had scolded her manager. "Why make me work with someone like that for my comeback album?" Making her collaborate with a rookie composer was like saying they had no expectations for her anymore. If this album failed, her singing career, and all her awards would fade into oblivion. She would struggle to even stand on stage and perform. Moreover, her contract would be terminated. Hu-hun and Seung exchanged messages. Hu-hun wrote a long message. Chi-tae agreed. "But does it have to be Chi-ni? She is your senior and a boss. Just some advice, think it over." Seung spent a lot of time at home analyzing and finding a new direction for Chi-ni's album. He thought her debut songs were not bad, but her recent songs had poor arrangements, and the way they forced her to hit those high, piercing notes was unpleasant to listen to. Chi-ni's voice was strongest and richest in the lower mid-range. How could he showcase Chi-ni's unique vocal color? He sat at the piano, trying out a few melodies. At L&S Entertainment, Kim Hu-hun arrived at the office early and checked his messages and inbox. Then, reading a message on his phone, he was shocked. Who is this guy? It turned out Seung had completed the demo for Chi-ni's song and sent it to Hu-hun within 24 hours, even asking him to schedule a recording session. Assistant Ha and other managers were surprised by the demo. The composition is amazing. Some were less enthusiastic. Too bad. Should have given it to another singer. But others believed in Chi-ni's potential. It suits Chini quite well. Chini arrived at the company and entered the room. Hoo-hun immediately told her, "This song is really good. Just wait and see." Chini simply nodded and replied, "Yes," but she was worried, thinking, just one day, is he recycling someone else's song? She went to listen to the melody. She kept listening repeatedly, unaware that Sung was entering the room. Dun and a female assistant were surprised to see Chini like this. She was engrossed in the new song, listening to it over and over. They were even more surprised that, the person who never showed interest in music from famous composers, was now swaying to the rhythm. Seung was pleased to see her reaction. Hoo-hun approached and asked Chini, "What do you think? It is good, right?" Chini gave a cryptic reply. "Strange." Hoo-hun was taken aback. "Strange? How?" Chini took off her headphones and replied, "Why is it so good?" Sung approached Chini and said, "Miss Chini, we will do a test. Sing the last part with scat." Scat singing is a vocal improvisation technique using meaningless syllables. Chini was bewildered. "You want me to sing the song just now?" Seung said coldly, "I need to check if you are capable of singing it." In reality, Seung had already calculated everything. The song was tailor-made for her, with the intention of discarding it if she could not sing it. "So, I need to be certain." Dun and the assistant nervously gulped, fearing Chini's reaction. But after a moment of thought, Chini said, "Can I hear it one more time?" Hoo-hun was shocked and surprised. Why did she accept that request? She seems to really like it. For 4 minutes and 24 seconds, the song played 7 times. Chini listened and practiced silently. No one rushed or pressured her. They simply observed. Chini carefully listened to every melody, every note, and realized that the song focused on her lower mid-range. It did not need high notes or excessive emotional displays. Simplicity was the key to its appeal, making it easy for listeners to be drawn in. That voice. After listening repeatedly, she took off her headphones and said, "I will sing now." But Sung stopped her. "No need. I do not think I need to hear it. We will meet again on the recording day." Chini was surprised. Si-Ying walked out of the company coldly. Hoo-hun had to speak with director Nami. "I heard you assigned the production of Chini's single to the new composer. Did Chi-tae request that?" Hoo-hun nervously replied, "No sir." Seung offered. He was still puzzled. "Why does the director want to see me today?" The director asked, slightly irritated. "You know that the timing of Chini's single release is not very favorable, right?" Hoo-hun replied. "Yes, I know." Director Nam continued, "If this album does not break even, our contract with Chini will be terminated. I really do not like risky ventures, so I want Chai-tae and Sun to co-produce this project." The director's face showed his assertive and decisive nature. It would be much better if they both worked on it. Hoo-hun bowed his head dejectedly. "I will talk to them." The next day, he met with Sain. But Sung immediately and seriously refused. "I disagree." He explained to Hoo-hun, "I will choose the instruments, write the score, and play the music myself. I do not want anyone else interfering." Hoo-hun tried to reason with him. "Chini's career depends on this album. You are just a rookie composer. This is a direct order from above because of those concerns." Sung looked directly into Kim's eyes and asked, "You do not trust me?" Hoo-hun was speechless, taken aback by the question. He hesitated, unsure how to respond. Sung angrily stood up to leave, but Hoo-hun grabbed his arm. Seung said firmly, "Wait until I have finished recording, mixing, and completing the track. Changing producers has already pushed back the release date. A little longer won't hurt. If director Nam Yua still does not like it after hearing the finished version, then we can discuss collaboration." On recording day, Chini seemed to have a sore throat. Sung asked her, "How's your voice today?" Chini replied, "It is okay." Sung said, "Then let us begin." He advised her, "I think you should relax your throat a bit more." Chini immediately followed his instructions. "Like this," Sung said. "Yes, good." Chini thought, seeing him in the recording studio, his attitude is completely different from my initial impression, very professional and calm. Time passed, and her throat became dry. She was startled to realize, "Calm, my ass. We have been recording for 5 hours straight." Finally, Sung allowed her a break. "But take care of your voice." Chini was panting from exhaustion. She collapsed on the sofa and exclaimed, "I am so tired." Then she immediately corrected herself. "No, I am not tired at all. From the first time I heard it, I knew this was my song, the song that only I can sing. Maybe this single will be a huge success." Hoo-hun suddenly arrived at the studio and was surprised by the sight before him, a table laden with food containers. "What is going on, Seung? You stayed up all night in the studio." Seung, engrossed in his work, simply replied. As you can see, a faint voice piped up. It was Chi-ni. "Quiet. Chief Kim. Don't you know basic recording studio etiquette?" Hoo-hun was even more astonished to see Chi-ni's state. "Chi-ni, you slept here too?" Seung told her. "Chi-ni, wake up. We still have to record." Chini groaned. "But it has only been 20 minutes. Hoo-hun, seeing their productivity, told Seung, "Take it easy. The schedule is not that tight. Get some rest." He was actually feeling happy and pleased, observing them work. But Chini, who is usually grumpy during all-nighters, is obediently listening to him. Maybe it is best to leave them alone. Hoo-hun was quite satisfied with their teamwork. Cheenee's single release day arrived, but the headlines were all about others. Bolu's comeback. Bolu's pre-orders for their 7th mini-album surpassed 2 million copies, aiming for new heights. There were also headlines about Gong Haidu, such as Haidu's single released to reciprocate fans' love, and Monster Rookie 9 Star's debut showcase video goes viral, topping music charts. It turned out that the popular boy group Bolu belonged to OIN Entertainment, and the rookie group 9 Stars belonged to MK Entertainment. Both debuted simultaneously, followed by the comeback of LK Entertainment's representative singer. It was fierce and dramatic competition. All the headlines and articles were about these artists. Cheenee was saddened because her own news was nowhere to be found. She sat dejectedly when someone came to announce Cheenee's song will be released in 1 minute. However, there were many things Cheenee had not anticipated. Antis are also fans. Cheenee's Antis had liked her song, unexpectedly boosting it on the charts. After performing the title track Go, Chert on the music show Music Core and other programs, the song entered the top 50 on domestic online music charts. This was a welcome result for the company. Hoo-hun invited Sung to lunch in the company cafeteria. This is a good start. Don't be greedy, and do not pressure yourself. The company is very satisfied with this result. Sung simply replied, I know. I do not need to pressure myself. Hoo-hun was confused. Sung bluntly stated, I told you, the rest is up to the company. If the song stops here, that is their limit. Hoo-hun said, slightly saddened. I just wanted to comfort you, and you are so cold. Seung quickly explained, oh, it is not about work. I am having some trouble. My radish business ventures failed. Big losses. The blonde assistant rushed over. Chief, you are here. Hoo-hun, seeing her urgency, asked, what is all the commotion? She said breathlessly, do you know the advertising company D&I? They just called. It is about a commercial. They want to use Cheenee's song, Walking Together. Hoo-hun was stunned. The song had never charted because it was not promoted on music shows. How could it be picked for a commercial? The assistant urged him. They said it is urgent and they need a quick response. Hoo-hun immediately stood up, abandoning his lunch. He put on his jacket. The contract has arrived. Let us go review it. Despite his haste, he told Sung, you eat. Sung was dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. If it is a D&I commercial, the song will definitely benefit greatly. A good song will shine. I am the type of person who believes in that. Cheenee's song will become popular someday. I should congratulate her. It does not really have anything to do with me anyway. One day, Cheenee handed Seung a car key. I just wanted to comfortably sing this song. We will be seeing each other often outside of work anyway. Seung's face was blank. Hoo-hun was tearing his hair out. What now? D&I's advertising campaign created a huge buzz. Hundreds of comments appeared under the commercial video. After watching this, I want to travel with my mom. Others asked about the song Walking Together. The Go, Chert, MV, reached 1.9 million views in just 2 weeks. Headlines proclaimed, Diva's return, Seo Cheenee's Walking Together, climbs the charts. All the songs on the album entered the charts. Hoo-hun shouted joyfully, alright, he shook Sung repeatedly. I thought breaking even would be lucky, but this is a huge success. Seung replied smugly, of course. Whose song is it anyway? Then, fumbling for his phone, Hoo-hun said, oh right. I was going to treat everyone tonight, but I guess I will have to postpone. Hearing the ringtone, Seung asked, who is calling? He held up his phone. The director, come to my office. You too. Seung was bewildered. Later, in the director's office, Seung asked, may I ask why? He glanced at the director's expression. The director simply sipped his tea calmly. Meanwhile, Hoo-hun was internally screaming, silence is golden, Min Seung. Suddenly, director Nami smiled triumphantly. Seo Cheenee's album has been a resounding success. It is all thanks to this composer. Seo Cheenee was able to renew her contract. Seung modestly replied, I was just lucky. The director continued, I thought you had special feelings for Seo Cheenee when you offered to produce her album. But you seemed calmer than I expected. Seung replied, I just wanted to play around with such a wonderful instrument. That can be considered a kind of special feeling. Nam, I thought. Interesting. Then he asked, Kim Hoo-hun arranged a recording studio for you, right? I will arrange a private studio for you in the company. And this too. He presented a Mercedes car key. I hope this will make you more comfortable. We will be seeing each other often outside of work. Hoo-hun thought, a private studio, a company car. Is he trying to keep Min Seung under his control? He began analyzing. Refusing is not impossible, but be careful, Min Seung. Contrary to his worries, Seung simply smiled, took the car key from the director, and said, thank you. I can't refuse your generosity. Director Nami looked at him and said, good. I have high expectations for you. Hana stared at her brother's Mercedes with wide eyes. She stood frozen for a moment, then shrieked, you bought a car. Seung had already opened the door, revealing the pristine interior. He urged his father and sister, what are you standing there for? Get in. Before his father could react, Hana was already inspecting the car. Where did you get this? He replied, the company gave it to me as a reward for the project's success. But his father worried. They would not give you such an expensive car for no reason. Don't be hasty in accepting. Si-won led him to the car and reassured him. Don't worry, Dad. Just get in. Inside the car, he played Chini's song that he had composed. Hana listened and commented. At first, I was skeptical when you said you were a composer, but this song is really good. She continued cheerfully. Among Seo Chini's songs, I like Walking Together the most. The melody is so soothing, perfect for driving like this. I have to add it to my playlist. Si-eun's thought, I did not know you were so interested in music. Then he told Hana, don't go bragging about it everywhere. She asked, surprised. Why, I want to boast about my brother. He simply replied, don't. They say power and fame easily corrupt. I do not want to become like that. Their father just listened to the music and looked out the window, while Huna continued to question him. What do you mean? Did the company say something to you? He did not answer immediately, lost in thought. There are people who, even listening to the same music, do not share any emotions or thoughts. They just stare blankly out the window. He recalled the past and thought. For me, power and fame are just means to an end. My real goal is something else. It turned out Sing's goal was to continue pursuing music, but with family as his top priority. At L&S Entertainment, Si-eun carried a box, wandering around and muttering, where's the recording studio? The director arranged for me. This damn company is too big. Suddenly, a voice came from inside a room. Just trust and wait, okay? Just get through this monthly evaluation and it will be fine, he thought. Monthly evaluation, a trainee. Then he read the practice room sign-up sheet on the door. Chung Er-in. Hearing her name called, she was startled, and immediately turned around to question Sung. Who are you? How do you know my name? He replied. Oh, I am just a staff member. He continued. Hey, can I ask for directions? Before he could finish, Er-in put her phone in her pocket. Yes. Where do you want to go? Sung replied. I am looking for the composer's room. She immediately gave him directions. Composer's room, first floor. Take the main elevator. However, Sung did not leave right away. Erin continued practicing her vocals diligently. Her voice was clear and pure. Even Seung was captivated by her singing. He pondered for a moment, then bent down next to Aran's bag, and left his business card. Later, in the composer's room, Hoo-hun held a list of L&S Entertainment artists and said excitedly, choose. Sung asked, what is this? He replied, it is time to start the next project. After reviving Seo Chini's career and impressing the director, he will agree to all my requests. Choose. Sung thought for a moment, then remembered the girl he met earlier. He asked Hoo-hun, Chief, do you know when the trainees' monthly evaluation results will be out? Hoo-hun was surprised. Monthly evaluation, it is today. The results should be out tonight. Why do you ask? Seung said. Can we decide on the next project tomorrow? Erin packed her things, recalling the words of those around her. Erin, what if you are wasting your youth on a pipe dream? I do not know whether to give you hope anymore. I want to tell you that you will definitely succeed, to persevere, or whatever, but I am afraid those are just empty words of comfort. It has been decided. You can clear out your things this week. In her dressing room, Erin continued to pack her belongings. She remembered the encouraging words people had said to her when she first entered the company as a trainee. It seemed like only yesterday, yet 3 years had passed. She reflected on her past, realizing that despite the criticism from those around her, she never gave up on music. Standing before the mirror, she asked herself, 6 years as a trainee Chung Erin. What have I been doing for the past 6 years? Suddenly, she noticed something. It was the business card Sung had left. Tears welled in Eran's eyes, as a flicker of hope ignited within her. I do not know why I am even considering this. It is just pure desperation. Recalling their earlier encounter, she thought, maybe this is fate. A moment later, the composer's room door opened. Isadong sitting inside, said, oh pinpoint accuracy, come to ask for my help. It turned out Erin had decided to follow her instincts and seek him out. Seung stood up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I will help you debut in a different way. Now, repeat after me. I am merely an instrument. Erin complied. Seung asked, can an instrument speak? She hesitated. No. Does an instrument have a personality? Erin repeated. No. Seung said slowly, an instrument should only produce sounds according to the player's will. Suddenly, Erin's eyes widened in realization. Is that all? She asked. Seung replied. What you want more torment? As soon as he finished, she said firmly. No, just one sentence is enough to test whether you are an instrument without a personality. Just one sentence is enough for me to compose a song that suits your voice. That is what professional means. Erin stammered. Give me another chance. Even though you came to me in desperation, it is not like you know nothing about me. Previously, while working, Erin had overheard her colleagues gossiping. I heard Seo Chini was almost dropped after this album, but a new composer saved her. Who is it? I only know his pen name. I heard he barely sleeps, like a dolphin. Only 5 minutes a day, then composes like crazy. He must be exceptionally talented to receive such favor from the director and the board. Back in the present, Sung broke the silence. I will let you know when I have a draft. You can go. But Erin hesitated. Composer Jack, I would be grateful for your help. Seong replied flatly, we have not even started yet. Take care of your health. Arin smiled. Yes, sir. At the LNS entertainment meeting, Hoo-hun reported, the Japanese audience's response to Seo Chi-ni is better than expected. Although she just entered the Oricon charts, if we organize showcases and promote the song properly in the Japanese market, we can plan a solo concert for this winter. Director Choi agreed. Indeed. If she performs well in Japan, we might even reach the top of the Oricon charts by the end of the year. Namai nodded. Proceed. Chief Kim. Hoo-hun replied. Yes, thank you, director. He thought. Excellent. Director Bak spoke up. It seems the director's mood has improved considerably after resolving Seo Chi-ni's issue. Chi-ni, I knew you would succeed, you were once so famous, but I did not expect it to happen so quickly. You are so lucky, Director Choi muttered. Bakante is full of empty words. Directors Choi and Bak, in charge of management teams 1 and 2 respectively, were constantly competing. Even after becoming board members, they continued their rivalry by dividing the management department. Namai suddenly spoke. You said you always believed Seo Chi-ni would succeed. It seems your thinking differs from mine, Director Bak. I considered Seo Chi-ni a complete failure in branding. I thought she would never regain public attention and affection, but I was wrong. Minhan Sung did a great job. Hoo-hun nodded in agreement. So Hoo-hun, have you decided which singer will participate in Sang's next project? Hoo-hun hesitated. I am still thinking about it. Suddenly, Director Nami's phone rang. It was Song. He looked at the screen and announced, this guy is something else. Everyone wondered, that composer, unbelievable, a mere composer daring to call the director directly. He answered the call. On the other end, Song said, this is Min-hun Sung, whom we met before. I will get straight to the point. There is a trainee named Chung Arin. She trained at LNS Entertainment for a long time and was recently dismissed. I would like to collaborate with her on my next project. The board members murmured. He must know it won't be easy to get approval for producing a debut song for a dismissed trainee, which is why he called the director himself. Namai replied, all L&S Entertainment employees are competent. There must be a reason she was dismissed. Sung replied, anyone can produce a sound from a violin. Cheon Namai asked, confused, what do you mean? See, Aing continued. Just draw the bow across the strings and there is a sound. But producing a sound and playing music are two different things. Even the finest instrument, in the hands of an incompetent player, is just a noisemaker. Didn't I already prove that with Seo Chi-ni? He confidently added, if you entrust her to me, I believe she can shine. Director Cheon said to Hoo-hun, he wants to produce a single for a dismissed trainee in his next project. Hoo-hun exclaimed, alarmed, good heavens, I apologize, director. Let me talk to him, but the director said, I do not think he will change his mind. There are two ways to control talented but stubborn individuals. 1. Give them a chance to prove themselves and win them over. 2. Eliminate them completely if they can't prove their ability. If keeping them is troublesome, and letting them go is a waste, it is best to make them disappear, right? Arin was overjoyed, holding the contract with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Hoo-hun sighed dejectedly. It was not easy getting his signature. Sin said, you should have offered better terms initially. I told you about the profit-sharing issues in L&S Entertainment's contracts. Hoo-hun admitted, yes, it is all my fault. Arin was engrossed in the new song written for her. This is amazing. Hoo-hun told Arin, congratulations, but do not get your hopes up too high. You will only be disappointed. Arin, focused on the music, did not hear him. Seung said, let us try the chorus. Arin replied, already, give me more time to practice. Sung asked, you have practiced for 6 years and you still need more time. Seeing their efficient workflow, Hoo-hun sighed, worried about saying. Thus began the arduous recording process. Arin repeated a single line, dozens of times. Every time she sang, Seung found it lacking. No emotion. Again, unclear pronunciation. Again, off-key from the beginning. Sing it again. Exhausted, she stormed out of the recording booth. Can I hear the demo? I can't feel anything. Seung sighed. Hearing Sung sing the demo, Arin was speechless. She was stunned. He sang with such skill and emotion. Arin wondered. Why has not he debuted? Despite working tirelessly through the night, the results were perfect. Although not yet professionally mastered, the mix was good enough for a demo. Unlike Chi-ni, Arin was a newcomer, so the company needed to promote her more aggressively. But something came up. During a conversation with a colleague, Sung was surprised about KOK's 10th anniversary album. Yes, because of KOK, the promotions department is not focused on Arin's debut. They are putting all their effort into the comeback of our top group. Hoo-hun was stunned and worried. Arin's debut clashed with KOK's comeback. He thought, the person behind this is definite that slimy Bakante. He is scheming to undermine Director Choi. KOK, L&S Entertainment's top boy group, managed by Team 1 under Director Bak, was about to celebrate their 10th anniversary. But they had focused on promoting in Japan for so long, frustrating domestic fans. Starving a boy group's fanbase like that, it is all to suppress us. I am sorry, chief, but there is nothing we can do in the promotions department. Hoo-hun thought, there has to be a way. Arin's debut clashed with KOK's comeback. Seong said, we can't delay KOK's comeback just to focus on her promotion. A good song will become popular on its own, otherwise, it is just tough luck. He asked, Sung, are not you worried? Seong smiled. Do I look worried? I find this interesting. KOK's upcoming 10th anniversary album is predicted to dominate the charts, from number 1 to 5. It will be the best album of the year, maybe even the best album of all time. In my past life, I missed witnessing that because I had not debuted yet. I never thought I would see a clash like this. Hoo-hun hit the back of Sung's head. You can still laugh. Arin is on the brink. How can you say that? Sung replied. I mean, it is not that I find it funny. Forget it. Just do your job well. Whatever the outcome, it is the company's responsibility, not yours. Song smirked. Then he casually replied. Of course. A voice called from behind, Chief Kim. Hoo-hun was surprised. Director Baek. He bowed. Hello, sir. Baek asked. Who is this next to you? He replied. This is Sung. It is Director Baekante. Greet him. Baek glanced over. Soo quickly bowed. Baek assessed him silently. Young and handsome. A trainee. Suddenly, Hoo-hun's phone rang. Excuse me, Director. I have an appointment outside. I will see you later. He put a hand on Sung's shoulder and whispered, stay in the recording studio. Got it. Soo-un made a non-committal sound. Hoo-hun glared at him. Answer properly, Baek thought. They seem close. Not a trainee. Seong. Hyun-seon. He recalled Nami's words. I underestimated you. There are 2 ways to control talented but stubborn individuals. He quickly deduced Sung's identity. So, he is HS. I was curious about you after hearing the director's praise. He broke the silence. You are the composer in charge of Chini's album, correct? I have heard a lot about your success, and I have high expectations for your future endeavors. I would like to invite you for a drink sometime. While he was talking, Sung slipped away. Baek was stunned. Where did he go? Soon hummed a tune as he walked away. Baekante gritted his teeth. I will teach you a lesson. Meanwhile, Kim CP and another director were talking. Why did you call me here? I have helped you a lot, Kim CP, so I wanted to provide you with some important information. Kim CP smiled. Important information. KOK will be returning to Korea soon. Kim CP was surprised. But are not they busy with their solo concert tour in Japan? He thought, this old fox is definitely up to something. In this situation, the only thing he can offer me is. He asked, are you suggesting I arrange for KOK's comeback performance on Music Bank? He feigned excitement. Of course, just let me know their schedule. He thought, this is my chance to make a name for myself by staging a spectacular performance for a famous idol group. How can I refuse? The director said, Kim, CP, you are a man of understanding, but then he revealed his true intentions, causing Kim CP to hesitate. Director, this seems too much for me. KOK's comeback has been moved to next week. Kim CP said. Changing the schedule to next week is difficult. We have prepared the stage and everything. Besides, J Super is already scheduled for the final slot. J Super was an idol group from ON Entertainment, LNS Entertainment's rival. I do not want to antagonize another major company. The director continued, Kim CP, you know J Super can't compare to KOK, right? Kim CP replied hesitantly. That is true, but, listen to me. I have already prepared an excuse for you. There is a rookie singer from our company debuting next week, right? Kim CP replied. Are you talking about Arin? Exactly. Move her debut performance to the opening slot. Tell ON Entertainment that since KOK has returned from Japan with an album produced by top producers, they deserve the final performance slot. As for Arin's debut, make it as lackluster as possible. Tell ON Entertainment that too, that way you will get recognition for successfully staging KOK's comeback. He fastened an expensive watch onto Kim CP's wrist. Kim CP stared at it. The director continued, both inside and outside the company, seeing the benefit for himself. Kim CP smiled. Understood. We owe each other. Hoo-hun answered his phone. What time are you coming back to the company, Chief? He replied. Soon. What is up? Arin's debut has been moved to the opening slot. Hoo-hun was stunned. What? But something's not right. A few minutes ago, the teaser video for KOK's 10th anniversary mini-album was released, and they announced the album will be released next week. I checked, and previously, the final slot belonged to J Super from ON Entertainment. J Super is also a popular group. There is no reason for them to give up their spot to KOK. Plus, moving Arin's debut to the opening slot is suspicious. I think Director Bach is involved. Hoo-hun searched online, thinking, not only is KOK's comeback suddenly at the same time as Arin's, but they also get the final performance slot. Such underhanded tactics do not benefit Director Bach at all. Seong also wondered, why would he do that? Hoo-hun asked Seong, remember when we ran into Director Bach at the elevator? Did anything happen? Seong replied, he invited me for a drink. I pretended not to hear and walked away. He thought, because I thought he was trying to rope me into something. It seems something has happened. Hoo-hun said, Sang, keep your schedule clear tomorrow. Director Bak has interfered with Air-in's debut. I won't stand for it. Director Choi greeted Sung with a beaming smile. Oh, you are Min-hun Sung. Pleasure to meet you. Sung quickly shook his hand and bowed politely. It is a pleasure to meet you too. Hoo-hun spoke up. Sorry to bother you while you are busy, Director Choi, but I have a favor to ask. Director Choi asked, confused. A favor? Hoo-hun looked slightly uncomfortable. Yes, actually. A moment later, his voice was laced with frustration. Just because of a rookie composer's attitude, he resorts to such underhanded tactics against a colleague. Hoo-hun apologized. I am sorry, Director. We should have handled this ourselves. Now we are bothering you, Director Choi said. It seems we need help from higher up. Hoo-hun replied hesitantly, but even the director can't resolve this. Director Choi chuckled. No, someone above the director. Soon, their car stopped in front of the house of the person Director Choi referred to as above the director. This person was like the godfather of the entertainment industry. He had been active since the days of color TV's arrival in Korea, a senior even to Cheon Nami. As they walked inside, Director Choi explained, he helped L&S Entertainment immensely in its early days. Hoo-hun's jaw dropped. Could it be? Director Choi, sensing his question, replied, yes, him. A kind-faced elderly man greeted them with a smile. Hello, Choi Gun sit. Director Choi introduced him. This is Mr. Ms. Lee Do-suk, former board member. They bowed respectfully. It has been a while. How are you? The elderly man, standing tall, said, skip the pleasantries. Gun sit even brought his protege. You are not here just to greet me, come inside. Inside, the three sat facing the old man. After hearing their story, his stern voice resonated. You are not children anymore. Why bring internal family matters here? He sipped his tea and firmly refused. No. Director Choi said, you have been retired for so many years, sir? His voice faltered under the old man's sharp gaze. The old man looked at Sung, who was sitting calmly beside Director Choi. He does not seem very worried. Replied, I believe in letting things run their course. If the song is good, even if it clashes with KOK's album release, it will still succeed. We can't stop KOK from preparing their comeback. The old man looked at Sung with interest. Oh, he is sharp. Hoo-hun was startled by the old man's words. Seong replied, that is just my opinion. Then he asked the old man, can you help her get a fair competition? Recalling her arduous training, he continued, she has endured 6 years of rigorous practice. If this single fails, she will never have another chance. The old man stroked his chin, listening intently. 6 years of hardship. Then he suddenly asked, do you play Go? Although unsure of his intentions, Si-sung honestly replied, yes, a little. The old man exclaimed, delighted, excellent. Director Choi, bewildered, nervously called out, sir. The old man brought out a Go board. We will wager on a game of Go. Sung chuckled. Wager on a young singer's future. The old man smiled. You are sharp. For you, this might be a life or death game, but I am just playing for fun. This is just a way for me to decide whether to intervene. He looked at them challengingly. So, do you dare? Seong stared at the board in silence. The old man continued, if you win, I will help in every way I can. Seong's eyes lit up. He replied with determination, all right. Go. In the quiet room, they flipped a coin. Do-suk played white, and Sung played black. The old man said, you go first. How many handicap stones do you want? Then-in replied directly, even game. The old man was incredulous. An even game. With me? Se-sung confidently replied. Yes. It is a fair competition. Directors Choi and Hoo-hun watched nervously. Hoo-hun whispered. Director, how's the game going? Director Choi hissed. Why ask me? Don't bother them, don't get your hopes up. Lee Do-suk climbed to his position through immense hardship, so he pours his heart and soul into Go. The old man calmly placed his stone. Sung studied the board intently. Director Choi continued, in other words, he is very serious about Go. Hoo-hun observed the game. Men-hun say, your playing looks decent. Director Choi folded his arms. But that move is a mistake. I would have placed a stone there to claim White's territory. Hoo-hun asked, what is wrong with that move? Director Choi replied, that kid does not know how to play Go. Hoo-hun defended him. Maybe he is just not good at it. Then he realized something. White deliberately lured him in. Go is the art of patience. Sung stared at the board, then made his move. The old man frowned slightly. A moment later, Seong said, I have learned a valuable lesson. Hoo-hun whispered, Seong lost, right? Director Choi replied, yeah, by a hair. Sung calmly looked at the old man. Too bad I lost. So you won't help us? The old man hesitated, then replied, well, I concede. Director Choi was stunned. Sir, you mean? The old man explained, at first, he pretended to be weak, making slow moves to lower my guard. Then he switched to a chaotic style, attacking relentlessly to disrupt my game. He anticipated my skill level and the moves I would make, then countered them. Even with the handicap, he only lost by half a point. You could say I was utterly defeated. A clicking sound followed. The old man took a picture of the board with his phone and laughed heartily. It has been a while since I have had such a good game. A few days later, Jung Ah-ren's single was released. Initially the results were unremarkable, but with Lee Do-suk's help, everything changed. News about Ah-rin was everywhere, online and on social media. Rising star Jung Ah-rin receives praise from top singers. Jung Ah-rin's digital single, Adolescence, lauded by famous composers. A message arrived. If you want to repay me with a game of Go. Attached was a photo with the caption, always supporting you. Si-eun-gi looked at the message from the old man and thought, more work for me. Hoo-hun, drinking beer in the background, said gratefully, thank you Mr. Kang. Lee Do-suk. He took another sip of his drink. After that, he turned to the boy and said, you should become a professional Go player. How can you be so talented? It is unfair. The boy nonchalantly replied, Go is my specialty. Why would not I be good at it? Why should I choose it as a career? He continued, initially, I only chose Go because I did not want to go outside. Though he said that, inwardly he added, and then I quit because I could not find a worthy opponent. The music show is about to start. Director Park chuckled and muttered, Director Choi, bribing the press won't help you now. The first spot is usually reserved for singers from smaller, less-known companies to give them a chance to appear on television. The TV now started broadcasting music show. As soon as the program began, performances would air without any MC introduction. The audience below cheered continuously, and after they finish, they will disappear without being mentioned. A moment later, Director Park suddenly jumped up in fright, his toupee flying off, and yelled, that is not Jung Ah-rin. On stage was a different boy band, Kim CP, a red-haired man, heard Director Park shout his name over the phone. Sweating profusely, he stammered, I did not have a choice. I did not expect the higher-ups to exert so much pressure. He heard the person on the other end of the line and retorted, what? It is just Director Choi. Why be afraid? The other voice replied, the pressure is coming from someone higher than Director Choi. Don't you know? It is Mr. Lee Do-suk. He is the pressure. On the music show, the two MCs said in unison, next up is a special comeback stage from KOK for their 10th debut anniversary, and the comeback stage of the Soup Super and Evely. But before that, let us welcome the hot debut of rookie singer Jung Ah-rin. Hottest debut rookie of the week, Jung Ah-rin. Such a fresh face. It is that girl who has been all over the entertainment news lately. LS must have prepared thoroughly for this debut. The press is full of articles about her. How talented can she be to receive such high praise from musicians? They are probably just being polite. Don't they know about media play? No, but the practice videos from her trainee days show she is a really good singer. The boy chuckled and exclaimed, Mr. Lee Do-suk, the media play is a bit much. Ah-rin walked gracefully onto the stage with a mic in her hand. Her sweet voice rang out, you said you liked me. Perhaps because of the awkward delivery, the moment she sang, the comments section exploded. What was that? Did I hear that right? That voice, is that for real? Oh, I am not the only one who thinks so. The intro is amazing. So good, unbelievable. How can she hit those high notes so easily? Like a dolphin. The way she interacts with the camera is so exciting. Wait, is not she a rookie? It does not feel like a debut stage at all. So natural, like she has been doing this for a while. I thought this was a comeback. Turns out it is a debut, practically a seasoned rookie. Then the audience chanted, Jung Ah-rin, Hoo-hun. Watching through the TV screen, could not help but feel excited and said, good job. Ah-rin, 6 long years. That was the time it took for Jung Ah-rin to transform from an unknown trainee in the basement of LS Entertainment. Truly a multi-talented musician, able to play any piece of music. Not bad at all. Shortly after, the MC's voice echoed evenly. The first week of May's live music show is down to the final winner announcement. Let us take a look at the two strong candidates for the top spot. The first candidate is of course, RKOK, and the next candidate is Jung Ah-rin with her song Adolescence. Hearing this, Hoo-han gaped in astonishment in front of the TV, and the boy was also stunned, thinking, I thought KOK and the Soup Super would be the two candidates for the top spot. Jung Ah-rin, please step forward. Under the gaze of the audience and the other contestants, she stepped forward at the MC's invitation. The audience buzzed again. Jung Ah-rin's expression is so cute, now she looks like a rookie. So different from when she was performing. But she surpassed even the Soup Super to become a candidate for the winner's spot. Kind of suspicious. Is this rigged really? A rookie who just debuted managed to do this. Admittedly, she performed really well, but to be nominated for first place on her debut. It is a bit much. The female MC raised her voice, stirring the audience's curiosity. Who will be the winner? Let us look at the scores. Digital scores. Ballads or girl group songs usually have high digital scores because people, regardless of gender or whether they are fans, can stream the music. As for boy groups, even if they can enter the charts thanks to a large fanbase, they are often quickly overtaken. Hoo-hun worriedly said. 2 artists from the same company nominated for first place. We are definitely going to be accused of rigging even though we did not do anything. Of course, KOK is an exception. Broadcast scores, audience preference scores, and the total score is. The winner of the first week of May's music show is. Everyone, including the boy and Hoo-hun sitting in front of the screen, held their breath as the MC announced the results. Finally, the MC announced loudly, "Congratulations to Young Arin." After that night, discussions about Arin increased. One person wrote, "I missed the live music show last week and just watched it today. Who is Young Arin? How can someone be so beautiful and sing so well?" Another wrote, "I have noticed something. Saeochi Ni also became unexpectedly famous, thanks to this single. Young Arin too. But what they have in common is that the same songwriter composed their music. Could that songwriter be Midas, turning everything to gold?" Below both posts there were many comments. Suddenly, Hoo-hun called the boy, "Hey, Midas, who are you, really?" The boy ignored him and simply said, "Don't cause trouble." Hoo-hun continued, "What? I am praising you. Congratulations, everything went well. I was so worried because this project had so much going on. The director said he would adjust your contract." The boy froze for a moment, then muttered, "Contract." He then turned to Hoo-hun and asked, "What about Young Arin?" He replied, "The contract we signed before was just a short-term one. Do you mean you want to sign an exclusive contract?" Then he continued cheerfully, "It is already signed. Thanks to this success, she received many offers. She is probably performing at the Banlikwan festival right now." Rin, sitting in the car on her way to the performance, thought to herself, "Even though I did not get first place, second place is great too." Then she muttered to herself, "Just with a debut song, I managed to do this. It is unbelievable." The Banlikwan Festival is an annual music festival organized by Son City. Tickets to the festival are usually very difficult to buy and are often resold at exorbitant prices. This is a stage where any famous singer, from established names to rising stars, wants to perform. Suddenly, it started to rain. People stirred in commotion. "Why is it raining?" The MC, wearing a raincoat, calmly announced, "Thank you everyone for coming despite the bad weather. Before we begin the program, we have an important announcement. Due to concerns about the safety of the audience in bad weather conditions, the performances of Mudley, Theban, Park Hun-soo, Thort, and Chinchin will be cancelled. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience." The audience below was dissatisfied. One person exclaimed, "What? I can't believe it." Another said, "I paid a fortune for these tickets." A group of people could not help but curse. Damn it, why did not they announce it sooner? They know the master Nims are waiting to take pictures. If they want something, just say it directly. We take pictures to promote them, and yet they treat us like this. A reporter thought grumpily. The weather forecast only said showers. Why cancel instead of postponing? Suddenly a sweet voice rang out. "You said you liked me." Perhaps because of the awkward delivery, Rin, ignoring the rain, sang passionately on stage. The lyrics echoed, "Sorry if I made you misunderstand, but I could not hold back my jealousy." The crowd, drawn by her voice, started to murmur. "Isn't she the singer I saw on the music show? She is really famous. What is the name of the song? It is so good. But is not it dangerous with such heavy rain? It looks so risky. It seems like all the other singers have left. That is amazing." Rin felt deeply grateful for this opportunity, thinking, even though I am just a replacement for another singer, I am so thankful. Thankful to the audience who listened to me sing despite the bad weather. Thankful to the person who gave me the opportunity to stand on this stage, even though I am just an unknown rookie. Thankful to the person who showed me that after the rain, there will be sunshine. The boys' family's plane to Japan was about to land. On a bustling street in Japan, Huna joyfully spread her arms and shouted, "Japan, Japan, Huna is here." Her father, seeing this, frantically waved and called, "Huna, people are looking." Then he turned to the boy, "Hun-sung, do not just stand there, stop your sister." The boy replied in Japanese, "I do not know her." Although he was on a family trip, his mind was still on work. "It seems that director Nami noticed me after I met Mr. Lee Ducia. He invited me to dinner privately. My contract was upgraded after I passed his implicit test. Thanks to that, I was able to get a better job." Hoo-hun, excited, offered, "Let me help you find a house." The boy looked at him calmly, thinking, "No need. I bought a lot of houses in my past life." We had our first family trip to Japan. Huna wore a kimono and posed for a picture. She smiled and said, "Ta-da?" Then, she said to Song, "What is wrong? Do you hate taking pictures?" The boy stammered, "It is just. They say memories only remain in pictures." Then, they took a check-in photo together. The boy thought, we had a fun day together, forgetting all about time. After finishing their outing, the three of them boarded the train. Hana and Mun Seok leaned on each other and fell asleep. The boy looked out the window and smiled, pondering, is traveling with family this wonderful? Why did not I do this before? Then, he rejoiced silently. This is so nice. The scene change. At a record store, Seong held a cup and looked at the record in front of him, thinking so many vinyl records. He turned to the other side and suddenly noticed something. He saw a man playing a musical instrument. He thought, a contrabass. A 5-string, no less. He stared at that spot, thinking displaying vinyl records on the wall like that. He must be a music lover. The man holding the instrument had a worried expression. He stammered, what is going on? Why is not it making any sound? The boy thought, it is probably a broken contrabass. He approached the man and said, let me try tuning it. The man asked, are you a professional contrabass player? The boy replied impassively, not professional, but I know how to play. The man anxiously watched him adjust the strings and asked, wait, are you tuning it to perfect pitch? The boy replied, yes. Seeing this, the musician thought, contrabasses have a very low register, so they are rarely tuned to perfect pitch. Does he even know how to play? The boy looked at him, pointing at the strings and said, normally it is tuned to B, but tuning it to perfect pitch is more interesting. After finishing the tuning, he turned to leave. Before going, he said, well then, I am looking forward to your performance. The man looked at his back and thought, playing the contrabass in perfect pitch is not easy. He took a deep breath nervously. Then the musician started to play. The sound made everyone turn to look. Everyone felt relaxed upon hearing the melody. The boy returned to his seat and looked towards the man. He thought, he is playing the busy Kato technique. I thought it was a broken contrabass. The man closed his eyes and felt the melody of the song. Suddenly the boy smiled and thought, I have to take back what I said. Suddenly, Tai Chi appeared and said to the musician, so, you do not need me to fix it anymore. He was panting as if he had just run there, then exclaimed, that sounds amazing. In Si Young's father's dream, a voice echoed, God, I will live a righteous life, dedicated only to my family. Please give me another chance, a chance to atone for my sins. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. People screamed in fear. Someone's in the car. Mun Seok stood frozen. People around shouted, call 119, hurry. On the road lay an unconscious body, bleeding profusely. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed, you have to eat well to work, right? It turned out to be Mun Seok's wife, lying unconscious on the road. People looked at her and whispered. The voice continued, is it good? His wife smiled, gave a thumbs up, and said, then I will marry you and cook for you 3 times a day. Mun Seok suddenly woke up from the nightmare, his face filled with terror, and screamed. The father screamed and coughed violently. Singnog, beside him, worriedly stammered, Dad, are you okay? A concerned flight attendant came to check on the situation. Suddenly, an announcement rang out, our plane has arrived in Incheon. Arriving at the hotel, Hoona pressed her face against the window, admiring the outside view. With excitement, she exclaimed, wow, the Han River view is awesome. She turned and said cheerfully, I thought the trip was over. Turns out we are staying here tonight. Both the boy and his father ignored her. The father worriedly, his hands clasped together, said to the boy, it is so close to home. Why stay at a hotel? Han Sung, the boy, holding his suitcase, replied, but this luxurious apartment is not like a hotel, Dad. Hunna ran excitedly around the room and said, why is this hotel so big? It is like a house, I have only seen this in movies. The boy asked her, do you like it? She happily opened a door and replied, of course, I love it. When will we ever have the chance to stay in a place like this again? Suddenly, she was surprised to see something. She gasped, covering her mouth with her hand, and said, oh my. Brother, Hanna's voice trembled as she called, brother. The boy calmly sat on a chair and said, I heard you. Stop calling. She pointed at the room, confused, and asked, why are my things here? She continued, my clothes, my books from home. She stammered, why are my things here? The boy opened his eyes and smiled. He replied, because this is our home. She was stunned by his words. She could not believe it and asked again, this amazing place is our home. She and her father enjoyed the view outside. The boy turned to look at them, seeing them happy and joyful. The father smiled, looking at his cheerful daughter. Back in the past, a friend approached the boy and asked, have you chosen your next project yet? The boy, playing a game, replied, yes, I have an idea. He continued thoughtfully, I want to make a solo album. He recalled his father lying down, looking at the lyrics with a very uncomfortable expression, and continued, telling my own story. The letter read, Hello Man Records sends its sincere greetings to your company. This document is sent for the purpose of cooperation between the two parties and requires absolute confidentiality. The content is as follows. Manager, after reading the letter, asked, why did a document addressed to Team 2 end up with Team 1? Suddenly, the director appeared and yelled, what are you all gossiping about? The loud voice startled the boy, causing him to stammer. Director Park. The director angrily snatched the paper from him and yelled, if there is a development, you should report it immediately. How does this company even operate? The director looked at the letter and said, what is this, Man Records? The boy anxiously said, it seems this was mistakenly sent here. He continued, they want to collaborate with HS of Team 2. The director, with a serious expression, brought the paper closer to his face to see it more clearly. The boy thought, recently Seo Chini's concert tour in Japan officially began, and the rotten name of that songwriter reached a major Japanese record label. The boy scratched his neck, anxiously looking at the director and continued thinking, Director Park is very annoyed that Young Rin is not flopping as he expected. He will definitely torment the staff for the next few days. The director looked at the boy and said, so Man Records is looking for HS. Inform all the songwriters of Team 1. The director pointed forward with a smug expression and said, prepare some impressive demos, the boy said in surprise, but director, Man Records specifically named HS of Team 2. The director interrupted him, manager, oh what is so strange about this? HS is just a lucky brat. Are the songwriters of our Team 1 less talented than him, HS or SH? It does not matter, as long as the song is good. The director grinned triumphantly and said, especially for a big company like Man Records, from the past until now, whether it was in my previous life or this one, I was only focused on making money, chasing after the money-making code. But this album is a real challenge for me. Scene change. In a Japanese house. Two people were playing Go. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Oh dear, I have lost, Seung said triumphantly. Do you want to resign? The old man opposite him said angrily. The game is not over yet. What do you mean, resign? The old man continued. Just wait and see. If you just set aside the game for a moment and look at the wider world, you will find a solution. The boy looked at him in surprise after hearing his words. The old man looked at the Go board and continued. Life is so vast, why confine yourself to a narrow board? The boy looked at him, lost in thought. He said dejectedly, time's up, sir. The old man was startled and said, so fast. When I heard him say that, I thought he was being delusional. For me, Go is just a game, and games are only about winning or losing. Composing music is the same. He recalled the scene from earlier, when his father suddenly screamed. He anxiously stammered, asking his father, Dad, are you okay? The scene of his mother lying unconscious on the road, bleeding profusely. He thought sadly, Dad is still here. He remembered the scene of himself playing the instrument and thought, tormented by my guilt. At that moment, on the street, a voice suddenly called out, HS, who is that? The driver in the car turned to look behind him and said, he is a rising rookie songwriter from LS Entertainment. Haven't you heard of him? Do who? He said HS or LS whatever. You know I am not asking about his identity, right? He rested his chin on his hand, looking at the scenery outside, and continued, an unknown, insignificant songwriter wants to collaborate with me. Oh do hi, on a solo album. What is so special about a songwriter's solo album? At most, it is just a featuring. He frowned angrily, gritting his teeth and said, just a few hits and he is already arrogant. Tell him to get lost. Scene change. Che Bio was in the recording studio listening to music. He said, oh do we rejected this song. He sat wearing headphones, his face somewhat serious, and said, listening to it, I understand why. He tapped his fingers to the rhythm as he listened. He thought, this is the song I have been searching for. Scene change. At a company, a voice rang out. So, today's meeting concludes here. Ho-hun walked away, so angry that the veins on his face bulged. He thought, this is so frustrating. He thought, Director Park, a man willing to harm the company for revenge. He continued thinking, he does not care how his actions affect others. He thought, ever since I learned his true nature, I feel very uncomfortable every time I see him. In today's meeting, he kept flattering the director. Director Park clapped his hands cheerfully and said, thank you, Director, for agreeing to let us collaborate with Man Records. Ho-hun walked faster and faster, his anger burning. He wondered, why does Man Records want to collaborate with Team 1? Our Team 2 has Min Hui-sung, a hit-making machine. He entered the recording studio and said, of course. The hit producer, Seung, who was composing music, turned to look at him. Seung took off his headphones, thinking, hit producer. Ho-hun closed the door and said dejectedly, I anticipated that singers would refuse to participate in a rookie songwriter's solo album. Oh Do-hai flatly refused. He continued, only Mr. Moonbam Che agreed to collaborate. Sung was taken aback. He turned around, bewildered, and stammered, really? Ho-hun looked at him quizzically and said, what? Why are you surprised? He said, that is the person you wanted to collaborate with. Right? Sung's face was a mixture of confusion and astonishment. Sung thought, collaborating with Mr. Moon Byung Che has been my dream for a long time. In my past life, I considered him one of the 5 best musicians. He recalled when he discussed it with Che, his face serious, thinking, and I have also extended several collaboration offers. Che, sitting opposite him, took off his headphones, looked at his phone, and said, it seems like you have put a lot of heart into this song. It has your distinct style. Very good, it is sure to be a popular song. He added, but I think it will only be popular, that is all. He continued, it seems we are not a good match. Sorry. Back in the present, Ho-hun pointed at Sung teasingly and said, don't tell me you are afraid of Mr. Moonbyum Che. Sung closed his eyes and replied helplessly, not afraid. Just a little surprised that the person I thought would never agree actually accepted. Ho-hun laughed and said, all right. He took a step back and asked, you thought he would not accept? His expression turned serious. I thought differently. Anyway, you have an appointment. Go quickly. He is waiting for you. Afterwards, Sung stood in front of a door, his hands in his pockets, staring. He thought, I thought it was Mr. Moonbyum Che. Turns out it is director Cheon Nami. His gaze firm, he opened the door and thought, I figured the director would look for me after I decided to make a solo album. Nami, seeing him at the door, said cheerfully, hello there. He asked, you probably know why I called you here, right? He answered, to be frank, I think it is too early for you to make a solo album. He continued, even though you have had some hits, you are still a rookie songwriter and need to build your brand more. He asked, do you have anything to say? Seong looked at him, thinking, even though he is speaking politely. Nami picked up his teacup. Seong thought, but what he means is, if you can convince me, try it. He recalled, not long ago, he was whispering sweet nothings in my ear. Now, just because of a little disagreement, he changes his attitude so quickly. Director, back in the present, Seong said cheerfully. As you said, it might be a bit early. But sometimes, the most non-commercial things are the most commercial. Nami said, you are playing with words again. Sung immediately denied it. No, he continued. Do you know the story of the goose that laid the golden eggs? If you want the golden eggs, do not cut open the goose like in the story. He went on, but even without cutting open the goose, we can still keep it. Nami looked at him with a serious expression. Seong looked down, pondering, and continued, by preventing anything that might make the goose curious. Make it believe that the current barn is the best and most suitable place for it. He continued, just pamper it a little, and we will get the golden eggs in the most efficient way. Isn't that the wisest approach? Nami looked at him and thought, you are very clever in expressing your stubbornness. He smiled and thought, but what you said makes sense. He looked at Sing who was smiling, and thought, although you are young, you continue to surprise me. Suddenly, a girl walked in, her face worried, and said, Director, I apologize for interrupting, but there is an important call. Both of them looked at her silently. She continued, Man Records from Japan wants to speak with you directly. Both of them were stunned. Nami thought, Man Records, they are collaborating with Team 1. What is going on? He picked up the phone and said, put them through. The voice on the other end said, this is Sakamoto Tai-chi, director of Man Records. Have you reviewed the document we sent you? The voice continued, can we interpret this ambiguous response as a polite rejection? Nami asked in surprise, is there something you are not satisfied with? Please be frank. Tai-chi held his face in his hands helplessly, and said, I clearly stated it in the document. He continued, we want to collaborate with H. He added, but I do not understand why you sent us such terrible songs. If you can't collaborate with HS, just say so directly. Nami was dumbfounded. Seong smiled and thought, Director Cheon Nami overlooked a few things. He recalled his father anxiously saying, Seong, do not just stand there, stop your sister. He replied in Japanese, I do not know her. He thought, I am fluent in Japanese, so I understood the entire conversation. He continued thinking, He recalled the scene of Tai Chi running up to the man playing the instrument and asking, so, you do not need me to fix it anymore. Tai Chi, panting, said, that sounds amazing. He looked at Sung and asked, was he the one who tuned it? Sung rested his chin on his hand, turned, and smiled. He thought, I met the director of Man Records in Japan. Back in reality, he said, Director, currently, I do not want to be concerned with anything other than my solo album. For now, he continued, what about you? Che lowered the phone, looking at him with a serious expression. Sung smiled triumphantly and said, do you want to make the goose curious? Scene change. At a music cafe. Tai Chi said, wow, your live performance moved the whole room. His friend asked happily, really, I guess it is because it has been a while since I have played, so I was very excited. Tai Chi smiled at his friend. He looked at him and thought, Sakamoto Tai Chi. He is the representative of Man Records, one of Japan's 3 biggest record labels. Very discreet and rarely collaborates with other companies. He stood up, walked towards Tai Chi, hands in his pockets, and continued thinking, not just LS Entertainment but even I, who already had a reputation before returning, am no exception. Suddenly music played from the speakers. Tai Chi looked at the speakers with interest and said, oh, that is it, that is the one. His friend asked blankly, what? Tai Chi replied, the K-pop song I have been listening to recently, and it left a deep impression. The timbre and song structure are unique, right? He listened to the music and thought, the song playing right now is Sayo Chini's Let Us Walk Together. His friend looked at the speaker, hesitated, and said, I think it sounds just like other K-pop songs. Tai Chi looked back at him and asked, what do you mean, just like? Tai Chi continued, like a talented singer-songwriter created a song that perfectly suits their style. It blends seamlessly with the singer's voice. He added, HS, I really want to meet him. Back in the present, Chase sat on the sofa. Seong turned to him and said, it seems something's come up. Che said, Hun Sung, you can continue your work. You can leave. Seong replied cheerfully, ah, thank you. He thought, still trying to save face, He stood up, bowed, and said, if you need any help, please contact me. He turned and said smugly, you definitely bought me a car so I could do that. Che covered his face with his hands in exasperation and said, it is not about helping. He lowered his hands and said with a triumphant look, it is that I do not want to waste my investment in you, so I wanted to discourage you from producing your solo album. Sung thought, Director Cheon Nami thinks he should not let his subordinate be so arrogant. However, he recalled, he must have understood the content of the conversation or known it beforehand. Looking at his attitude so far, I do not think he would play tricks, he continued thinking, so if he does not agree to my request, I will flutter around like a curious goose. He looked at Nami smugly, while Nami frowned at him. Sung thought going to another company to release my solo album, instead of LS Entertainment. He continued thinking, this time, I will indulge him. After leaving Nami's office, a girl suddenly said to him, musician, I have been waiting for you. You have a visitor. He was taken aback. A voice rang out, it seems we are not a good match. It turned out to be Che, standing before him. He extended his hand and said, hello, I am Moon Game. The music charts, a harsh and difficult system. A veteran singer, talented and romantic, grew increasingly tired of this system. As the years passed, he felt like the world was gradually abandoning him. Scene change, both of them arrived at the recording studio. Che said to Seung, manager Kim relayed the message. I want to feature on your solo album. Sung looked at him and thought, in my past life, I was flatly rejected by him. He continued pondering, and now? What has changed? He asked, may I ask why you chose my song? Che held a cup of coffee and said, the reason. He recalled, a while ago, I visited the Guggenheim Museum in Abu Dhabi and admired a giant glass sculpture. Sunlight streamed through the ceiling, creating a breathtaking scene. Che answered, when I heard your song, I remembered that moment. Even though it was just a simple demo. Sung stared at him blankly. Che continued sipping his coffee, but I felt the message you wanted to convey. Seung thought, message? He asked Che, so, does that mean you only sing artistic songs? Che put his coffee cup down and continued, art has many different meanings and interpretations. I want to ask you in return, is not popular music also art? Sung replied, people do not usually think or judge it that way. He continued, they consider them commercial songs. Che closed his eyes and said calmly, I think differently. He continued, I believe anything that can occupy a lot of someone's time is art. Like that day, I stood mesmerized in front of that sculpture until the museum staff announced closing time. He recalled, when I heard your song for the first time, I listened to it repeatedly and pondered the emotions you poured into it. He added, young people today have a habit of constantly streaming idol group music, even though they might only be fascinated by the singers, not the songs. But if they truly listen, instead of just playing it in the background, that is also a form of art. He continued, however, the art I pursue has a clear standard, songs where I can feel the songwriter's story, even if I only hear the melody. Seung listened, completely dumbfounded. He looked at the older man and thought, his way of thinking is so sharp, unlike someone his age. I thought he was an eccentric artist, obsessed with finding musical masterpieces, so I was sure he would have some preconceived notions about art. He pondered, but whether it was in my past life or this one, Mr. Moon Byung Che has always been a consistent person. He smiled and thought, my feelings for you, a precious instrument, they have not changed, sir. Scene change, a young man wearing glasses stepped out of the elevator and heard voices. Whoa, it is hot in there, I can feel the heat from here. A blonde-haired girl next to him looked through the door and said, recording sessions with songwriter HS are always tough on singers, but this time is even worse. The young man thought in fear, no way, I do not want to go in there. Inside the recording studio, Seung said, a little bit off. Please sing that part again. He put on his headphones and said again, sir, I am sorry, but I want you to sing the previous part again. Che wore headphones and tried to continue singing, despite Sung making him repeat numerous times. Sung said again, it seems like you took a breath too deeply. Please sing it again. The ending was a bit breathless. Sing it again. Your voice is a little hoarse. Let us try again. Suddenly, the man with glasses opened the door and said, manager, I need to talk to you about HS's album release. Sung, meanwhile, was struggling with Che's recording. Hoo-hun turned around and said cheerfully, oh, come in. The man continued, it seems we have to expedite the album release date. Seung asked, why, are this quarter's sales not meeting targets? The man averted his gaze and said awkwardly, no, but, do you know Chaebo? Seung, sitting and listening, turned to look at him. The man continued, there is a rumor that Chaebo will be releasing a solo album at the end of this year. I heard he is preparing very thoroughly. Now, singers planning to release albums in the second half of the year are all requesting to postpone to next year because of Chaebo. Hoo-hun listened, his face falling, and said, it is understandable. Chaebo is, he continued, the musical genius of the previous generation, the king of royalties, the hit-making machine. He is very famous because he often appears on TV, so those nicknames suit him perfectly. Moreover, he is a pioneer in establishing the culture of solo album releases for songwriters. He closed his eyes and added, it is a shame. Hui Seung's album theme is very suitable for winter, so we were aiming for the end of the year. Let us try to speed things up. Suddenly, Hoo-hun felt a chill behind him. He turned around in fright and exclaimed, it turned out to be Seung's death glare. Seung glared at him angrily and said, manager, I have not said anything yet. Anyway, that is not the right answer. Before he could finish, he yelled in fear, no. He fell silent, staring at Hoo-hun. He turned to the man with glasses and said, excuse me, manager. Hu Hun said angrily, don't do that. Sinning said cheerfully, I want to postpone my album release to the end of the year. He continued, the same day as Chae Bopol, at the 10th gathering of the Korean Songwriters Association. One of the guests said, Chae Bo, I heard you are about to release a solo album. The people around also chattered. That is right, we heard that too. Tell us a little about your album, Chae-do Bo. We need to adjust our schedules so they do not clash with yours. Hearing this, Chae laughed and said, nothing concrete yet. The other person replied awkwardly, is that so? But inwardly, he thought, this old fox has definitely finished his album. Rumors of his album being released in December have already spread everywhere. Then, he continued, do you know a new artist with the stage name HS? Of course I know. I have heard of him too. A rookie artist, who debuted with consecutive hit songs, So Yo Chini, Jung Arin. I heard he even personally discovered the talent that debuted Arin. Someone approached Chae Bo and asked, we are considering inducting HS into the association. What do you think, Chae Bo? He thought, Go Sang Chun, he is deliberately trying to provoke me by mentioning HS. The hot topic of the rookie music scene appeared like a comet. I do not care what titles HS earns or what achievements he attains, because he does not affect me, who is at the peak of fame. However, Sang Chun, you are right, Chae Bo replied. I heard HS's music is better than yours. Then he is qualified, Sang Chun thought angrily. This bastard. Then, Chae Bo continued, everyone. Does anyone object to inviting HS to join the association? Everyone raised their glasses together and replied, of course not. The streets were filled with Christmas spirit. Su-ung sat at home, lost in thought. What should I give her to appease her anger? Suddenly, Hu Hun approached and asked, what is wrong? Min Sei-ung, why the long face? Are you worried because the album release is approaching? Sung replied, no. Seon's computer displayed top 10 gifts loved by teenage girls. Seeing this, Hu Hun asked, are you planning to give a gift to a girl? Seong replied, yeah, I want to give a meaningful gift because this is the first time we can comfortably enjoy Christmas after a long period of hard work. Hu Hun hesitated. You are not dating a minor, are you? Hearing this, Soon froze for 3 seconds. Then, he exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, from outside, the secretary called, Manager Kim, it is time for the meeting. Hu Hun suddenly remembered. Oh right, he said, anyway, do not choose anything. Don't do it. Now you are dating a minor too. I am really worried about you. Han Sung. Sung was stunned, his mind filled with question marks. Then he said, I think you misunderstood. At the meeting, everyone buzzed. Did you hear that the director's personal secretary took the document from Man Records? Ah, you mean, Director Park intercepted the document sent to Team 2. I know Director Park always acts decisively, but I did not expect him to be doing such childish things. Hu Hun thought. This is ridiculous. He stole our project and is now flattering the director. At that moment, Director Park suddenly appeared. The people in the meeting room thought. Speak of the devil. Judging by his appearance, he must have been scolded by the director. Why are we meeting in the large conference room today? Is something important happening? The board of directors entered. After entering the room, the director pulled out a chair and sat down. He rearranged his documents. The people in the meeting room whispered. What, the entire board of directors? The director suddenly said, now that everyone is here, let us start the meeting. The first issue is setting the release date for songwriter HS's third album to coincide with Chae Bo's album release. Is this appropriate? Director Choi thought helplessly. Ah, so it is because of Song. Those present buzzed, releasing on the same day as Chae Bo. Then, one of them stood up and said, excuse me, but was this proposed by HS himself? The secretary replied, yes, that is correct. Everyone fell silent. Director Park stood up and said, I think that is a reckless decision. According to the report, HS's album this time is a solo album. While we can't expect much profit, deliberately releasing it on the same day as Chae Bo, a musician known as a giant in the current music scene, is absurd. Someone agreed. That is right. I heard he is still very young. Does he even understand how the company works? Hey, Manager Kim, you can't even control a kid, and now we have to gather here because of him. Deal with personal matters later. I disagree with Director Park. Song Han, the head of LS's production planning team, spoke up. I think this is a fight where whether we win or lose, we benefit. Based on his achievements, I believe he is capable. He continued, immediate profit is important, but if we trust and support him, he will never think of leaving the nest. Director Park stood up in surprise. No. Head manager Lee agrees too. He is always causing trouble. We should use this opportunity to put him in his place. Mr. Duff. Lee snapped angrily. Director Park, watch your words. You are insulting our musician. Director Park retorted angrily. Our musician, Director Choi. It is because you are so soft that he has become so unruly. The director yelled, stop. What are you doing? We need to listen to the songs before making a decision. Manager Kim, I want to hear the songs in Seng's solo album right now. I will inform the testing department and bring the CD immediately. The assistant brought the CD and asked, Director, do you want to use headphones? He replied, yes, let us do that. Woo-hun thought, the director is personally wearing headphones and listening to music during the meeting. I have been working here for so long, and this is the first time I have witnessed this. The director closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of Sung's new album. His fingers tapped lightly on the table to the rhythm. Everyone in the meeting room sat tensely, waiting for the director's opinion. Even Director Choi was sweating nervously. A moment later, the director took off his headphones and pondered for a while. Then he said, oh dear. I apologize, Sung. Manager Kim. It seems. Before he could finish, Director Park wore a smug expression. Elsewhere, Seung was Christmas shopping with his sister, Huna. After choosing a gift, he gave it to his sister, making her smile brightly. He looked at the joyful Huna affectionately. The battle between Seung's and Chaebo's albums is a battle worth watching. On December 24th, at 23:59, just past the cusp between day and night, Christmas arrived. Moon Byum Sung's song, Dear My Beethoven, composed by HS, was also released, Christmas Day. Chaebo's and HS's albums were released simultaneously. News headlines popped up. Exclusive, hit producer HS shakes up the music scene this year. Solo album Atonement officially released at midnight, IKIKA News Center. Songwriter HS confidently asserts this album is a work of art. I will conquer with music. Woo-hun trembled after reading the news. Seong said manager, I thought it was an earthquake. Calm down. Woo-hun yelled, how can I be calm? You are too indifferent about this. Even though it is your own album, we are just doing our jobs. I compose, and everyone else promotes, distributes, and sells. Woo-hun growled, I am fine, but if others hear you say that, they will be very upset. The strategic planning team, the promotion team, the distribution team, the A&R team. No one is slacking off. Everyone is united. Since joining the company, they have never worked so hard. It is that picky and arrogant rookie songwriter who ignited their passion and determination. The TV broadcast the news. Songwriter HS's solo album Atonement was released on Christmas, but its performance does not match the full support of LS Entertainment. Netizens mocked, daring to compare himself to Chaebo. Woo-hun was furious. What is wrong with comparing? Is Chaebo royalty? Another headline appeared. Music critic tycoon, Chan Soo. The era where promotion and marketing determined rankings is long gone. The public is becoming smarter and has more refined musical taste. He became even more frustrated. Chan Soo, that old man, he always shows up whenever our artists release albums. So annoying. Is he a beggar? Why does he keep popping up? All the company's marketing channels are focused on me. If I still fail despite receiving such full support, I need to objectively reassess myself. In this case, either the song is not good, or it is too ahead of its time. My song can't be bad, so it must be the second case. At that moment, a woman walked in. Here's the album delivery. The next morning at LS Entertainment, in front of the building, was NBS Entertainment reporter Chin Sun. Looking up, he saw a familiar face. Manager Kim. Where are you going, Manager Kim? You have mistaken me for someone else. Wait a minute, stop. I said, you have got the wrong person. Suddenly Chin Sun warned coldly, if I reveal this, you will be in trouble. Recently there was a scandal involving an artist from Team 2, right? Are you sure you want to talk about this here? A few days ago, the leader of an idol group from Team 2 was investigated for possession of marijuana. Although they were not an artist I directly managed, because we are both in Team 2, I felt like I aged a few years after witnessing the process of handling the incident. It took a lot of time to resolve. That annoying reporter got hold of the information. Finally, Woo-hun had to talk to him. Follow me. They went up to the company rooftop to talk. Woo-hun asked, how did you know? Chin Sun replied, I dug around, as always. As soon as I caught a whiff, I called the police, the prosecutor, and ran around everywhere. I worked like crazy, from the police station to the prosecutor's office. Hearing him ramble, Woo-hun got straight to the point. What do you want? Let me meet HS once. What? Is my request too much? It is just a meeting and an interview. Why are you so surprised? Why HS? Chin Sun stammered. Because I am his fan. Woo-hun cursed inwardly. Fan, my ass. Then he said, he does not like appearing in the media, so I am not sure. Then I will have to expose it. Go ahead and expose it. I only promise to relay the message. Let us be clear, if he does not agree, there is nothing I can do. Then, whether you want to expose it or keep it quiet is up to you. This bastard, daring to challenge me. So authoritative. Chin Sun smiled contemptuously. Meanwhile, in the elevator on the third floor, sorry I am late because of work. Manager Kim seemed troubled, so I agreed to meet you. Earlier, Woo-hun returned angrily. He dared to threaten me. I will handle this myself. Before he could finish, Seong interrupted. Alright, I will help you. Woo-hun was utterly shocked. How? The elevator doors opened to reveal someone waiting. Song suddenly thought of something. Meanwhile, Chin Sun was in the waiting room. After waiting for too long, he cursed. He stood me up for an hour. This is a declaration of war. I will expose 2 or 3 incidents at once, including the drug case. Are you reporter Chin Sun? Sorry I am late. I am songwriter HS. I am Chin Sun, an entertainment reporter from NBS. Did you come here by motorcycle? No, I prepared hastily for the interview. Shin-sun thought, prepared hastily. You are wearing a helmet, not a mask or a cap. I won't take any pictures. It is so hot, you should take off your helmet. I am more comfortable wearing it. Let us begin. What a strange person. The interview started with typical questions, from his debut to notable activities, summarizing his brief career. That confidence. He is brimming with an astonishing level of confidence. Shin-sun continued the interview. You became widely known thanks to Chi-ni, correct? Yes. Was there any particular reason you chose Chi-ni for your debut track? I just thought she was a good instrument. Shin-sun asked, puzzled. Instrument. The reason Chi-ni did not succeed was because she did not know how to play music. Actually, that is the producer's or songwriter's fault. What about Oren? I also thought she was a good instrument. The company was worried because she was a dismissed trainee, but I think she has proven her ability. So, the final question. It is said you deliberately postponed your solo album release to compete with the famous songwriter Chae-bo. HS replied calmly. That is right. Shin-sun continued. Currently, your performance is lagging behind Chae-bo's. Do you think the situation can be reversed? Tell us about your determination. HS smirked. Scene change. HS's interview has just been published. A female interviewer asked. Chae-bo, have you seen it? Do you agree to bet your career with me? This challenge excited both Chae-bo and HS. Flashback. In the previous interview with HS, it is said you deliberately postponed your solo album release to compete with the famous songwriter Chae-bo. Currently, your performance is lagging behind Chae-bo's. What are your thoughts? I am not sure if I should call this a competition, because I am certain I will win. The situation can absolutely be reversed. I am very confident. If Chae-bo agrees, I would like to propose an account deletion bet. A music competition with Chae-bo, a career bet. Back to Chae-bo. The female interviewer continued. Currently, the interview with rookie songwriter HS, who released his album on the same day as you, is causing a stir. Chae-bo, what do you think about this? First of all, I do not think we are competing, even though we released our albums at the same time. Are you implying that HS's career and ability are far inferior to yours? Time passed. It had been a month since Chae-bo's and Seung's albums were released. After Chae-bo's interview, public attention to this battle increased, and Seung's song Dear My Beethoven miraculously climbed the charts. At the office, assistants chattered. Isn't this amazing? This is truly a miracle. But Chae-bo's fandom is so huge, it won't be easy to surpass him and take the top spot. The loser will have to donate 500 million won. Chae-bo is filthy rich, but for a newly rising rookie, that is not a small amount. The deadline is approaching. Director Choi, you have been scarce lately. I have many outside meetings so I am often absent. Isn't it because you are afraid of losing your talent? Director Park continued sarcastically. Seung is about to donate all the money he has earned. What are we going to do? I knew it from the moment he insisted on releasing his album at the same time as Chae-bo. A career bet, a donation. Why is he doing such reckless things? If he loses, LS Entertainment's reputation will also be affected. Better to be reckless than a thief, right? Director Choi immediately retorted. Seung is young and impulsive. You have eaten your fill, yet you are still greedy. Director Park, enraged, yelled. What? I just want to do what is best for the company. Who steals other people's opportunities for the company's benefit? That is called stealing. And Director Park, please speak politely while in the company. You look unprofessional. Director Choi closed the elevator doors. Excuse me. Hello, I am Su Chin, the interpreter for Mr. Tai Chi, director of Man Records. Then Tai Chi spoke. Apologies for intruding without an appointment, Director Nami. It is all right. HS, the person you want to meet, is about to arrive. The board of directors had gathered in the director's office. After Sakamoto Tai Chi unexpectedly arrived in Korea, just to meet HS, a woman said hurriedly, Seung, come greet everyone. He has been waiting for you. This is Mr. Ms. Sakamoto Tai Chi, director of Man Records. Sorry I am late. I was busy. I am HS. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sakamoto got straight to the point. I am here to propose a collaboration with songwriter HS. This is a music copyright purchase agreement. We can meet all of your conditions. Seung took the contract and examined it extremely carefully. Meanwhile, Director Park and Director Choi waited nervously. Finally, Seung spoke. Thank you for the offer. Let me take a look at this first. I will consider it carefully. The answer astonished Sakamoto. Consider it carefully. He should accept immediately. This is a life-changing opportunity. Is he crazy? I was worried because you are young and inexperienced, but you are very calm and mature. This is fortunate. I have an interview scheduled, so I will excuse myself. Please think it over. After he left, Director Choi sat down and asked, why did not you accept immediately? That was a beneficial offer for you. Hu Hun was equally worried. Seung, just a few news articles about you collaborating with Man Records, and you could beat Chae-bo. Seung replied, that is precisely why I do not like it. I will win without resorting to such dirty tricks. You are too arrogant. Win? What makes him think he can win? But I have no intention of rejecting Man Records' offer. Seung continued. I will think about it after this fuss dies down. However, the chart rankings remained unchanged. Time passed, and the final day of the bet with Chaebo arrived. At the office, a female voice asked, "Manager Kim, are you worried?" "It is fine. The charts will update 2 more times today." Han just nodded absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he thought of something. Elsewhere, Sakamoto was in an interview. Man Records is known for pursuing a unique musical style. "So, do you have any criteria for selecting a good song, Mr. Sakamoto Taichi?" "Actually, I have some dissatisfaction with the current music market." "Could you elaborate?" "The current music market is flooded with similar-sounding songs because so many are released every day. Despite that, songwriters cling to the money-making formula and refuse to change. To break this pattern, someone needs to make a breakthrough. Instead of relying solely on machines to create catchy melodies, they need to accept challenges, like using live musicians instead of electronic instruments, to pave a new path." "In your opinion, are there any current songwriters capable of taking on that role?" Sakamoto whispered. Today I came to Korea to meet songwriter HS, who I believe will become a pioneer." After the interview, a headline appeared. Music distribution mogul Sakamoto Taichi recognizes songwriter HS as Midas. Yikai News Center, the head of Man Records, Sakamoto Taichi, is paying attention to rookie songwriter HS. "Who is he?" "Dear My Beethoven" climbed to the top of the charts. Announcement from Niat, officially songwriter HS has won. Chaebo, please donate the promised amount. Chaebo, did you think you would lose? What are your thoughts now? Do you have anything to say? I accept the results. I have also listened to HS's music. It is all very good. If I have the chance, I want to bet against him again." Some fans believe the results were reversed solely due to the backing of Sakamoto Taichi, the director of Man Records. What are your thoughts on this? In any case, the result is the result. Perhaps because Chaebo kept his promise and cheerfully donated 500 million won, people were more interested in the outcome than the bet itself. Thus, Chaebo decided to consider the 500 million won donation as a brand-building investment. Although his revenue also increased due to public attention, Chaebo still could not forget this grudge. "That hateful brat." Meanwhile, Seung thought, "It is a shame. Although unintentional, I cheated." He pondered for a while, then let it go. "Just consider everything as having gone well." At that moment, Chi-ni appeared. "Seeing, do not you know how to treat a guest? Don't you think you are an uninvited guest? You still do not know how to sweet talk, do you?" Chi-ni suddenly handed him something. "Here," Seung gasped. "What is this?" Chi-ni continued. "You always dress like a kid, always wearing hoodies." "I am a kid." Hu-hun suddenly interrupted. "You two are always bickering." Chi-ni is right, so Uengi. This time, you should treat Chi-ni well. Thanks to her cover video on YouTube, the high note challenge became popular. How can you treat the person who started a second trend for your song so poorly? Are you sure it was Chi-ni? Good song will naturally become popular. And there was a note off key in the last bridge. The end before the outro was also extended by half a beat, overlapping with the variation. "You watched the video?" Chi-ni asked. "I just watched for fun." "Anyway, you have gotten rid of the habit of tensing your chin when singing high notes, so it sounds more pleasant." "But should not manager Kim be the one giving gifts to the songwriter?" "Me? Why? He earns more money than I do. He is practically a walking corporation now." It was true. A year had passed since Seung joined the company. During that year, Seung achieved remarkable accomplishments. To exaggerate slightly, he truly was a walking corporation. "Thanks to that, I have also gained recognition and the potential to become a candidate for a leadership position in the future. Seung, do not retire, okay? You will forever be mine." A new day began at LS Entertainment. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "This is amazing." A man held a CD in his hand, contemplating. "So this is Seung's song. The melody lingers. The world is so noisy, and I always live in tranquility. Sometimes, I feel fortunate for that." Hana returned home and asked, "Where's our dad?" "On days I wanted to cry loudly, I buried my head and sobbed." Dad probably does not know. That is right, I used to hate Dad, even though it was all the world's fault. Even though I knew Dad would not hear me, I wish I had told him I was sorry. Now I can only whisper the unspoken words, live, live, please live on. Although the battle between Chaebo and HS had ended, the world buzzed with different news. Officially, Man Records and HS confirmed collaboration. Seung asked, "Director, why did you offer to collaborate with me? This contract is too generous. It is not like you are simply interested in my music." Sakamoto sighed and said, "A young man gave me the answer." Flashback. That day, I went to fix a friend's finicky contrabass, and a young man tuned it to perfect pitch. We exchanged business cards. HS, someone with excellent perfect pitch tuning skills, is Chini's songwriter, whom I really wanted to meet. And the fact that he was in the same place as me moved me deeply. Sakamoto continued, "My youth revolved solely around composing music. I slept with the bow in my hand, my fingers gliding over the keyboard. And when I woke up, I continued jotting down musical ideas. Living like that, I can easily recognize those who share the same soul. Seung, you have also lived like that, have not you?" Seung thought, "I used to. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. This business is not for you. It is only for me. If someday, someone in this industry offers you a collaboration and says it is for your benefit, then remember my words. Sakamoto suddenly smiled. Well then, let us continue working. Scene changed to Sung's recording studio. Sakamoto asked, may I ask why you chose to produce game music? Because I like that game. It is the soundtrack for Animal Island 2. Actually, as soon as I received the collaboration offer, I came up with a demo. Would you like to hear it? Sakamoto was startled. So fast. Sung immediately sat down and played a short piece for Sakamoto. This time, let us combine it with the accompaniment. Sakamoto listened attentively to the melody. Suddenly, he noticed something and shouted, then quickly made adjustments, adding a piccolo to the drum part, making the song more profound. Sung asked, can you add the virtual instruments I requested? Of course. The song is a bit too grand, like a final boss theme. Let us remove it and replace it with an instrument with a lower register, and I think we should hire an orchestra to record this section. An orchestra? Sung asked. Yes, I contacted a top Japanese orchestra before coming to Korea. They have just arrived. I will have them come here right away. Sung was impressed. Incredible. Perhaps this is the life-changing opportunity the board of directors was talking about. A new day began at LS Entertainment. Seeing the gathered crowd, Director Park asked, what is that? I heard HS just formed a fan club. Those must be his fans. A bit noisy, but fans gathering in front of the company is normal. Let us go to lunch. How unsightly. Meanwhile, Hoo-hun was on the phone. Yes, hello, what is it, Director? Manager Kim, have you seen the message I sent? Not yet. Hold on. See-ung's fan club. Director Park's voice boomed. That damn songwriter's fan club is gathered in front of the company. It is so noisy, I can't eat. He is throwing another tantrum. Hoo-hun said, I apologize, but they will only be there for a while. When their excitement dies down, they will disperse on their own. I ask for your understanding, Director. What? He can't eat. Why does not he go out and interact with the fans a little? Then they will be satisfied and disperse. See-ung, Director Park, you know See-ung does not like being seen in public. Why are you deliberate? You are right. Fine, I will go out for a bit, to keep everyone happy. Hoo-hun was surprised. Sung, my only joy was drinking beer after work, but that dull life changed when I encountered the passion and sincere melodies of an unknown songwriter. HS will be down soon. Please line up and wait. I spent a lot of time creating a fan account and coming here. Finally, I get to meet HS. Suddenly, there were some screams. Someone was coming out. They were incredibly excited, but then, they quieted down. What? That is not HS. It is Soup. A sudden scream rang out. It is H. Now we will start songwriter HS's mini fan meeting. Please line up. What? That is HS. Appa, this is a gift for you. I made it myself. Vitamin supplements. Remember to take them. Yes, thank you. Thank you all for coming, but please do not wait here. I still have work to do. I will take a picture with each of you, then please go home and listen to my music with your families. Yes, he is even more handsome than an idol. How can he have such a sweet voice and be so handsome? I love all of your songs, thank you. Next, Appa, I like you so much, me too. Next, I love you, marry me, I can't. Next, finally, it is my turn, a fan thought. HS said, give me your phone, I will take the picture. Excuse me, HS, could you take off your glasses for a moment? If you do not take them off, I won't leave, just for a second. See, I saw it, but I could not capture it. HS's mini fan meeting ended successfully. Entertainment corner everyone, let us find HS. From then on, sketched images of HS's face began circulating online. Sung asked, hey, everyone, why is the orchestra so down? Because you overworked them before giving them a break. Director, have you listened to the song yet? Sakamoto praised. It is wonderful, even though it is a game with a fantasy setting, separate from the real world, the song evokes a realistic feeling of the four seasons. The theme song for Animal Island 2, composed by Seung, revolved around the four seasons. Warm spring, the lively laughter of children starting a new school year, bright smiles blending with the fragrant scent of flowers. Summer arrives, and the vibrant sounds of instruments seem to dispel the sweltering heat. Autumn, the melancholic sounds of instruments evoke the rustling of falling leaves. Winter, the frigid melody like pure white snowflakes. Just endure this cold winter, and the warm spring will return. Embrace hope and wait patiently. Hoo-hun was also surprised. Unbelievable, how can he always compose such good songs? But each season has a different theme, so it is hard to title the song. Have you thought of a title? Yes? The title is Void. Hoo-hun and his female colleague were quite surprised by Sung's title Void. Perhaps he had put a lot of thought into the song's name, so they did not object. However, Hoo-hun still had some questions. You mean? At that moment, Hoo-hun put on his headphones to listen to the song. All instruments and vocals fell silent. He chuckled, understanding the reason for the title. That is a good name. A few days later, Tai Chi, extremely satisfied with the Animal Island 2 theme song composed by Seung, returned to Japan. Upon arriving home, he had Sung's song localized, and the song entered the top 100 of the Japanese music charts. According to the weekly chart rankings, the song he composed reached number 47. Many Japanese companies contacted Sung, inviting him to participate in producing commercials, radio programs, variety shows, or judging talent shows. At Huna's school, during break time, all the students were enthusiastic about a music topic. I can't get enough of this song. That is right, this is Bom Che's best song, but Bom Che only featured on it. So whose song is this? It is the title track from that songwriter's solo album. It is HS. Don't you know Huna, who happened to be behind them, was startled by the name. The two girls became overly excited upon learning more about HS. Do you think HS is very handsome? What? Handsome? Show me a picture. He has not revealed his face yet. There is only a secretly taken photo of his eyes. Someone posted a sketch of HS's face online. Seeing Huna, the girl called out enthusiastically, "Huna, have you seen this? A sketch of songwriter HS's face, insanely handsome." Since they did not know she was the sister of the person they were searching for, Huna hesitated. She tried to change the subject. But I think people are exaggerating. How can a songwriter be as handsome as an idol? Her two friends frowned, looking displeased. You never know, how can you jump to conclusions without meeting him? Oh, come on, don't target my future boyfriend. At this point, Huna could only suppress her frustration. I told you he is not that handsome. Suddenly, a message arrived from Sung. The message basically said Sung had left his bag in Huna's room and asked her to bring it to him. Huna was annoyed, not wanting to be her brother's errand girl. As she was about to refuse, another message arrived that changed her mind. I will give you a delivery fee of 500,000 won. Huna froze for a moment, appearing hesitant, but inwardly she was jumping for joy. A short while later, she stood before Sejong's workplace with his bag. Huna's jaw dropped as if she could not believe her eyes. This is real. A skyscraper. Extremely luxurious interior. The receptionist kindly guided me because I am songwriter HS's younger sister. After being led to the elevator by the receptionist, Huna was even more astonished by the grandeur. Just then, another girl approached the elevator, causing Huna to rush. Wait a minute. Going up, the other girl was Arin, a top celebrity with a massive fan following. Arin slowly lowered her sunglasses. Observing Huna, noticing a resemblance to Sung, Arin unconsciously called out HS. Huna meanwhile was starstruck by the idol's beauty. Arin, is that Arin? Receiving no response, Arin stepped aside awkwardly. At that moment, the elevator arrived at Seung's office. Isung-won, seemingly about to go somewhere, was waiting in front of the elevator. Seeing his sister with Arin, Seung was a bit surprised. You are here. Both girls simultaneously called out, brother, and musician. In the next moment, the two girls exchanged suspicious glances. Arin stepped closer to Huna and questioned. Your sister? Why yes, Sung also confirmed that Huna was his sister, which intrigued Arin. No wonder you look alike. Rin turned to Huna and said, Huna, right, I have heard a lot about you. The musician praises you all the time. The siblings questioned each other. I do. When have I ever? You praise me, like brother, like sister, Rin added. The musician even worried about you becoming a singer in the future, and that you have never had tutoring but are incredibly smart, and that you got accepted into a prestigious university on your first try. Seung yelled in embarrassment. Stop it, aren't you busy? Well then, I will be going. You two catch up. After Arin left, the atmosphere became much quieter. Seung turned to Huna and asked, clothes. You brought them, right? Huna, remembering the bag she was holding, handed it to Sung. Here you go. Thanks. As Sung was about to leave, Huna remained rooted to the spot. This bothered Seung. He asked his sister loudly, is there anything else? Then he remembered his message. Don't tell me you are asking for allowance at your brother's workplace. Huna, feeling embarrassed, retorted, what do you take me for? Her eyes turned sad. Dad was very touched. He listened to the album, and thought it was good. Hearing this, Sung's emotions stirred within him. Dad does not care much about music. He does not want to listen to music, and he does not want to face the harsh reality that he can't hear, but he asked me about the emotions the song conveyed. I read every word of the lyrics, and explained the meaning of the song to him. Scene changed to a barbecue restaurant. Woo Hun and Hoo Seok were discussing work. Hoo Seok complained, promotion is a long way off, bonuses are meager, and office politics are complicated. Honestly, LS Entertainment has debuted so many artists. They are living comfortably like stars, while you are still toiling away. Hoo Hun replied, they are successful because they are talented, so they deserve those things. You do not need to feel unfair, director. What do you mean? The person talking to him was Hoo Seok, former head manager of LS, currently the director of a newly established entertainment company. He is my former director. Hoo Seok made an offer. Come work at our company. Seeing Hoo Hun's surprised expression, he started to present some arguments. Our company is small, but our growth rate is excellent, and profits are high. We will be profitable soon. Hoo Seok handed him a stack of terms and conditions, and tried to persuade him. We highly value your abilities. If you come to our company, you will be treated better, commensurate with your excellent achievements. Silence fell between them, a heavy atmosphere enveloping Hoo Hun. He looked at the papers in Hoo Seok's hands. Tense. Seeing Hoo Hun's hesitation, Hoo Seok cleverly added, There are many talented managers here. As I said, you are one of them. Hu Hun looked directly into his eyes and replied, then you must have another reason for wanting to recruit me, in these transfer conditions. Does it include bringing HS along? Faced with Hu Hun's question, Hu Seok did not answer, remaining silent and thoughtful. Still not receiving an answer, Hu Hun understood his true intentions. He stood up abruptly and excused himself. As he left the table, Hu Seok said, from manager to internal director, is not that enough? Hu Hun considered this one of the traps to lure him, so he dismissed the offer. You know it is not a matter of whether it is enough or not. HS is a songwriter affiliated with LS Entertainment, under an official contract. If I leave the company, my relationship with HS will end. Despite being caught, Hu Seok still tried to persuade him. Just think about it. HS is just a kid. I heard he has made enough money. You are an adult, just tempt him a little and he will be willing to compensate for the contract and follow you to our company. Finally, his true colors were revealed. Hu Hun slammed his hand on the table angrily. What are you saying? You know how complicated this industry is. If we arbitrarily break the contract and create animosity with LS Entertainment. Hu Seok suddenly changed the subject, asking Hu Hun about his health. This unexpected turn left Hu Hun speechless and confused. Hu Seok said, if you transfer to our company, you will start as a head manager, not just a manager or team leader. The salary will be similar to, or higher than, your head manager position at LS Entertainment. Hu Hun still could not regain his composure. He just stared blankly at the tempting offer Hu Seok presented. Hu Hun clenched his fists. He grabbed his coat and left abruptly. I will contact you later, leaving Hu Seok holding his head in frustration. Once Hu Hun was outside at the taxi stand, Hu Seok cursed him under his breath, idiot. Meanwhile, at a roadside eatery, Director Choi was enjoying a bowl of hot beef blood soup when Seung spotted him. Seung, what are you doing here? Seung approached the table and said, I did not expect to see you at such a modest eatery, Director. Director Choi replied, this is the best beef blood soup restaurant near our company. Why would not I come here? Are you alone? Seung picked up the menu and started ordering. I was planning to have lunch with my sister. She came to visit the company, but she went to eat with her friends. Director Choi was a bit surprised. Your sister, a student, she is starting university this year. Friends are everything at that age. Seung's soup was served. Director Choi casually asked him, is Manager Kim very busy these days? He used to reply to my messages immediately, but it has been half a day, and I still have not heard back. He is busy. Busy with what? Seung asked curiously. Director Choi paused for a few seconds, then called his name. Seung. Do not let Kim worry too much. He is already worried enough. What do you mean? Anyway, please look after him a little. Seung was puzzled by his cryptic words. Look after him. He always takes care of everything well himself. The Animal Island soundtrack project is still ongoing. Besides the theme song, I completed with Tai Chi. I still have to compose 14 songs with 14 different themes. Perhaps because I used to love this game so much, or because it is my first time trying electronic music. Visualizing the themes and turning them into music is really enjoyable. I want to experiment with new chords and instruments, but why are they all DIY? Is this retribution for only focusing on making money, chasing safe chords? In times like these, Seung sought out assistant Ha. She said, I need to do something silly to refresh myself, to find new ideas. Then Seung mentioned Manager Kim to her. He has already left work. Assistant Ha was quite surprised. Left work? It is only 2 p.m. He took half a day off and went home. He said he had some personal matters to attend to. What matters? I do not know. The manager never shares private matters with us. Just then, Director Choi appeared. Assistant Ha, there you are. Director, why are you here? Director Choi said he had documents to deliver directly to Hu Hun, so he stopped by since he had business on this floor. She reminded him, but Manager Kim took half a day off and went home. Half a day off, then something must have happened at home. Seung was concerned about Hu Hun's situation. He kept questioning the director, something at home. What is it? Seung, are you also looking for Manager Kim? He replied, yesterday you told me not to worry too much. Something must be wrong. Director Choi looked awkward. It is understandable, you do not know. He never shows it outwardly. Manager Kim has a sickly mother who lives alone. According to the director, he had visited Manager Kim's home and been invited in. The first thing Seung saw was a shiny sofa. What is this sofa for? Hu Hun explained, the new house has a separate living room. It is very spacious. The south-facing windows let in sunlight and it has a neat rectangular structure. A sofa in the living room will be the focal point of the house. Hu Hun seemed very proud of this arrangement, but Seung was the opposite. He did not understand what Manager Kim was talking about. Ignoring this, Hu Hun continued, we need to create a comfortable space for our parents to rest. It will be very uncomfortable if they get backaches while watching TV, so they can watch music programs featuring our artists. Seung's gaze turned somber. He gently reminded Hu Hun, you should take care of yourself first. Alright. I will take care of them. At the hospital where manager Kim's mother was being treated, patient Hye-cha received treatment through a medical catheter 6 hours ago. Earlier, Hoo-hun had met with his mother's doctor, who briefed him on her condition. The doctor mentioned a device called a catheter. It is a tube inserted into a vein near the heart. As I said, we need a second surgery to remove the metastatic tumor. Hoo-hun asked about the timing of the surgery, and how much the second surgery would cost. Similar to the first one, not covered by health insurance, probably around 20 million won. I anticipated this. My mother's cancer treatment will be very expensive, up to tens of millions of won. However, I heard I might become a candidate for a leadership position in the future. LS Entertainment is considering promoting me. Just a little more effort. Hoo-hun entered his mother's room. The resilient woman felt relieved upon seeing him. Hoo-hun, you are back. I heard from the doctor that you had chemotherapy this morning. Are you okay? I am okay. A message arrived on his phone. It was from his landlord, delivering bad news. Hello, this is your landlord. You said you wanted to renew your lease, right? The rent will increase by 5%. Can you afford it? Please confirm soon. Hoo-hun was once again at a loss. My mother's condition is not improving. I do not know how much more I will have to pay for her medical expenses, and now the rent is increasing by 5%. His mind in turmoil, facing financial struggles, Hoo-hun hid his vulnerability so as not to worry his mother. At the payment counter, Hoo-hun requested to pay for patient Hye-cha's medical expenses. I will pay for the second surgery later. For now, I will just pay for the hospitalization and chemotherapy. The clerk checked the information and announced, patient H's bill has already been paid. Hoo-hun was stunned. Someone already paid for her. Who? I am her only guardian. I asked that person too, since I would never met them before. He was a young man, tall, handsome, and very humorous. Don't you know him? He called himself a kind person. Hoo-hun vaguely thought of Seung, finding this hard to believe, and froze for a few minutes. After receiving the news, Hoo-hun was shocked. Who paid my mother's medical bills? Director Choi. Does he know about my mother's illness and my expiring lease? No, Director Choi always keeps work and personal matters separate. Then, Kim Hoo-seo. Besides Director Choi, he is the only one who knows about my mother. Despite thinking hard, he could not guess who it was. Impossible. He is the type of person who only cares about profit, not people's feelings. He did not care about the hardship Hunseng might face if he transferred with me, and even exploited my mother's situation to persuade me. He is shameless. He did not consider my feelings at all. Scene changed to Seng's office. Manager Kim, long time no see, Hoo-hun asked brightly. I have been a bit busy lately. Have you finished the song? Seung replied. Yes, Animal Island was completed a long time ago, and sent to the technical team. Hoo-hun was surprised. Is that the song playing now? No, this is a new song I composed for spring. Seung's talent was truly remarkable. The theme song for spring, just listening to it fills me with the atmosphere of spring. He excitedly ruffled Seung's hair. This kid, even busy with the project, still finds time to compose such a wonderful song. You must have been eating and sleeping in the recording studio, right? Don't ruffle my hair. However, Seung still seemed pleased. Your hair's a mess, like a bird's nest, so what? A moment later, Hoo-hun quietly messaged Hoo-seok. Senior, is your job offer still valid? He immediately replied, yes, still valid. If you agree, just let me know. Hoo-hun quickly replied, you said I could be a head manager if I transferred. But if I bring HS, can we renegotiate the salary? Even if I leave, I want to handle things smoothly. Back in the present, Hoo-hun said to Seung, I heard you received an invitation to join Chaebo's Songwriter Association. Don't just stay cooped up in the studio, go out and socialize. However, Seng flatly refused his offer. Hoo-hun suddenly noticed something on Seung's desk. Is this a lease agreement? You just bought a house not long ago? Are you investing in real estate? Hey, real estate investment is a serious matter, do not do it recklessly, Seung explained. I am planning to move. This surprised Hoo-hun. Moving after just 6 months. Moving after 6 months, you have achieved amazing things in just 1 year. I am so proud of you. The project just ended, do not overwork yourself. Then Hoo-hun said, I will be going. Seung asked curiously, so soon? Hoo-hun quickly explained, your OST will be released at midnight. I have to check in with the promotion department. It will be a success anyway. The Animal Island OST had been released for 3 days. Since it was not an album by an LS Entertainment artist, not everyone was paying attention. But for those who knew Hunsung, it was a big event. The Japanese audience's reaction was also very positive. Since its release, manager Kim had visited the recording studio every day to update Seung on people's reactions. He said, since this is not an official release, we can't track specific data, but it seems to be very popular. This is a good start for a game soundtrack. Hoo-hun was now extremely excited. You have worked hard. Let us go to the cafeteria for lunch. My treat. His actions confused Seung. Are you bragging by inviting me to eat at the cafeteria? What is there to brag about? He hurriedly explained, our company cafeteria is famous for its delicious food and variety of dishes. Plus, it is a buffet. However, Young calmly suggested, let us eat at a restaurant today. I am feeling happy. This suggestion deflated Hoo-hun a bit. He blurted out, you are treating. What are you saying? We will split the bill, as expected of a rich person. Scene change outside the company. Hoo-hun muttered, is this the apartment you bought? You invited me to eat just as an excuse. Your real goal is to show off, right? To make me jealous. Hoo-hun looked at Seon's apartment and exclaimed, it is really beautiful. His eyes held a complex expression. After a moment, he suggested, let us go in and take a closer look. However, Sung declined. No, if you chose it, it must be beautiful. Is that the Han River? Yes, this area is a bit far from the Han River, but you can still see it. The apartment's luxuriousness made Hoo-hun gasp in admiration. Amazing. Do you want to live here? That is a silly question. Who would not want to live in a house like this? Seong suddenly made an offer. Then, do you want to live here? This question flustered Hoo-hun. Hey, come on, do not joke like that. Sung insisted. I am serious. This made Hoo-hun even more shocked. What? Being serious is even more dangerous. Don't you know that? This industry is complicated. If you keep being soft-hearted, you will be eaten alive by the wolves. Despite that, Sung admitted something. Manager Kim is not a wolf. Besides, this is an apartment I bought for investment. No debt, just need to pay taxes properly. No interest. His strange behavior made Hoo-hun suspicious. What is wrong with you today? Don't you know that the closer you are, the clearer you should be about money? Hearing him mention this, Sung affirmed, that is right, the closer you are the clearer you should be. Then sign a lease with me, tenant. But Hoo-hun was still puzzled. Rent? A salaried worker like me, where would I get the money to rent this apartment? Sung gently urged, look at the contract and decide. Hoo-hun persistently refused. I said no, I do not need it. Find someone else. Let us go. It is time to work. But Sung did not give up. Just sign the lease with me. Despite numerous attempts at persuasion, Hoo-hun still refused. Why are you so stubborn today? And I do not want to rent, I want to buy. Renting is like throwing money out the window. Seong suddenly shoved the contract in his face. I am practically giving it to you for cheap. Hoo-hun read the numbers in the contract. 100. 1,100. 10,000. 100,000. He exclaimed in shock. 100,000 won. How can you be like this? Flashback to the messages Hoo-hun had sent to director Husea. Hoo-sok had confirmed that the offer was still valid. Hoo-hun was worried about his salary, so he mustered the courage to ask the director, what is the salary? This decision seemed to have troubled him greatly at the time. After a while, Hoo-hun composed a new message. Can I transfer without bringing HS along? However, the director suggested, it is best if you bring him with you. I do not think HS is everything to you. We should meet and talk. Are you free this Friday? Hoo-hun agreed to meet with the director. I once intended to exploit you. Do I even deserve your kindness? Despite this, Hoo-hun still firmly refused. This is an unfair deal. I can't accept it. At this moment, Si-eun-kyo questioned, a disadvantage. Is it a disadvantage for your future? Then is not it an investment? If you live here, you will be closer to the company, so you can take care of me more easily. Hoo-hun suddenly realized something. You mean you want me to bring you food to the recording studio every day? You caught me. Hoo-hun seemed touched. This is unbelievable, he asked. Are you a kind person? Then he looked up with a satisfied smile. Seong sighed. What are you talking about? He acted very well, but he can't. Suning suddenly said, manager, if you leave now, you will suffer a big loss. Without your care, musician HS will not be able to reach 100% of his potential, and that will cause damage to LS Entertainment. After a few minutes of contemplation, Hoo-hun agreed. I understand. I can't let my company and my musician suffer. Let us go sign the contract, landlord. Only then did Sen break into a joyful smile. Let me start the car for you. Feel free to look around the house and come down later. Don't worry, I am sure you have chosen a good house, so how can I leave you? Meanwhile, at a cafe in the city, I am very grateful that you recognized my ability and made the offer. Director Hoo-sok replied with a smile. Come to our company, where your talent will be appreciated. However, Hoo-hun coldly refused the offer. After learning that Hoo-hun had rejected him, Director Hoo-sok was shocked. What, is it because you do not want to turn your back on Director Choi that you refused? I know you are a responsible and loyal person, but let me tell you, you can't survive long in this industry with that way of life. However, Hoo-hun retorted, I know I am not making a hasty decision based on emotions. So the director hastily asked, then why did you refuse? You need a lot of money to pay for your mother's hospital bills. Your mother's condition has not shown any signs of improvement. There is no promotion plan for you. Kim Hoo-hun, at LS Entertainment, and more importantly, do not you need the money? Hoo-hun said, I do not want to do something ignorant, pushing artists into a corner because of money, and thank you for your concern about my situation, but it makes me very uncomfortable. I understand my mother's situation and moving, and I know what to do, so please do not worry. After saying that, Hoo-hun left. Director Hoo-sok was extremely angry because he did not complete his plan. The scene changes to a large mansion. Thank you for your help. I did not think I was the kind of person with such a kind heart. Suddenly a senior said, so will you survive and help others later? Seong immediately replied, of course not, sir. Why would I give the money I worked so hard for to others? And then he sighed. Oh my, it seems that kid has become family, has not he? But it seemed that Sung was still lingering on something. It is not like that, but I felt regretful, so that is why. Usually, the one who feels regret is the one who suffers a loss. However, a person's heart is not something that can be bought with money. At this rate, you must have used quite a large sum of money, but can't you even buy it with money? He asked. Are you serious? Seon hastily affirmed. That person has already achieved what he needed most. What the manager really needs is not money, but something else. If I could help with money, I would have done it already. Money is just a means. But he refuted. I mean, be careful. You never know when or who will stab you in the back. The more you have, the easier it is to be targeted. Family is no exception. However, Sung also acknowledged it. Yes, but even though I can't buy that person's heart, I wish I knew the world that person is living in. Animal Island has been a popular game since its launch. However, more and more players are abandoning the game, and it has become increasingly riddled with serious errors. Loyal players of Animal Island are very dissatisfied with the production company, Nin Sit. Streamer Chim Mo Do-ri occasionally expresses her outrage about this issue on live streams. She expressed her annoyance, and complained, that is why I said, even if it is an entertainment game, it is necessary to offer some content for skilled players, right, everyone. Suddenly, a chat message appeared. Do-ri, have you heard the newly released Animal Island OST 2? Do-ri replied, are they just focusing on those songs and neglecting the game? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, then she suddenly shouted. Hearing that, people in the chat channel wondered, what is wrong? You screamed so loud, it startled me. Try listening to the theme song. No kidding. Do-ri asked in surprise. Isn't what I just heard the theme song? It seemed that the song had astonished her. Do-ri slowly let go of the keyboard on the table. At the same time, tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that, everyone in the chat channel simultaneously inquired, Do-ri, are you crying? If you are sad about something, tell us so we can share with you. Do-ri hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve and thought to herself, how can it touch the hearts of animal lovers like that? I have to let everyone know about this. A moment later, Do-ri said, guys, this time let us do a challenge content with the theme song. What do you think? I think we have to let those who are disappointed and turning their backs on Animal Island know about this song, even if it is just for comfort. At that moment, countless people wondered and chatted, why suddenly Korean? That is right, it is a Korean composer named HS, who also composed Chini's previous album. I tried searching and found the original composer of the song. How can this person sweep the recon charts? At this point, Do-ri thought to herself, how can he put this emotion into the song? Do-ri's interest in HS immediately drew her attention to Ninsit's bulletin board, and thanks to the challenge created by Do-ri, the song became even more popular. The scene shifts to a room. Director Choi said, I did not expect to receive good news from such an unexpected place. Woo-hun said joyfully, that is right. This was not recorded in the report. On Japanese websites, the Kiyomu challenge is trending with the theme of this official OST, so Seung is really talented. At this point, I do not know whether to say he was born lucky or if he has the ability. He has been continuously successful like this, so it can be said that it is thanks to both luck and ability. Woo-hun continued with a smile. Seung, he has both talent and luck. He will definitely be more successful in the future. He is a kid who does everything with his own ability. Moreover, those who do not believe in absolute success and are too cautious will never be trusted. It seems like there is finally a reason to trust this kid. Suddenly, a message was sent to Woo-hun. I am sorry, the game company Nin Sit sent an email, so I have to check it. Director Choi wondered, Nin Sit, why did they send a message? Woo-hun quickly explained. They want to confirm the meaning of the official OST's title, Emptiness, through the composer HS. He curiously asked, Manager Kim, have you heard why he chose the title, Emptiness? I am not sure about that either, so it is not the same as what the online community is speculating. On the other hand, after returning, Woo-hun kept sighing. He asked Seung about the meaning of the name Emptiness. Seung replied, it means, oh, how empty. Woo-hun was stunned. Empty, he added. Emptiness comes from feeling empty. A moment later, a message appeared. Yes, in Korean, it is huvo. In Chinese characters, it is mu, which does not exist in ho, while in Japanese it is kyo-mu. With that meaning, this song contains the character's emotions. Someone immediately replied with admiration. Even the team leader has to admire HS's ability. Woo-hun suddenly said, Seung, this time, remember that the title Emptiness is simply an emotion. However, he still seemed confused. What do you mean? It means the emptiness when feeling empty. But why? It was not originally that meaning. I will give you 10 meal tickets, so next time, please say it like that. Just a few hours later, the news was abuzz with the information. HS. The song title Emptiness was chosen because it contains an ethereal emotion. Countless people commented with admiration. Woo-hun, with dark circles under his eyes, said, Sing Go-ta needs a hot topic like this. Even just one appearance would be good. If he could be a main judge, it would be even better. Mun-suk worriedly said, I have made a formal invitation 5 times already. Of course, I was rejected all 5 times. At this moment, Hu Han suggested, just having Chae-bo is enough. He seemed very pleased with this decision. The scene shifts to an office. A call comes in. Hello, I am Hai Seo from the Star Music Show. Who contacted you earlier? Yes, hello, but regarding the invitation. Chae-bo's manager wondered. I thought I made it clear that we declined the invitation. Why are you still calling? Come on, do not be so stiff. Could I talk to Chae-bo? As you know, Chae-bo is very busy, so he can't talk directly. So, could you relay a message to Chae-bo? I have something I must say. At this moment, Chae-bo came over and asked, who is it? Oh, it is the Star Music Show. Is Chae-bo there too? Oh, yes. Please be brief. Chae-bo is listening too. There is nothing more regrettable for Chae-bo than losing to his previous solo album sales record. The manager expressed his confusion. Why are you bringing that up now? However, Chae-bo advised, let us see what happens. The person on the other end of the line continued. Shouldn't Chae-bo also try to redeem himself? Although it is not certain yet, there is active discussion about HS performing. As far as I know, he absolutely does not appear in performances, not even for a public interview. Yes, but I heard that if Chae-bo appears this time, he will perform 100%. We will prepare so that Chae-bo can take his revenge with dignity. If you get into the top 10, we will hold a performance with both of your works. Since our TV station can handle all the dirty stuff, Chae-bo just needs to compose a great song. I am Chae-bo. Immediately, musician HS also announced something big. Chae-bo, please donate to the requested organizations as promised. At this moment, a phone call came to Mun-suk. Damn it, could it be that he did not take the bait? On the other side, Chae-bo replied, if that person participates, I will come too. While Sing was practicing playing the guitar, someone walked in and pleaded, I told you not to. Are you treating me this coldly because of our relationship? The male lead sighed in exasperation and replied, what about our relationship? Other people might misunderstand. The young man said resentfully, what is so hard about asking you to tweak a little for the concert? After reading the latest news on his phone, the young man's eyes showed clear surprise. Honestly, how can they publish an article without prior agreement? Following this were a series of hot news headlines that appeared before his eyes. Chae-bo confirmed as a judge at K-Sing-Guta. I want to collaborate with HS as a judge. The never-ending battle. Will Chae-bo and HS face each other once again at K-Sing-Guta? The K-Sing-Guta production team. We will use 2 songs composed by HS and Chae-bo in the final round. Speaking of K-Sing-Guta, Sung began to ponder. If I remember correctly, Season 1 successfully attracted the audience's attention and achieved the highest viewership ratings among domestic music programs. Now they have held 10 seasons and become a national music program. At this moment, Shay suddenly spoke. It seems I also received an invitation from this program. You too? The young man asked in surprise. The man replied, yeah, but I declined from the beginning because of my concert schedule, and I also do not like it. Soon quickly added, looking at the ambition for this year's judging lineup, it can be seen that the production team is sharpening their knives and waiting. On this side, Hoo-hun suddenly asked, do you want to compete with Chae-bo again? The young man flatly refused. No, I am not interested in Chae-bo anymore. Then I will issue a correction and firmly decline the invitation to participate, the other party said. Only Chae is still obsessed with it. Really, not even once. The male lead quickly explained, I told you I am very busy. Even a lot of money won't do. Just tell the technical team. After K-Sing-Guta achieved resounding success, many music programs appeared but did not achieve the same level of success. Will such a lonely production team succeed? Thinking about this, Hyung suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. The K-Sing-Guta program that I happened to see in my previous life. I remember in the second qualifying round, there was a lone female contestant with just a guitar, sitting and singing on the ground. The song had an Indian vibe, and with a voice as sweet as grape wine, it swept the market. But the judges did not recognize the hidden potential within the girl and eliminated her right from the qualifying round. After that, the girl disappeared like a gust of wind. If she is that talented, I am sure she is quietly making music somewhere. However, after debuting as a musician, no matter how hard I searched, I could not find any trace of her. For this reason, Se-eung changed his mind at the last minute. Manager Kim, I will go. Go where? Hoo-han asked in confusion. The male lead thought to himself, because in my previous life, I was not a composer. Therefore, in this life, he said loudly, K-Sing-Guta. The young man seemed puzzled. Don't you hate being revealed? Sung replied, that is true, but can't life be lived just according to my own will? He then took an item out of his pocket. This is the spring song I composed not long ago. This is just the melody. Holding the USB in his hand, Hoo-han asked, a spring song, have you decided on the singer yet? The young man replied, yes, it seems Arin's voice will be very suitable. After hearing this, the other party did not seem too surprised. It is Arin again on this thorny path. In another corner, the girl was silently reading and rereading the sheet music, A Handful of Cherry Blossoms. A Handful of Cherry Blossoms by musician HS is a song about the vibrant cherry blossom season, a gentle and warm song. Next, Arin pushed the door open and entered the room with an excited expression. Musician, I am here. I can't believe you called me again. Seung replied coldly. You are overreacting again. Have you practiced? Of course. After receiving the file, I practiced very diligently, Arin replied excitedly. The young man went straight to the point. So let us start recording. Yes, the other party replied cheerfully. During the recording process, Song suddenly noticed the paper in Arin's hand. The paper had been carefully annotated with important parts. This made the male lead ponder. In just a few short minutes, the recording was completed. After listening, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "It is done, really? It is okay to end like this?" "Yeah, it is done." Sung replied indifferently. Arin started overthinking. Are you hurt somewhere? Did you record it hastily because I was being a nuisance? Hearing the two words hastily, the young man's eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the girl had to moderate her words. No, in her heart, she thought, I do not know anymore. I do not know if he acknowledges me or if it is because I have improved a lot that I have met his standards. Anyway, this tense recording session ended after only 3 takes. At this moment, Hu Hun suddenly appeared. Sung. Both people in the room simultaneously exclaimed, Manager, hello sir. Sung quickly turned to Rin and said, I will contact you when the recording is finalized. Is it done already? Usually, when I record, it takes several nights, Hu Hun asked curiously. The young man immediately denied this false rumor. What? You are making it sound like I am a cruel musician who tortures singers. Isn't that right? The other party asked back. Then he hesitated and said, Anyway, I have something to tell you. The USB you gave me, I lost it. I am really sorry. It got lost in the company. So I am saying, you can't always be reassured just because it is in the company. Suung was expected to fly into a rage, but he simply said softly, forget it. Hu Hun said in surprise. No, someone who picks it up could also have bad intentions. It is also possible that someone with bad intentions stole it. The male lead replied, anyway, I am keeping the original recording. Also, if someone in the company picks it up, they will return it or throw it away. LS Entertainment is already very sensitive to copyright issues. Unless they are an idiot, they would not use the song from a USB picked up in the company, and LS Entertainment has that idiot. Hu Hun said, I received information that the publisher has decided to release the song, A Handful of Cherry Blossoms, and that song is very similar to the A Handful of Cherry Blossoms that you guys sent. Looking at the original sheet music on the computer screen, the man was extremely distressed. You do not have to be an expert to recognize that the two songs are identical, Sung agreed. See, the other party said apologetically, sorry, I am sorry. I should have kept it safe. The male lead naturally did not blame him, just thought to himself, that is right, because it is a big company, not everyone has the right mindset. Han said, using the spring concept as the theme, the entire melody of the song, and even the chorus are almost identical. Team My Mun once submitted this song. It is director Bak's team. Speaking of this, the young man could not help but exclaim, that is terrible. Why would that person do that? First, do not worry too much. I will organize the plagiarism materials and send them to Team My Mun 1. Suddenly, Sung refused. No, I will go personally. In front of the company, the young man said politely, please help me. Director Bak said cheerfully. Yeah, you have worked hard. Then he quickly entered the company, thinking to himself, Ha Trung would not be any less successful debuting as a singer now. This big music program will be held right. I heard it is K Singutta. As he passed a room where people were arguing, you guys coming here together is such rude behavior. Hu Hun calmly replied, what rude behavior? We are making a formal request. Cancel the release of the digital music that you sent to the publisher. Seong also added, the day I handed over my song to the publisher, Team 1 also handed over a version that was very similar to my song earlier. I want to ask Team 1's thoughts on this matter. On the other side, the man replied aggressively, what are you saying? Are you implying that Team 1 stole Team 2's song? The male lead said coldly, I tried to be indirect. If I had known it would be like this, I should have been straightforward. The man, without any reason, just shouted, this kid, I know you have a very strange personality, but doing this is really ridiculous. At this moment, Director Bak suddenly appeared and angrily shouted, what is going on here? What is this all about? Seeing him furious, Team 1 also had to be cautious. Director. Team 2 suddenly came and said their song was plagiarized. The man hastily concluded after hearing that, nonsense, they are just kids. They have been pampered too much lately, so they think the company is a place where they can run around wherever they please. Sung did not want to be humble at all. Now that the executive director is also here, I will get straight to the point. I gave manager Kim a USB containing the song I intended to release this fall and asked him to listen to it, but whether intentionally or unintentionally, that USB was lost. After completing the recording, I sent it to the publisher, and they said that a few days ago, Team 1 had sent the publisher a song exactly like the one I composed. Director Bak immediately retorted, hey kid, so do you have any evidence that my people took that USB? The male lead replied, I do not have evidence, but is not the release of a new song at this time too much of a coincidence, and the important point is plagiarism. Director Bak seemed skeptical. You talk about plagiarism so easily. In this day and age, hundreds of songs are released every day. You can't say it is plagiarism just because a few lines are similar. Seung maintained his stance. No sir. I think if it were Director Bak, you could judge whether it is plagiarism or not. Would you like to listen and see where they are similar? Hearing this, Director Bak shouted. No need. No need. According to what you said, is not there also a possibility that you guys plagiarized our team's song? At this moment, the young man revealed some unexpected news. This song, I registered the copyright before giving the USB to manager Kim. Hee-hun gasped upon hearing this. What? Really? Seong continued. Who composed it first? Whose song is it? Let us go and ask. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The young man continued. Executive Director Bak, protecting and caring for your team's livelihood is not a bad thing. However, do not destroy other people's livelihoods. I hope you will judge carefully and handle this quickly. In the room, Director Bak asked. The song Team 2 claims was plagiarized as shopping ending, right? Yes, that is correct. Seung quickly replied. Hearing this, the man questioned Taeho. Answer me this. You composed shopping ending entirely by yourself, right? The young man stammered. That, immediately afterward, he had to admit his wrongdoing. I am really sorry. This caused Team 1's leader to explode in anger. You bastard. What were you thinking, daring to plagiarize? And are not you afraid of copyright within the company? Don't you know how sensitive LS is to plagiarism? And did not you think about the consequences? You do that and still dare to call yourself an exclusive musician. Taeho tried to explain. I really did not know it was Sing's song. I found the USB in the restroom and checked what was in it. There was not even a file name, just a humming voice, so I thought it was a demo. The man continued to reprimand. You call that an excuse? Can you plagiarize a demo? Are those words that can come out of a songwriter's mouth? Taeho said frankly. The manager knows, I have not been able to compose a complete song for a year now because of a creative slump. Moreover, the team's performance has not been good. I just wanted to do something to help the team. Hearing this, the manager became even angrier. Don't use the team as an excuse, just because you want to regain your success. At this point, Director Bak interrupted. Manager, oh, alright, even if you get angry or curse at him, it can't change what has happened. LS Entertainment is a company that manages copyright issues more strictly than any other company. Even if they buy a demo for a few $100,000, they have to complete the procedures through the legal team. Not only that, exclusive musicians not only face suspicions or accusations of plagiarism, but later there could be disputes demanding contract termination with the condition of stopping royalty payments. Yet, you dare to plagiarize a musician within the same company, where copyright regulations are so strict, it is no different from confessing to theft at the police station. No matter what, Manager Kim won't let this reach Director Choi or the chairman. I will handle this. Manager Oh quickly contact the publisher and request cancellation of the new music release date. Before leaving, Director Bak left a word of advice. Team 1, please compete with your own abilities. Stepping out of the room, the man's mind was filled with the criticisms of his subordinates. The phrase compete with your own abilities came from Executive Director Bak's mouth. That is right, no one said anything more, and everyone knows about the withdrawal of the official letter sent to HS. Compete with your own abilities is no different from the pot calling the kettle black. How can he say something that he himself can't do? Faced with these criticisms, Director Bak did not want to argue, just walked away without looking back. At the same time, a team was filming. The girl suddenly appeared and said, Senior. Long time no see. The man was surprised to see her and exclaimed, Dong-A. The people there discussed among themselves. There are still many contestants in the third qualifying round. Today, we will probably be filming until late at night. Many contestants get too nervous, then scared, then their parents object, and they give up, so we will finish early. Looking at the empty chair, someone asked, whose empty seat is that? Shaibo. Another person replied, Shaibo will be the main judge, but he decided to be a judge in the Gongji area with Quan Chin. That spot is. Before finishing the sentence, a voice interrupted. Hello everyone, I am musician HS. It is an honor to meet you all in person like this. Looking at the person in front of them, everyone was a little incredulous. Is that HS? The male lead quickly explained, due to personal reasons, I have to wear a helmet. Please understand. The man replied with a smile, isn't it enough to just do a good job as a judge? It is alright. Those present all felt that Sung was a strange young man. Why is he wearing a helmet? Let us see. Is it because his chin protrudes or because he has many spots on his face? There are a lot of rumors about him. I just do not know them. Hearing this, Du Hui thought to himself, there were already many concerns about HS wearing a helmet. He suddenly remembered the previous terms, wearing a helmet and appearing in the previous episode, not being asked to take off the helmet. In case the helmet fell off, and the face was revealed, it had to be re-edited, not being forced or interfered with the judge's comments. Up to this point, along with this man's words the judges are very curious about HS's appearance. If he does not take off his helmet in the previous episode, everyone will lose interest. Who knows, later on, if he wears a helmet on other programs, he might even be criticized and boycotted. Moreover, the TV station director even asked who was actually wearing the helmet on the broadcast, because there is a possibility it was not entirely HS. Du Hui continued, no matter what, HS's side is absolutely certain that these terms cannot be changed. Therefore, we will meet with CP Nim to resolve related issues. The man wondered, no need for comfort, so that is the purpose. So can you show me the benefits he will bring to the program? Only then can I convince the TV director. The young man said, isn't that obvious? He will make it the greatest music program in Korean history. Besides the condition of wearing a helmet, all conditions regarding the contract money and appearance fee for each episode must be equal to Chaebo's. Only then can HS's appearance be guaranteed. Immediately after, the man loudly announced the start of filming the opening scene. On this side, Dong-a said, HS, I am very happy to meet you. The male lead replied indifferently. Yes, the girl started asking. It seems like you were stuck in traffic on the way here. You are a little late today. However, Song seemed uncomfortable. I arrived before filming started. Is there a problem? Hearing this, Dong-a thought to herself. What? Well said. Very quickly, the first scene was recorded. K-Singyurta. Hello everyone, I am Lee Dong-chin, the host for the Seoul region. Today is the third qualifying round. Our contestants have prepared a lot. Please watch. Backstage, someone called the girl over. Chill, please stick your registration number on your shirt. When you are called, step onto the stage. The third qualifying round in the Seoul region of Kaesing-Yeorda will now begin, and the first contestant, registration number 283. As Chae-yu stepped out, she attracted the male lead's gaze, a dejected appearance with a rather old guitar in her hand. It is that girl. At this moment, the girl timidly introduced herself. Hello, I am Chi-yu, registration number 283. In her subconscious, when I was young, what protected me when I was lonely was not family, nor friends, but this ordinary acoustic guitar. A few minutes earlier in the restroom, the girl suddenly cried out, Mom, Dad, if I fail this time, I will sell this acoustic guitar. Please do not let me give up on the dream I have cherished for 10 years. In the judges' area, Dong-a was still curious. It seems like HS keeps eliminating contestants, does not he? The boy coldly replied, by my standards, they do not have the talent, nor the potential, so I eliminate them. Yes, that is right, the girl quickly added. At this moment the man suddenly said, I think Chunso's younger sibling is coming up soon, right? Dong-a said, if it is Chunso, he has recently become famous as a monster vocalist. Does he sing as well as his brother? I am also looking forward to this person. Who? The man asked curiously. The woman immediately replied, Ethan Kim is someone who made it to the finals of a famous audition program abroad. I also watched that program, and this person's voice is very good. I bet this guy will make it to the top 10 here as well. Hearing this, the man turned and asked, does HS know this Ethan Kim? Sung replied, yes, I also watched that program. The other person continued to ask, what do you think? Do you think this person will make it into the top 10? The boy replied, let us see. I am not someone who pays too much attention to the contestants, so I do not know. Dong-a asked again, so, in HS's opinion, which contestants will make it into the top 10? Sung, upon hearing this, was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the sound on stage interrupted the conversation. Hello judges, I am Chae-yu, registration number 283. Seeing the girl, Dong-a thought, this is a singer whose face and name I have never seen before. So she quickly asked, can you tell us a little about yourself? Ched trembled as she replied. I live in Seoul and I am 25 years old this year. I hope the judges will help me. Dong-a quickly offered words of encouragement. It seems like you are very nervous. Please be sincere and sing comfortably. Immediately after, the contestant sat directly on the stage floor. This made Dong-a very confused. He is sitting on the floor. Chel remained silently still. Inwardly, she was reassuring herself. Don't tremble anymore. Be natural. Her eyes suddenly noticed Sung, thinking to herself, if it does not work out, just think of them as plastic. By the way, who is that? Immediately after, the girl began to play the guitar and hummed the lyrics, Don't pity me anymore. Having sung only the first line, Dong-a quickly raised her hand to signal her to stop. I think that is enough. Judge could not believe her ears. I only sang one line. Dong-a thought to herself, that girl has a captivating voice, but just like when she introduced herself, the sound scattered like dust due to her soft and mumbled pronunciation. In short, when she does not even have basic vocal skills, it is boring for anyone to watch. It is a charming voice, so she is a gem worth polishing, but this is an audition center, not an academy. There is no time to wait until that gem is refined. Perhaps that is why Dong-a bluntly refused to choose the contestant. I do not know if it is because of the self-composed song or the vocal ability, but throughout the performance, the unique appeal of Chidu was not shown, so I do not choose you. The man next to her also agreed. Shon's voice is quite attractive, but I do not think she has enough skill to highlight that color. I am sorry, but I do not choose you. The host announced, too bad, contestant 283, Chae-yu. Unfortunately, please leave the stage. Suddenly, the male lead spoke up. I have a question. Yes, HS, the other person replied. The young man curiously asked, is it okay to use a super pass in the preliminary round? Hearing the words super pass, the judges there were all dumbfounded. Even Chiao was stunned in place. That person is HS. After the recording was posted online, social media was flooded with articles about HS using a super pass in the qualifying round. Chae-bo clicked on an article and thought, this is against the rules. HS and I concluded our discussion about confirming participation in the program 3 days before the first broadcast. We are in waiting mode without submitting any promotional songs to our company. HS using a super pass before the broadcast even started. It seems like he has drawn his sword. Finally, Chae-bo exclaimed, I really do not understand, causing the manager to ask curiously, was it the TV station's fault? The man said, it is HS. Yesterday, I asked the production team to watch the video of the contestant HS used the super pass on. It was really terrible. The voice, pronunciation, and basic techniques were all ordinary, nothing stood out. It is so absurd that I thought she was a trainee from LS Entertainment, but it turns out she is not. Is this HS's strategy to get attention? Chae-bo leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Anyway, see you in the finals, Miss Chaeyu. Time passed, and the fierce preliminary rounds of Kyasugirota came to an end. At that moment, Song's A Handful of Cherry Blossoms was released. The song was so popular that it successfully entered the charts just 1 day after its release. Walking down the street, the male lead suddenly stopped. Around the time K-Sing-Yorta was preparing for its first broadcast, an unexpected person came to visit Song. They stopped at a nearby cafe and chatted. The man began, it seems that A Handful of Cherry Blossoms, which was recently released, entered the top 100 as soon as it was released. It is such a heartwarming melody that I can't believe you wrote it. Sung said indifferently, did you wait for me in front of the company just to say that? My relationship with you is not close enough for you to come all the way here to congratulate me on the release of a new song. Director Park quickly explained. I know, so I came to resolve the plagiarism case involving our group's A Handful of Cherry Blossoms. As you can see, A Handful of Cherry Blossoms was released safely, but Group 1's bad song was cancelled. Plagiarism is a sensitive issue, so please continue to cover it up and do not say anything. Accordingly, I will accept all damages internally within the company. In return, as the person in charge, can you help me handle this smoothly? Hearing these words, Seong was extremely surprised. He thought to himself, Director Park, until now, has not shown any remorse for his wrongdoing, and now he is lowering his head. I guess he wants to protect his teammates, so he is going this far. The male lead softly said, since everything has returned to normal, Director Park won't suffer any losses or bear any responsibility. Hearing this, the man was stunned. You have not reported it to your superiors yet. The young man replied, no, I have not. Why? The other person asked curiously. Sung said, because A Handful of Cherry Blossoms was released safely. Since there were not any problems with the release of the new song, I did not feel that reporting it had any meaning. Remembering the times he had gotten angry for no reason, Director Park felt guilty again. Sung continued, I have seen some unpleasant things during this time, but I hope there will be positive changes in Director Park's actions in the future. The man also confessed his mistakes. I have felt sorry for you during this time. Even when I did that, you did not expose it. In another corner, the young man opened a can of soda with an excited expression. Finally, we can check which singer Sung used the super pass on. The program's audio played. K-Sing-Yorta, a nationwide large-scale audition, will begin now. Oh my god, it is finally starting. There are so many people at the audition. I am as worried as I was during the second qualifying round in the Seoul region. When will HS appear? HS appears from episode 1, right? No. Ask if he really appeared on screen. If those ambush articles did not appear, it would be too much. Chae-bo is not appearing. I heard Chae-bo is also there. He will probably appear to promote the new song. That song is so good, it does not need promotion. Shh, that's his new song, this time is about spring. It makes you think of spring? If you want to talk about HS alone, go to his fan cafe and talk about it. So, when will Chae-bo appear? He is not appearing. Everyone, look at the comments above, you can tell they are from Chae-bo's fans. What about Chae-bo? Is he participating or not? Everyone? More Chae-bo fans are appearing, truly devoted fans. It is HS. HS really appeared, but he is wearing a helmet. What is with his height? Even his posture is different, super handsome. Please pull up your glasses, sir. His outfit coordination is awesome today. She stepped onto the stage and introduced herself. I am Sae, registration number 238. I live in Seoul, and I am 25 years old this year. Please sing as comfortably as possible. Why did she suddenly sit down? What is the concept? It seems like she is going to do something. She is very talented. I am so excited. Holding a guitar means she sings well, right? I can't wait. Isn't that her? Did HS give her a special pass to the next round? I hope you do not feel guilty. Those were the lyrics she was singing. The judges were enjoying the melody. The voice is okay, but the whole song feels somehow. The vocal technique is like talking, mumbling. It is quite ordinary, is not it? Could it be that this person is not the one who got the special pass to the next round? Someone said she was very talented. Then the judges gave their comments. Therefore, I do not choose you. It is a pity, but I do not choose you. Suddenly, HS said, I have a question. Is it possible to use a special pass in the qualifying round? His words caused the program to censor them. The online community exploded. Are you kidding? What is this? Thousands of comments criticized Sung. Confirm with the broadcasting station. If we have to wait another week. Is it true? Who is it intended for? Confirm with the broadcasting station after 30 days. Say was sitting at home, rewatching the program. Say, I will give you the right to a special pass to the next round. In return, please practice and sing the song I requested perfectly in the finals. She wondered, why did HS use the special pass on someone like me? She shook her head. No, do not worry unnecessarily. The answer is very clear. It is here, the guitar and the lyrics. On the day of the final round filming, someone please attach a microphone inside HS's helmet for me. Excuse me for a moment. They are preparing the outfits. Suddenly, the wardrobe stylist seemed to notice something and stood there dumbfounded. When he asked, are you finished? She came back to her senses. Yes, please come this way. Hi everyone. Is HSS here? Why is he wearing a helmet? That guy is really funny. Donga said, wearing a helmet is nothing. He even used a special pass in the qualifying round. I heard about him hiding it from the media, but seeing it in person is really ridiculous. He turned and asked, Che Bo, do you know HS? No, today is my first time meeting him. We have to film the opening scene, so please talk to each other naturally. I am really looking forward to this contestant. They performed very well in the previous qualifying round. Donga said, I am also very curious how this contestant will perform this time. They have the qualities of a star. I am also quite curious about this contestant more than the others. I mean, the contestant Say, whom HS gave the special pass to in the Seoul qualifying round. Because I only heard about the special pass but have not witnessed it directly. Sung also said, I am really looking forward to seeing how well she performs. After the opening filming ended, it was time for the performances. Film the contestants singing and playing on stage, make sure it is enough. The long filming hours tired both the judges and the contestants. The next contestant was the one holding the guitar. It is her C. She still looks dejected. I finally met the hottest contestant of Singyerta Season 1. Excuse me, is it me? Say asked in surprise. Aren't you the contestant who made the top composer HS use a special pass in the qualifying round? Yes, I am very grateful to HS for giving an opportunity to someone lacking like me. In this final round, you will perform the song that HS directly requested in the qualifying round, right? She said firmly. Yes. Last time, there was a risk of elimination, so I hope this time you will perform well, for HS's sake too. At this moment, she sat down on the stage and focused on playing and singing her song. HS was focused on listening to the melody. The melody, though unfamiliar, was catchy, making the listener sway along with the music. Say was currently very focused on playing her music. The melodies kept flowing. It was incredibly beautiful. The intro is very soulful. It is a slow tempo song. Will that voice blend well with the song? Then she started singing the first few notes. She just sat there, playing the guitar, and enjoying the music. The judges were incredibly surprised. Che Bo at this moment seemed to have discovered a musical genius. The entire studio was now immersed in the melody of the song. Everyone was enjoying listening and felt incredibly surprised. Say breathed a sigh of relief because she had performed very well. Say, no kidding. This song really suits your style, completely different from the songs you have sung before. Her friend's encouragement somehow made Say feel less confident. Finally, it was the host's turn to announce the results. All passed, and she had done it. I met Say once in the Seoul qualifying round, but I thought it was a completely different person. At that time, I commented that your voice did not suit the song. Actually, the new song was the problem. You did very well today. Your face looks much happier. Thank you, judges. She bowed her head in gratitude for their recognition. I was so surprised that I forgot what to say. I could not imagine you being so suited to a gentle song like that. On the contrary, the charm of your voice seems to have been revived, and your aura seems renewed. I am really looking forward to your next performance in the next round. You have worked hard. I had no idea what happened in the qualifying round, but for someone with such talent, if it were me, I would also give a special pass. Or lose them. I could not do anything but press the select button immediately. They say if you are in the industry for a long time, your vision and senses gradually dim. I have watched C's qualifying round dozens of times. I am a capable top producer in the industry. I could not detect this hidden potential. HS encouraged her. You have worked hard. I am looking forward to your performance in the next round. At this moment, she was very happy, and smiled brightly. Thank you. Is it really believable that just one song can change a person? You anticipated that Say's voice would suit this song from the qualifying round, right? So this is why everyone is fascinated by HS lately. You can recognize a raw gemstone that others can't. Hello, judges? The young man appeared on stage. I am the strong guy, Ha Trun. Nice to meet you. He applied for the audition. To put it this way, this is a worthy contestant. Ha, Trun is a trainee from LS's management company. Ha, Trun, you have passed the first round. Thank you strong guy Ha Trun. You must be very happy, Ha Trun, the host said. You sang wonderfully and even received the original composer's signature of approval. Ha Trun has outstanding stage presence, even surpassing singers with years of experience. Instead of being worried, I am very impressed by how you performed on stage. That is right, especially the smile when you hit the high note in the climax, as if you were completely enjoying the stage. Right, even just your face is enough to debut as a celebrity. First round finalist, Ha Trun. He is the type of singer who can easily perform any song. Although he is a singer I have never met in my past life, I am certain that after he debuts, he will become a hot topic of this program and will easily break even. If so, let us hear the comments from the original composer that everyone is waiting for. HS finally spoke. First of all, thank you for choosing my song. I think Ha Trun's star quality is innate. However, I can't say that your natural tone is good. If it is natural tone, are you talking about the singing voice? Ha Trun wondered. But that is an area that can be overcome with effort, and there is a limit. Ha Trun. In the waiting room, happened to see say, you are Sia, right? She nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am Ha Trun. Can I sit next to you? He smiled, appearing very friendly towards her. You must be busy right, since you passed the first round. But it is a group. The second round starts after today. Even so, I am happy to be here, not on the bus home after being eliminated. There are so many seats, why do you have to sit next to me? She was extremely uncomfortable. How do you know my name? Wouldn't it be strange not to know? You are the anonymously chosen hidden gem. Even a normal impression with that magical voice makes people feel it is very cool. People are talking about it a lot here and there. I want to run away right now. You must be usually very shy, right? Ha Trun asked Say curiously. How can someone like you challenge themselves at an audition like this? She hesitated, not knowing how to answer him properly. He found her demeanor extremely amusing. I think we will see each other a lot in the future, so let us get closer gradually. The next day, the 100 finalists gathered at the dormitory. You have all worked hard. Have you had a full day's rest? It would be great if you had more time to rest. But this is a fierce battlefield. Unfortunately, we have a mission to complete. So let us start the second round mission right away. Go to the front where the names of the judges you desire are written and line up. Each judge will have a total of 20 participants. After the selection process is over, I will explain. Now, everyone, please move. The judges are all famous musicians and singers. If so, the mission is to receive a one-on-one evaluation from the singer or musician you choose, or you will sing their song. And the fact that there are not many people there means I am not the only one who thinks so. HS. The stingy man with passing grades and advice. He seemed to have spotted someone. It turned out to be Say. He seemed to be standing there pondering something. Now the selection time is over. Everyone, please stop moving. Today's second round mission is a one-on-one death match. You can freely perform on stage with the song written on the illuminated billboard. As expected, the time limit is 3 hours. 20 participants have chosen HS's song. Will only 10 survive here? Then let us reveal the matchups right away. The pairs will face off against each other in turns. Every opponent is strong and formidable. Say and Ha Trun are now waiting for the results. The two are also each other's opponents. This coincidence surprised both of them. Father and son want to become singers. Yes, son. Thank you for telling me your dream. What? You said you want to become a global singer? So you are very ambitious, Ha Trun's dad. Alright, since I will give you everything you want, go ahead and challenge yourself. I plan to use winning this program as a stepping stone to a successful debut. Therefore, I must win. Say is also very focused on her song. She is incredibly passionate. Ha Trun is lost in thought, wondering about something. I met Sai once during the sign preliminaries, but I really thought it was someone else. Maybe at that time, I did not assess the harmony of the song with the vocals very well, but the song was really the problem. I have heard that beautiful voice when it is raised, making so many people look. This can't be happening. How can it change so quickly in just a few weeks? While Ha Trun was pondering, he received a message from his manager. I have adjusted and modified it to your pitch. I just need to sing well and get recognition, he thought. 30 minutes left. The program is increasingly limiting the time. Great, it is perfect. The manager sent the modified version so I can put all my effort into practicing. Now Say in this round. That Say is still modifying it. He noticed she was working hard on her song. She is diligently writing it down. Before the performance, the judges discussed the battle animatedly. Donga started perhaps due to lack of time. Everyone's standards only adjust the volume of the similarly modified music. Saying that one person must definitely be eliminated in a one-on-one battle is not easy. The man retorted, is that so? I often want to eliminate both of them, unlike Donga here. Then he asked HS. What do you think? Seung replied. I think so too. Hearing that, Donga asked, do you mean you want to eliminate both of them? He held the contestant information sheet, answering the girl, yes, because there is not much practice time, just this time it is too tense due to mistakes. It was not originally like this. Actually, such words, if they come to this place, are all excuses. Isn't it true that if you go into the forest, you have to rush to death to survive? At this time, the MC announced, "Participant Chie, please wait by the side of the stage for now, and participant Hei Trun will come in right away." Che, I walked towards the waiting seats. Donga said to the judge next to her, "It seems like we can see the victory or defeat of the artist and the singer, right?" The person next to her replied, "Even if that is not the case, these two have been the hottest topic since the first broadcast." Donga rested her chin and continued. "So, one of them will be eliminated today. The production team is using very harsh measures, too cruel." I sat in the back, not worried but looking around the studio in admiration. Because I am stepping onto the stage, the studio looks really big. At that moment, on the stage, Ha Trun appeared before the judges. The MC asked, "Ha Trun, the time was very short, so did you prepare well?" He gently lifted the microphone and took a deep breath, then said, "Yes, I did my best. The music modification was carried out at a level that does not greatly harm the original song's structure. The degree of improvisation ability is added to simply adjust the pitch and reach a higher climax. But not stopping there, I have watched many Chini Live videos and repeatedly recorded my song and put it in, and equipped myself with the improvisation lines. I will be recognized for having better musicality than Che." He began to sing, "Like today, walk with me. Like today, forget everything, and walk with me." I was surprised when she heard the melody. So talented, deep and serious emotions without any pressure. How can you act with such a relaxed and colorful expression? The judges sitting below also closed their eyes, feeling with their souls. After the performance ended, Donga began her comments. "Participant Ha Trun, you have worked hard. I listened very well, and since this is a one-on-one battle performance, after listening to participant Chei's song, we will proceed with the evaluation." Hearing that, Haetrun was elated, thinking, "Alright, at this level, it is enough." It was Cheole's turn. The MC started the conversation. "You are the participant of the miracle, right? Participant Che showed truly outstanding progress in the previous round. How will this round be?" The girl replied, "I worked very hard." Seeing the instrument in the contestant's hand, Donga said, "This time you are also directly performing the guitar. I am really looking forward to what new guitar playing will be added to Chini's song. Then, please start the song right away." Che calmly sat down, holding her guitar. Trun sat on the chair, also anxiously waiting to hear what Che had prepared. While observing the person on stage, his eyes were also quietly watching HS. Attentively, Che started playing the first notes, humming the song. Che Bo sat silently enjoying it. Like confidence, faith, trust, responsibility are fluctuating. The unfamiliar melody is as if familiar immediately. The way Che played with her guitar surprised the judges, overwhelming the studio with exciting and rhythmic beats. The original song has a slow and gentle rhythm. It is not a modification of the original song in just 3 hours, but can it be performed perfectly in her own way? Che Bo was stunned with amazement. At that time, I realized that I could not recognize the hidden power of that girl that HS had recognized. Although it is somewhat of a strange creativity, the unique melody and vocals somehow make up for that. HS, who recognized this miraculous ability, gave her the opportunity to perform in the finals. If the girl from the audition had complied, he would have guided her in the best suitable direction by transforming a song. After a while, I finished her performance. She breathed heavily. "I did my best, no regrets. But why is not anyone saying anything? Is it really an irrational number?" At that moment, Che Bo started his comments. "Che, can I ask why you thought of modifying walk together like this?" The introverted Che stammered, "It is just that I kept worrying about how to modify it to suit me, so. I am sorry, because I have never learned to modify separately, so I wanted to try my best. I am really sorry." Che Bo pondered after hearing that. As expected, it was modified by feeling. Then he said loudly, "No, I listened very well. You worked hard." The MC said, "Then after the judges have a discussion, we will announce the eliminated participant." The judges gathered in one place and discussed. Che's modified song is shockingly good. If the original song is suitable for a dark night atmosphere and as if receiving calm comfort, then Che's version is like the comfort of a girl running over, patting your shoulder, and saying cheer up. Someone who says they have never learned can modify it to this extent. Dong thought for a moment and then said, "But that does not mean Haetrun is inferior. She is very unique, and if you say you are looking forward to the next stage, then it is the most fluctuating performance among the walk together we have heard today, and it evokes emotion. Haetrun's song is a stage where you can feel the sincerity and honesty, as if you want to keep listening." The male judge held his head in frustration and shouted, "The production team is also heartless. Why did they have to put these two together?" Sun finally spoke up. "Then let us decide by majority vote. It is better to go in the direction of not caring about other people's choices, but choosing what you want. HS will announce the final eliminated participant." The MC announced to the two contestants. The participant whose name is not called will automatically advance to the next round. You can leave the stage without individual comments. The eliminated participant is He created a sense of mystery, making people even more nervous. The name called is participant Ha-Trun. Hearing his name called as the eliminated one, Ha-Trun froze, unable to believe his ears. The MC explained, the judges here have heard 20 people sing Walk Together. Among them, Walk Together sung by Ha-Trun is the second best song. I do not know if it feels cruel to you, but it is just that your luck was not good. Ha-Trun was disappointed and whispered, thank you. He slowly walked off the stage. Even if I do not ask the judges to give me a chance, I can't even contact the company and whine for help, because that girl's victory is too deserving. While he used help from the company, I worked hard and tried her best. The determination shown in her eyes made him unable to not admire her. I laughed silently at myself, someone who could not win even using shortcuts. I was ashamed that I felt relieved after seeing that girl focus entirely on modifying the song for over 2 hours. And that girl who has no doubts about herself, loving music no matter the situation, was very cool. I do not want to go home, stay on stage a little longer. Suddenly Sung came from behind and asked him, are you going to continue singing? Are you going to give up just because you were eliminated here? Ha-Trun was startled by the voice. Hearing that question, he shouted, no, I will continue. At this moment, Sung handed him a business card. Then, soon, I will give you a song. At this time, someone was watching the live broadcast. On stage stammered her introduction. I live in Saran. I am 25 years old this year. My name is Chae. You can call me whatever you want. Then she continued to hum the song, delighting the audience. The mysterious person's hand holding the mouse trembled, unsure whether it was emotion or anger. Elsewhere, at his company, Ha-Trun received a large box. He asked, what is this? The person who gave it to him replied, this is a side dish. Pickled cabbage, radish, kimchi, dried radish, stir-fried radish, braised radish, and sao-fried radish. Ha-Trun was surprised. The other person explained, there is someone who likes radishes. These are special dishes that I woke up early to prepare for Ha-Trun in our group. Ha-Trun hesitated slightly. Radishes, thank you, I have to go now. Then he quickly slipped away. The man's smile from earlier had faded, only intently watching Ha-Trun's back. Still can't believe it. HS saw the contestants' resumes, so he must know Ha-Trun is a trainee of Group 1, right? How embarrassing. Ha-Trun sat silently on the chair, pondering something. At this moment, someone came up and called his name. Hearing this familiar voice, it was HS. Seeing his surprised expression, Seung wondered, why are you so surprised? Seeing Seung's appearance in person for the first time left Ha-Trun speechless. So handsome. No, he looks even younger than I thought. Ha-Trun pushed the boxes of food from earlier in front of the main character. He said, this is a gift I prepared in advance to thank you. Seung picked up the items, complaining, what cumbersome thing is this? Ha-Trun hurriedly explained, it is not money, it is radish dishes. Because I heard you like radishes. Seung upon hearing this, asked back, I like radishes. Ha-Trun, being asked back, like that was flustered. Are you really musician HS? The main character leaned back and stroked his hair, saying, is it fake? What a silly question. Touching his head, Seung suddenly realized something was wrong. I forgot to wear my helmet. Ha-Trun spoke up. Before talking about the main song, I have a question. I recently heard about the unfortunate incident between Group 1 and 2, and I think it must have bothered you a lot. But why are you interested in me? Seung casually replied, I just like it, so I want to try playing musical instruments. You can do it in any situation, right? Hearing that, Ha-Trun's cheeks flushed. Musical instruments. I spent most of my training time with your songs, so when I need to choose a song to practice, it has become natural for me to look at your songs. Actually, I admire you a lot. Even though I was eliminated from the program, I am still very touched to receive a song from you personally. Seeing him being overly excited, Seung said, hey, do not get too excited. If you want to work with me, you have to pass the test first. Ha-Trun was enthusiastic. Game on. Whatever the challenge, I will do my best. Seung then asked, even if it means playing the recorder with your nose. Ha-Trun was bewildered. What? Seung calmly replied, just kidding. The song I prepared for you is a summer-themed song. You know a handful of cherry blossoms, right? A spring-themed song I released a few months ago. I am planning a summer-themed album based on that kind of song. Spring is the gentle version, so for this summer, I want an energetic and encouraging song. After it is finished, I will let you know when to come to the recording studio. Ha-Trun replied loudly, yes, I will do my best. After that conversation, Ha-Trun walked out comfortably. Just then, he ran into Director Baek waiting outside. He came over and hugged him joyfully. You can return to K-Sing-Goda. Ha-Trun could not believe his ears. What? Leaving that aside, the storyline shifts its attention to another character, Datran, a bland contestant throughout the K-Sing-Gota program. The top 10 spot was left vacant due to her withdrawal following a school violence scandal. The producers agreed to let Ha-Trun make a comeback. Now they just need to reach an agreement with the judges regarding the pre-selected participant. Finally, HS has arrived. Long time no see, Chief Kim. Everyone sat down at the meeting table. A man began, the reason I invited HS today is to announce the upcoming top 10 selection round of K-Sing-Gota. First of all, I want to confirm this. Among the current contestants, only Hatron has signed a contract with LS Entertainment, correct? Chief Kim immediately replied, that is right. As everyone knows, in audition programs like this, there are usually pre-selected individuals before the program starts, and during the implementation process, there will be connections between major entertainment companies, so the top 10 have already been decided. Therefore, I will share this list and hope that everyone will be more flexible in their evaluations. Oh, do not worry, LS Entertainment's Ha Trun has also been selected. Seung held the list, read it, and asked, what about Chae? Chief Kim immediately answered, yes, contestant Chae, I will also be eliminated this time. Seung wondered, if we have to choose the two most outstanding contestants of the program, would not it be Hae Trun and Chae? The person opposite explained, but there is no more room for the pre-selected individuals, and interest is gradually decreasing, so the broadcasting station has decided, even if they continue to exploit, Chae is no longer profitable. Seung continued to ask, have the entertainment companies on the list invested in these contestants yet? Hearing that, he stammered, well, there was actually a contestant who was not initially on the top 10 list, contestant Dutru, but recently, she signed a contract with JN Entertainment. JN Entertainment has promised a large investment to secure Dutru's spot in the top 2. Chief Kim thought to himself, JN Entertainment must have been arranged by director Husak. The chief spoke up, what about Ha Trun? I understand that LS did not make any investments, but because LS Entertainment has good relationships, they included Ha Trun, right? While everyone was talking, Si-young thought, Chae, I has no company, no money to exploit, so she is no longer valuable. The man opposite him said cheerfully, since you seem to be interested in Chae, I had to call you out to talk privately. Unlike the other judges, the internal situation is like this. I hope you understand and cooperate. Seung stood up and said, it is up to you. It is not my business, but, if that is the reason, I will also withdraw. The others were startled upon hearing this. What did you just say? Are you planning to withdraw? Sang explained my sole purpose in participating in K Singota was because of contestant Chae. But if that purpose is gone, why should I stay? Someone suddenly became angry, pointing a finger at his face and yelling, hey, you are so praised by everyone, that now you do not respect anyone. Aren't you afraid of having to compensate for the contract with the broadcasting station? Don't you want to appear on television anymore? Sung, hearing the yelling, yelled back, what about compensating for the contract? If you need money, I will pay. Initially, I did not intend to participate in the program, and you guys were the ones who persuaded me. I do not want to appear on television, so if the relationship with the broadcasting station deteriorates because I do not participate anymore, it is fine. Chief Kim, sitting to the side, was delighted. Awesome kid. There was a reminder, hey Kim, stop, HS. Will you? He immediately replied. CP. Do you think HS is someone easily stopped? If you can't compromise, I will do this. I will create an undeniable reason for Chae to enter the top 10. So, instead of the top 10, we will make it the top 11. Chae, after hearing this information, exclaimed in surprise. What you mean? Sign an exclusive contract with LS Entertainment. Ma Yin-sung thought for a moment and said, actually, in my opinion, it was not strictly necessary for you to pass or sign with LS Entertainment, but I could not just sit idly by while a talented person was being kicked out for such a ridiculous reason. Hearing that, BMJ looked quite satisfied. The fact that you reached out to me is enough to show how determined you are. Jae-il hesitantly spoke up, but that he immediately cut her off. Isn't it unfair? Despite that, she still hesitated. Isn't that just finding a loophole? Hyun-sung asked seriously. Are you refusing to sign just because of thoughts like that? Jae-il immediately avoided his gaze. I know it is hard for an ordinary contestant to go against the producer's decisions, so that is why the composer and LS Entertainment chose to sign me. Right. Saying this, she looked down at the contract on the table. Am I really worth investing in like this? Realizing she misspoke, Jae-il quickly explained, of course, I am not doubting the composer's judgment in choosing me. It is just that signing such a big contract so suddenly took me by surprise. She could not stop worrying inwardly. What if I do my best but fail to meet expectations? Hyun-sung waved his hand dismissively to reassure her. That won't happen. Those are just unnecessary worries, so stop stressing over it. Woo-hyun, startled, quickly interjected, hey, watch your language. He then suddenly let out a sigh. What a shame. His next words left Jae-il stunned. You are an instrument that deserves much better treatment than what you are getting now. She opened her mouth as if to say something. When she was little, Jae-il used to cry out, Daddy, Mommy. Behind the glass case sat two neatly placed funeral photos. I am so scared. Past memories always haunted Jae-il. Please do not leave me. Then, she suddenly stood up. I will sign the contract. Determination filled her eyes. I want to continue. Jae-il's voice trembled slightly as she said. Singing. Yoo-jin turned around and called out loudly, CP. As soon as he turned, he received the news. Yoon Jae-il has already signed with LS Entertainment. Seeing this, Yoon Daeok looked quite flustered. At the same time, Woo Hyun hurriedly pushed someone out of the room. Hey, Min Hyun-sung, he tried to hold him back. Well, he approached with a smile. You should have given me a heads up about such an important contract, you impulsive brat. Only then did Hyun-sung remember. Then he turned back and said nonchalantly, isn't signing the contract the only way to keep her? Woo Hyun was instantly provoked. You sure have a silver tongue, do not you? The corners of Hyun-sung's mouth curled up. You will end up thanking me later anyway. His expression went blank for a moment. My eye for instruments is not half bad. After a moment, Woo Hyun also cracked a smile. Fine. Then make sure you train her well. Time passed after the contract signing. A few days later, it was the day of the top 11 selection. Hyun Deok walked in holding a list. This is the projected list of candidates for the top 11. As mentioned before, to avoid public backlash, please be very careful during the evaluation. Hearing this, Young-ah fell silent in thought. They are asking us to give a minimum grade of CA to the contestants who are being dropped. She felt indignant inside. This is too much. I know most survival shows nowadays are rigged, but I was hoping this one would be different. She thought of the many talented artists, not just 2 or 3. Young-ah let out a silent sigh. But having all 11 slots predetermined is truly outrageous. Someone approached from a distance. I was clearly told before that Yoo-ju would be the final contestant to make it into the top 10. The other person quickly questioned, if we suddenly switch to a top 11 format, the public will definitely think it is rigged. And won't there be a lot of gossip about Yoo-ju signing with JN Entertainment? Kyu-jin could only say helplessly, you know I have no control over this. However, he was dissatisfied inwardly. Don't use Yoo-ju as an excuse. You are not worried about your artist's reputation. Yoo-jin looked at Kim Woo-sok, the former LS department head and current director of JN Entertainment. You are just fuming because you poured a massive amount of money into pushing Yoo-ju while Yoon Jae-il made it without that. He pressed further. What on earth is going on? Tell me. Yoo-jin gripped the paper in his hand. You know that contestant, Yoon Jae-il, the one who caused the social media storm, he then announced. She just signed an exclusive contract with LS Entertainment. Recalling the words spoken, if that is the reason, then I am out. Kyu-jin continued. Things got messy because HS himself personally intervened. Yoon Jae-il was set to make the cut without any backing, which is why this is so awkward. At that point, he looked in one direction. Speak of the devil, there he is. Woo Seok followed his gaze. So that is the person who caused this chaos and unfairness. He approached with Hyun-sung in tow. That is Kim Woo-hyun, right? His eyes bored into him. A voice rang out from the crowd. Look at all these familiar faces. Since it is the top 11 selection, are the planners intervening directly? Hyun Deok took the initiative to greet him. Vice President Park, it has been a while. I hope you have been well. He turned and replied, yeah. I used to see you often when I was still a department head. He then looked toward someone else. You remember my son Ha-jun, right? He was devastated after being eliminated in the one-on-one battle last time. Hyun Deok looked slightly flustered. About that, seeing this, In-tae laughed out loud. I am just joking. The result could not have been different back then, but he has been invited back anyway, so it worked out well. That person wearing the helmet. Looking ahead, he asked suspiciously. Is that HS, and Kim Woo-sok too? Not far away, the lights were turned off. Some have to pay a steep price to climb up, while others use the back door. Where's the joy in that? Woo, Eon spoke up sarcastically. How can you call it using the back door when the money invested is helping the show? Woo-sok slowly reached out. Woo Hyun, if you plan to keep working in this industry, you are bound to cross paths with me quite often. He gripped his shoulder tightly. But if you are going to act out like this just because HS is popular, what is going to happen to our relationship? Hearing that, Woo Hyun startled and stepped back. Changing the top 11 to a top 10 just for the sake of our relationship would not be right either. What is done is done. There is no use complaining now, is there? Those words easily provoked him. Or is all this happening because I turned down your offer last time? In-tae approached from a distance and interrupted. Who do we have here? Isn't this Kim Woo-sok? Woo Seok quickly greeted him. Vice President Park. It has been a long time. He looked a bit worried. What is with the atmosphere? Am I interrupting something? Woo-sok quickly replied. Interrupting? Not at all. Hearing this, In-tae seemed very satisfied. Good. You should act with a bit of courtesy. That is how it should be. Then he deliberately emphasized, and stop wasting time causing trouble everywhere. Woo-sok hit where it hurt, looked stunned. Causing trouble? What do you mean? In-tae nonchalantly exposed him. Oh, you are not. Then what were you discussing with manager Kim? He stammered, unable to finish his sentence. That. Well, the look on the other's face terrified Woo-sok. Vice President Park was no longer in the same company as him, but the fact that he held a higher rank was undeniable, so Woo-sok could not easily fight back. He asked again, why are you silent? Woo-sok bowed his head and spoke decisively. It was about scouting inviting him to another company. Then he could not help but explain. It is a bit embarrassing for a vice president to be personally involved in this, but scouting for other companies is not exactly rare in this industry. In-tae nodded understandingly. Right. The two of you worked well together, and Manager Kim is very productive, so it is not strange that you would want to take him with you. As you said, this industry is volatile, so job hopping is common. He gave him a sideways glance. But Kim Woo-sok, I was not asking about that. Behind him, Hee Lun-sung could not help but marvel. Whoa, how intimidating. In-tae stepped closer and whispered a warning, make sure you answer correctly. His voice then softened. I am the trouble between you and Manager Kim. Seeing no response, In-tae pulled out his phone. Oh, no answer again. I will have to suggest to Director Jaeon that we hold a meeting with JN Entertainment immediately. Woo-sok's entire body froze. A meeting. He gritted his teeth, thinking, if Director Jeon finds out I tried to poach an employee from another company, I won't survive in this tiny industry. Finally, Woo-sok took the initiative and bowed. I apologize, Vice President. I was being narrow-minded and picking on Woo Hyun for no reason. He gritted his teeth and took the blame. I am truly sorry for showing you such an unsightly side of your former superior, Woo Hyun. Please be generous enough to forgive me, and do not let Director Jeon know about this. Seeing this, In-tae remained silent. The advice that followed surprised Woo Hyun. Woo-seok, just stick to what you are capable of. Then he added sternly, lusting after what others have achieved will only bring you misery. With that, In-tae turned and walked away. Woo Hyun chuckled and whispered, looks like the sun's going to rise in the west tomorrow. Young Jin held the mic and shouted, Kasinger Star. Yes, finally, the top 10 selection competition has begun. Below, In-tae listened intently. This time, just like before, one person will be eliminated after each one-on-one battle. Jae-il, sitting among the contestants, also felt anxious. This is going to be a do-or-die match. Immediately after, Young Jin introduced. The first one on stage is contestant Kang Ha-jun, returning from the table a revival round. Ha-jun smiled slightly upon hearing the announcement. It seems that since Kim Da-jin withdrew, a spot opened up in the top 10 selection. He had questioned it before, so was I just chosen to fill the quota? In-tae had immediately denied it. No, that is not it. He then explained honestly. Did you forget what Judge Lee Young-ah said? The song Walking Together that you performed ranked second out of 20 songs. The judges unanimously chose you to come back. He did not forget to encourage him. You can do it, Ha-jun. However, Ha-jun was still slightly anxious. Even though he said that, seeing the massive audience before the stage, he thought, this comeback is probably mostly thanks to my looks and fan base. He recalled his conversation with Hyun-sung. Only 2 days left until the top 10 selection recording. I am still collaborating with HS, so time is tight, but back then, Ha-jun had declared boldly, I will do it. Perhaps this hectic schedule is the price I pay for my past mistakes. I will definitely debut with the title. On stage, the cheers echoed from everywhere. The miraculous winner. The lights shone down as the singing began. This sadness has nowhere to go. His clear voice resonated throughout the stands. Today, my heart feels even heavier. This long day has yet to end. Ha-jun focused entirely on the performance. There was no grand staging or dramatic lighting changes. The stage relied solely on the power of his voice. In-tae sat above, silently immersing himself in the melody. Jae-il could not help but be amazed as well. Jae-il watched him intently from a short distance away. Only the captivating, melodious music remained in the air. The voice seemed to touch In-tae's heart before fading out into the darkness. The audience was ecstatic. The performance was over, but no one could snap out of it yet. Slow waves of applause began to rise. Soon after, the entire stadium erupted in unison. Ha-jun stood dazed amidst the noise. This kid. Really? In-tae could not help but give a thumbs up. He suppressed the rising emotion in his heart. He is grown up. As the performance ended, he bowed to the audience. Kang Ha-jun had won the deathmatch as expected. Young Jin continued. Contestant Kang Ha-jun just returned from the revival round, so he definitely had less time to prepare than others. Yet you delivered a perfect performance. You must have practiced a lot, right? He stepped forward, took the mic, and replied, yes. Then Ha-jun smiled and continued, since this was my last chance, I practiced with everything I had. It was clear to many that although those who knew the truth behind the result were uncomfortable, Ha-jun's performance was truly a memorable stage. A male judge asked, is it finally time for the last deathmatch? Young-ah replied softly, yes, both contestants are chosen ones. Hyun felt a bit of anticipation. Finally, the live stage is here. He calculated, even though I said I would provide full support, I still need to see if they are worth the investment. On stage, Yoo-ju and Jae-il were ready. Both were guaranteed to advance, so the hype was assured. Jae-il began her performance. His face froze for a moment. While Jae-il was smiling brightly on stage, the melodious music echoed everywhere. Woo Hyun's eyes widened, his mouth agape. No way! The moment she began singing, he realized, this is completely different from her previous performances. The accompaniment complemented the lyrics perfectly. Since this is a singer Hyun-sun chose, I was not too worried, but saying she has superstar potential is a bit of a stretch. Thinking of current singers, Woo Hyun knew well that a celebrity must be someone the public can admire, and they must be ready to be admired. Ha-jun was one of those people. In contrast, Jae-il seemed quite insecure. Her demeanor so far looked like someone who did not know how to value herself. In the stands, some fans cheered excitedly. So thanks to Hyun Sung, she has finally been able to release the insecurities in her heart. Woo Hyun crossed his legs and enjoyed the show comfortably. A message from director Choi arrived. The director has seen the battle video between Kang Ha-jun and Yoon Jae-il. HS has brought them in, and it seems the director will be supporting Yoon Jae-il even more. Director Choi did not forget to add, make sure you train her properly, Woo Hyun. She might become the next Jung Aron. Woo Hyun felt invigorated after putting his phone away. Looking at Jae-il, he told himself, I have to do my absolute best. Everyone present knew well that the result of Yoon Jae-il versus Lee Yoo-ju was predetermined. Young Jin exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Our show has never had a precedent like this. The leaderboard showed 2 names. The judges had unanimously decided that both contestants would advance to the next round. He gestured towards the audience. And a total of 11 contestants will advance to the final round as the top 11. The top 11 selection round ended and was broadcast. Headlines appeared, Yoon Jae-il miraculously secures a spot in the top 11 again. K-Singer Star Top 11 finally enters the final round. Returning contestant Kang Hae-jun's performance reaches peak viewership ratings. News and online communities were quickly flooded with articles. Heated discussions broke out all over the internet. Ha-jun scrolled through the news and marveled. The debate is really intense. A message from HS arrived. When you arrive, just say you need to see HS at the lobby, and they will guide you to the studio. He turned off his phone and let out a long sigh. Phew! Ha-jun quickly steeled his resolve. I have to work even harder. The broadcast was soon rerun. The journey of the top 11 had officially begun. As news of the live broadcast spread, many gathered in front of their TVs. In a room, 3 girls discussed. Wow, Kang Ha-jun looks like a vampire duke today. I heard he was an idol trainee. I can't wait for him to debut. Hyun-ah blushed and thought, his dancing is pretty good. While her friends talked excitedly, my oppa will definitely be number 1. Hyun-ah had already become a total fan of Ha-jun. Suddenly her friend asked, Hyun-ah, are not you curious about HS's face? Hyun-ah was startled and stammered. His face. The friend became more serious. Every time HS is mentioned, you always go silent. Hyun-ah evaded me, did I? Her friend was confused. You are a fan cafe member, yet you are so secretive about being a fan. She could only laugh it off. Haha, guys, think about it. Who would want to be a fan of their own family member? On the TV, Young Jin's voice rang out. And now, we will announce the contestants for the top 8. Everyone must be very anxious. Let us start the countdown. He counted down slowly. 5, 4. The numbers echoed along with Hyun's nervousness. 3, 2, and finally, Young Jin held up his finger, and all 3 focused intently. Live voting has ended. Whoa. He explained the rules, combining the votes and the judges' scores. Only the contestants ranked 1st to 8th will move on to the next round. Young Jin's voice slowed down. The contestant in 8th place, winning the right to proceed, is, finally, he gave the answer. To be revealed in 60 seconds, Hyun's group shouted, what the heck? Her friend suggested, hey, why do not we try applying for audience tickets? I do not want to sit at home waiting forever anymore. The other girls stopped her. Registration for the final round is closed, and black market tickets are too expensive. The first friend still wanted to buy them. How much? I just got my paycheck. She named a figure. Even your whole month's salary. Her friends kept chatting. The price markup can be tens or even 100 million won. Hyuna thought black market tickets. She had texted him earlier, dearest brother, do you need me to do anything else? I have a favor to ask too, but are not you coming home today? Hyun Sung, used to this, thought. She is playing tricks to ask for money again. He texted back, spend it sparingly. A notification arrived. Webolsan Bank of Korea, you have received 1,000 K rubles from Min Hyun Sung. Hyun's eyes widened, her mouth agape. $1 million. In the LS studio, Hyun Sung commented. After listening to your practice recordings, I think you need to emphasize your pronunciation more in the chorus. Ha-jun listened intently. Understood. Hyun Sung paused for a moment. Ha-jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, is this another song you are working on? Hyun Sung followed his gaze. It is a song for the K-Singer Star finals. I heard the top 2 will compete using songs from me and Jaebol. Yejun immediately understood. A song reserved only for the finalists. A voice called from outside, Appa, it is Hyun-ah. Can I come in? Hearing this, Hyun Sung muttered. Time flies. Then he asked, is it okay if I let her in? She is my younger sister. I tried to schedule it so this would not happen, but practice ran long. Ha-jun smiled. Of course, it is fine. Hyun-ah burst in. Appa, about that 1 million won you sent earlier. The moment she saw him, she covered her mouth and screamed. Hyun-ah trembled. Kang Ha-jun. Hyun Sung acted nonchalant. What is all the screaming for? Is this your first time seeing a celebrity? She did not know how to explain. It is Kang Ha-jun, Oppa. Then Hyun bowed in embarrassment. I am sorry. I did not know you were here. Ha-jun quickly stood up. It is okay, please make yourself at home. She was incredibly excited. This is awesome, how can someone be this kind? Hyun-sung glared and approached. What are you being so shy for? Just say what you need. She suddenly remembered. Ah, the $1,000,000. Hyuna handed over a thick envelope. Actually, I came to return the money. I did not know your account number, so I had to come here in person. Hyun-sung gave a dry laugh. Why are you returning it? I gave it to you for pocket money. She said honestly, I still have the money you gave me last time. He instructed, then save it for later. Hyuna avoided the subject. No, it is okay. She felt guilty. Taking money he worked hard for just to buy black market tickets would be wrong. After a long silence, she said, I just need you to help me with something else. Hyun-sung asked, with what? Hyuna asked expectantly. I want to attend the Kaya Singer Star live broadcast. Can you help me? He thought to himself. The audience, Suddenly, I am reminded of when I was a judge for season 7 of Kaya Singer Star. She had asked back then too. Hyuna wanted to go with their father, but he had refused, saying their father would not be comfortable in a crowd. Hyun-sung stood dazed. I do not know why I refused such a simple request back then. I guess I was ashamed and did not want my family at my workplace. Hyuna waved her hands. If it is too difficult, it is okay. Suddenly, Hyun-sung said, I will get you 2 tickets. Then he turned away and whispered. Remember to bring dad to see the finals. Hyuna's eyes lit up. She confirmed. Really, Appa? He replied seriously. Yeah. In the office, Hyun-deok silently looked over the list. It was the day of the Kaya Singer Star Top 3 announcement. After today's live broadcast, 3 people would be chosen from the top 8 to advance to the semifinals. He glanced through the names. Naturally, the top 3 had been selected in advance, consisting of talented contestants whom the audience would find acceptable based on previous voting results. After considering it for a while, Hyun-deok whispered to himself, even though the program has achieved record-breaking viewership in the history of audition shows, we need even more solid numbers if we want it to be stable enough to continue for future seasons. Seeing someone passing by, he quickly called out, PD-sung, tell the writers to tweak the script a bit today. Then, Hyun-deok lowered his voice and said, the next round won't be a top 3, but a top 5. The expressions of the 2 people nearby went blank. What? One-on-one coaching by the judges. Yoo-jin walked over with the decision and explained, that is right. Instead of a 3-person semi-final as usual, we are expanding it to 5, and the 5 judges here will participate as one-on-one mentors. Someone could not help but protest. PD-sung. Was not this something already agreed upon beforehand? Another judge waited silently for an answer. It was not agreed upon before, but the contract terms clearly state a requirement to cooperate when requested by the producers. Young-ah finally had to speak up. But is this a reasonable request? Another quickly followed up, exactly. Do you think just notifying us is enough? Hyo-jin was immediately caught in an awkward situation. I understand your feelings, but thinking of the signed contracts, he could not do otherwise. We have paid a large signing fee and a very high per-episode salary to invite you all. With that, Hyo-jin bowed deeply in apology. The fee for this will also be added to the episode pay. Please understand our situation just this once. Those present could only sigh in frustration. At that moment, the participating artists were all present. Yes, finally the results are in. Ha-jun, Jae-il, and the others were all very nervous. Based on the combination of previous votes, judge scores, and live text votes throughout the broadcast, the contestants from 1st to 5th place will proceed to the semi-finals. He announced the rankings one by one. 5th place, contestant Kim Seo-kun. 4th place, contestant Sam Dane. 3rd place, contestant Lee Yoo-ju. Saying this, Young Jin raised his voice and pointed in one direction. And the winner of 1st place is, his face showed a hint of surprise. Contestant Kang Ha-jun. Ha-jun could not believe his ears for a moment. Me. Young Jin nearby continued. Contestants Yoon Jae-il and Kang Ha-jun have become candidates for the win, taking 2nd and 1st place respectively. Regrettably, contestants Lee Bo-yeon, Lim Ho-jin, and Cha Dae-hee will be eliminated this round. Thank you for your hard work. He was still in a daze. I did it. Ha-jun turned to his side with a bright smile. Jae-il was also clapping to congratulate him. He surpassed Yoon Jae-il. She said happily in a low voice, congratulations. Ha-jun's face went blank for a split second. After a pause, Young Jin continued the announcement. Now, we will announce some good news for the top 5 who have moved on to the next round. The judges had been waiting below for a long time. In the next round, the judges will become mentors and help each contestant prepare for their semi-final performance. Saying this, he turned to Ha-jun. So, starting with Kang Ha-jun, who took 1st place, please come forward and draw lots to choose your judge. He slowly pointed his hand toward a person. The judge who will be the mentor for contestant Kang Ha-jun is. A thought flashed through his mind. Please let it be HS. Young Jin shouted with a smile. Contestant Kang Ha-jun. The moment he pulled his hand back, Ha-jun was still stunned. Judge Lee Young-ah, Korea's best female vocalist. Young-ah clapped slowly below. Now it is the turn of contestant Yoon Jae-il, who took 2nd place. Ha-jun turned away in regret. Please, draw your lot. His eyes flickered toward one side. At this moment, Jae-il was holding the slip of paper in her hand. After the lottery, the selection of mentors, which looked like a prank by fate, was complete. A notice board appeared. Kang Ha-jun lives Lee Young-a, Yoon Jae-il Saits Las, Lee Yu-juits Jabel, Shim Dean Sen Kim Kwang-jin, Kim Seok-hunets, Won Jin Seok. Jae-il walked into the company lobby in a daze. It is so huge. I was only focused on signing the contract before that. I did not realize how luxurious this place is. She felt a bit nervous. Moreover, before entering, a loud voice suddenly called out to her. Uni, are you Jae-a? Fans from all over crowded around. This is amazing, I can't believe it. We were waiting for HS, but we did not expect to meet you. Jae-il was quickly surrounded by people. Uni, I am your fan. Do you know that thanks to your voice, my insomnia is gone? Your sweet voice makes my mind so peaceful. Everyone seemed incredibly excited. People are starting to recognize me. Jae-il could not help but feel bewildered. What should I do? Should I have prepared an autograph? This is the first time someone has liked me this much. I do not know how to respond. At that moment, someone approached from a distance. Yoon Jae-il Gilba. She was startled out of her thoughts. Oh, Ha-jun. She immediately remembered. Right, this person used to be a trainee at LS Entertainment. Ha-jun looked down at her. You are here to practice, right? He gave her a word of encouragement. Well, good luck. See you on the semi-final day. Jae-il quickly replied. Ah, yes. Then Ha-jun turned and left. He is so talented. Looking at his back, she marveled. The semi-final is so close. How can he be so calm? Then Jae-il suddenly realized. Oh no, I am going to be late. The practice with mentor HS is starting. A knock sounded from outside. You are here. Hyun soon turned and said calmly. Come on in. Are you ready? Jae-il replied very seriously. Yes, I am. Similarly, Ha-jun practiced diligently with young Ash. The intense one-on-one coaching sessions with the judges continued. She taught him with a serious demeanor. Elsewhere, other candidates were also practicing hard for their performances. Some were intently focusing on their vocal training. The doors to the stage remained closed, and finally, the day of the semi-finals arrived. Young Jin announced with his usual smile, we will begin real-time text voting. Please send the name or code number of the contestant you support. Behind the stage, two people were waiting. The first performing group was Jabel and Lee Yu-ju. Taking a deep breath, they reassured each other. The arrangement is perfect. Now we just need to do our best. Jabel patted her shoulder and instructed carefully. The dancers and the stage are set, so you do not need to make excessively large movements. Don't let your breath quiver on the high notes, and do not let your expression become too tense. Yu-ju suppressed her anxiety. Yes, as she turned away, he watched her silently. With just her voice, Lee Yu-ju still can't compete with the other rivals, so the training focused on bold arrangements and a flashy performance. His eyes held a spark of confidence. To create a stage that Yoon Jae-il has never and will never be able to show. Not far away, Yan Sung and Jae-il were also ready. If you are holding that Yoon Jae-il card, we will try to win with our own strength. Watching Yu-ju step onto the stage, Jabel cheered silently. Go for it, Lee Yu-ju. A powerful voice rang in their ears. The smoldering fire in my heart is bursting forth. Hyun Sung was slightly surprised. Oh, then he complimented silently. That is quite an impressive start. Jae-il's eyes lit up. Wow, she can pull off this style too. Looking at the dynamic Yu-ju before her, she was filled with admiration. She is pretty and super talented, while I can only repeat the same boring style. Hyun Sung finally had to remind her. Yoon Jae-il, close your mouth. She snapped out of it. Ah yes. I was being too loud, sorry about that. Hearing that, he said calmly. Our performance will definitely be cooler. No need to be that surprised. At that moment, Young Ah approached from a distance. Ha-jun, she was confused to see him dazed. Her eyes followed Ha-jun's gaze. It was in the direction of Hyun Sung and Jae-il. Seeing this, Young Ah spoke up again. Can Ha-jun, this is a crucial moment. Where is your mind wandering? Ha-jun snapped back to reality. Mentor trick. She stepped closer and reassured him gently. Ha-jun, winning or losing today is not important. What is more important is that you give a performance with your whole heart. He listened intently in silence. I know you do not want to lose on this show, but if you go on stage just to defeat someone, you will only exhaust yourself. Eventually, you will even forget why you picked up the microphone in the first place. In the quiet space, her voice echoed, a singer cannot be like that, a singer who forgets the reason they hold the microphone. Ha-jun's eyes suddenly flashed. The reason I hold the microphone. A voice rang out from the stage. Yes, and the next contestant. Young Jin shouted with a smile. Contestant Kang Ha-jun, mentored by Judge Lee Young. Ah. The audience below immediately hummed with excitement. Ah, he is so handsome. Seeing this, Young Ah also had to marvel. It seems Ha-jun is very well loved by the public, is not he? The person beside her immediately agreed. Of course, you can tell just by looking at his face. Fans everywhere were extremely excited. Great personality, great singer. I heard he has always been first in the previous rounds of voting. Ah, Ha-jun Appa, exactly. The number of members in his fan club is increasing at a breakneck pace. A perfect singer who lacks nothing from vocals to looks. Ha Jun began his performance. Standing on this stage to have a brilliant debut, he took a deep breath and reassured himself. I do not need to worry about other contestants. Just think about the path ahead of me. I can't understand the reason we broke up. His voice echoed throughout the stage. Yeon Sung also listened intently in silence. JL suddenly felt anxious. Mentor, there are so many singers with different unique talents here, she said with a calm expression. So even if I do not make it to the finals, it is not your fault. Ha-jun's performance ended quickly. That was the performance by contestant Kang Ha-jun. Right now, we move on to the next part of the competition. Yeon Sung suddenly spoke up. You are saying foolish things again. Before she left, he emphasized, you won't be eliminated. Understand. Jae-il smiled confidently and said, I will do my best. With that, she stepped onto the stage. Young Jin shouted from behind the stage, please welcome the final performance of the semi-finals from contestant Yoon Jae-il. He introduced her slowly. Contestant Yoon Jae-il, you received mentoring from the composer HS, who is currently the hot topic of Chang'an. May I ask with what mindset you approached this? She held the mic and answered clearly. The composer helped me with all his heart, and I have also prepared everything I could to repay that. Jae-il's eyes looked toward Hyun Sung. The fact that I can stand here today is thanks to everyone's immense support. Thank you all very much. He did not show any emotion. Young Jin exclaimed, oh, why do you sound like you are saying a final goodbye? Well then, let us enjoy the performance. Her performance began then. There is no power stronger than a singer's natural voice. Since I have chosen her, elimination is an absolutely impossible outcome. Jae-il lowered her eyes and focused on the music. The entire audience gradually fell into silence. A vibrant sound rang out, making Jae-il surprised. Up until now, that girl has only sung light songs. Has she ever sung to such a dynamic rhythm before? This is clearly a famous pop song. His eyes widened in disbelief. As the song began, the original melodies and vocals that were deeply etched in everyone's minds began to fade away. Jae-il sang confidently on stage, her voice fast and mysterious, following the rhythm a brilliant and attractive stage. The space harmonized with her endless music. I thought I would never see such a grand performance from Yoon Jae-il. Thinking this, Jae-il lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. The last act finally ended. Everyone has worked hard. Now all that is left is to wait for the results. On stage, all three stood neatly waiting for the results. Right now, we will announce the two contestants who will move into the top two and enter the final match. Young Ah said in a low voice. Lee Yoo-ju, Kang Ha-jun, Yoon Jae-il. It seems these three are the strongest candidates. Young Jin commented on stage. All three have shown excellent performances with distinct styles. At this point, he could not hold back his excitement. The two contestants who will advance to the final match are contestant Yoon Jae-il and Kang Ha-jun. After a short pause, Young Jin shouted, congratulations to you both. Then he smiled toward the screen. Who among them will be the winner? We will announce the total scores as well. Ha-jun focused on waiting for the results. On the other side, Jae-il could not help but be worried. Who will be the first place contestant in today's semifinal? Young Jin took a deep breath. The first place in the semifinal is, everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Contestant Yoon Jae-il. Jae-il's eyes immediately lit up. Contestant Yoon Jae-il has surpassed Kang Ha-jun by 120 points and secured the first place position. She became flustered for a moment. Oh, me. Seeing this, Young Jin understood. Ahaha, it seems contestant Yoon Jae-il thought she was going to be eliminated. Finally, Jae-il could only say, thank you so much. Jun's face darkened slightly. The judges of K Singerstar this time are also the most famous composers in Korea today, are not they? Jae-il and HS personally composed the songs for the final match. Hyun Sung and Jae-il were mentioned simultaneously. So, right now, we will play 15 seconds of each song they composed. Young Jin introduced slowly. With the advantage of being first in the semi-finals, contestant Yoon Jae-il will get to choose one of the two songs to perform in the final round. Ha-jun's eyes were fixed on her. The advantage of first place is the right to choose the song. Surely, Yoon Jae-il will choose HS's song. He did not forget to add, before making the choice, the contestants won't know which song belongs to whom. The chosen song could become your debut track, so please decide very carefully. Ha-jun immediately raised his hopes. They won't know beforehand. The music played immediately after. Now we will listen to the first song. In his heart, he prayed, please let it be HS's song. The whole audience listened to the song in silence. Then Young Jin continued the announcement. Next, we will move on to the second song. This must be a difficult decision, but we can't give you too much time. The music had just started when it made him jump. Ha-jun immediately recognized it. This song. Jae-il was momentarily stunned by the question. Have you decided whether to choose the first or the second song? She looked up toward him. Then Jae-il said decisively, I choose the second song. Young Jin looked surprised. Oh. Contestant Yoon Jae-il has finished choosing. Now, let us announce the composer of the second song that contestant Yoon Jae-il chose. Ha-jun was still silently praying, please give me a chance. Previously, Hyun Sung had brought over a draft. That is right, how is it? Byung-jae nodded while listening to the sound. It seems to fit, but why did you call me here? Thinking of him, he explained. Kang Ha-jun has the looks, the voice, and the star quality highly popular and versatile compared to a Yoon Jae-il who only relies on her natural voice. Jae-il was absorbed in her singing. Yoon Jae-il certainly has a better voice, but the public is often attracted to things that are already familiar. Saying this, Hyun-sung paused in thought. If it is Jae-il, he will definitely compose a song that is both mainstream and suitable for the competition, so this will be an advantage for Kang Ha-jun. Meanwhile, the song I wrote for Yoon Jae-il might be considered too complex and be rejected. Therefore, Byung-jae shrugged and interrupted, that will depend a lot on how Yoon Jae-il performs it, so help me train her. He immediately accepted. Yes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Your style, mine, and even Yoon Jae-il's. We all have something in common. Byung-jae laughed softly with satisfaction. Both finally reached an agreement. The morning sun shone down on the large building. In the recording studio, Ha-jun was practicing with all his might. Jae-il walked in and watched silently for a bit. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Looking at Ha-jun, he muttered, maybe he will win after all. Hyuna had brought her father there. Dad, I think that is our spot. This place is great. She smiled and made a hand signal. How come Appa is so nice today, giving us a place like this to sit? Inwardly, she could not help but feel worried. This is the spot Hyun-sung prepared for me. I hope I can enjoy the show, but since I have never been to a place like this before, I am suddenly feeling really anxious. He saw that, and smiled remembering. Actually, when I was young, my hearing was not good, so I could not go to places like this even if I wanted to. At this point, Hyun-ah patted his shoulder. Dad, look at me. Then she excitedly made hand signals. I will explain each performance to you afterward so you won't be bored at all. Is that okay, Dad? Seeing this, the father nodded slightly. At the same time, a shout rang out. Let us begin with the top two final stage. Young Jin announced loudly below. First, let us watch the teaser for the first contestant in the final match. Ha-jun's video was shown on the screen. What was the reason you participated in K-Singer Star? Kang Ha-jun answered honestly. My company and family recommended it so enthusiastically that I signed up right away. Another question was asked. What have you realized while participating in the program? Kang Ha-jun replied. I am very happy to have met many fans who love me. Finally, the interview team asked the question. Future plans. Ha-jun looked directly into the camera and answered. I want to be a singer who uses only his voice to express everything. The song that contestant Kang Ha-jun will perform in today's final match is. At that moment, Ha-jun was ready on the stage. He smiled and began to sing. The song, The Reason I Sing, composed by Jae-il, the audience was instantly drawn in. I will tell you why I picked up this microphone. Saying this, his voice softened. Singing with everything I promised myself long ago. Ha-jun's eyes carried a spark of hope. Even if I am ordinary now, one day everyone will listen to me. Endless praise rang in his ears. He has got another new style. That is so cool. Hyun-sung also nodded in agreement. Mum, it is indeed another new performance style. Well done. The audience below excitedly joined in the music. Today, I sing out again. Hyun-ah's eyes sparkled. She could not help but turn to her father. Dad, that song of Kang Ha-jun's just now was so full of youthful energy. This performance was top-notch. Dad, both grand and somehow very moving. Ha-jun was now wearing a radiant smile. He expressed an intense longing for his own dreams. Standing behind the stage, Jae-il encouraged herself. I must do this. Young Yoye was the first to comment. Kang Ha-jun captured the song excellently. His voice also clearly expressed his sincerity. This is a singer with potential. I am looking forward to contestant Kang Ha-jun's further progress. Next, Hyun-sung also praised him with satisfaction. Today's stage truly belonged to contestant Kang Ha-jun. In my opinion, his voice after so many rounds has truly shown. His voice echoed everywhere. It is as if you have completely made the song your own. Good work. Jae-il gripped the hem of her shirt tightly. If I make any mistake here, I will be eliminated immediately. Her face turned pale. I have to do really well. At that moment, Young Jin's voice rang out. Next, we will watch the teaser for the second contestant, Yoon Jae-il. Jae-il's face was shown on the screen. What is the reason you signed up for K-Singer Star? Yoon Jae-il answered directly. Because I am always looking for places that can help me show my talent. The interviewer continued. What have you realized while participating in the program? Yoon Jae-il lowered her head and said softly. I realized that I am a singer who deserves to be loved more than I thought. The same question was asked. Future plans. She answered firmly. I will try to express that through my song. At the same time, Young Jin introduced loudly. The song that contestant Yoon Jae-il will perform today is I Wish Time Would Stop, composed by HS. He slowly retreated backstage. Please, give her a round of applause. Jae-il gripped the mic and comforted herself. This is the final now, I have to perform perfectly. I can't let the composer's reputation be ruined. I do not want to miss this chance. She took a deep breath and looked up. I can't be like this, I am going crazy. At that moment, Hyun-sung was sitting there watching everything. composer. He carefully pulled back a corner of his hat and signaled, believe. His mouth slowly mouthed the word, in Jizdix. JL was stunned for a moment. Immediately after, she smiled. That is right, believe in yourself. I can do it, I must succeed. The stage lights suddenly went out. The audience was bewildered. Oh, the lights. JL raised her voice with passionate energy. Since the moment I appeared in this world, my footsteps have always been running without stopping for a single day. The audience listened in amazement. Please stop for a moment and listen. Everyone was in awe. Listen to my story. It is okay to stop and then keep going. The male judge commented with satisfaction. The structure of a pop song includes an intro, verse, pre-chorus, chorus, bridge, and outro. But this song, the atmosphere keeps changing as if each part is a different song. In his heart, he wondered, is it really okay to have a song that constantly shifts keys without any break? JL sang at that moment. An intense desire is rising within me. Her hands plucked the strings steadily to the rhythm. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Below the stage, everyone was shocked. Who is that person who just walked onto the stage? What? It does not look like a musician. Young-ah's eyes widened, her mouth agape. The organizers did not announce anything about this, did they? Hyun-sung smiled with satisfaction. After all, how could there be a supporting performer without the main star on stage knowing about it? Boom Jae calmly continued singing the next line. I will listen to your story. Realizing who it was, the two judges immediately jumped to their feet. Oh my god, senior. Boom Jae smiled to encourage JL, seeing that she quickly sang the chorus. I wish time would stop. Hyun-ah was quickly swept away by the music. Fans everywhere were buzzing with excitement. This performance is the absolute peak. I have goosebumps. How can someone compose such a brilliant song? And with Moonbeam Jae appearing too. Wow! His live performance is truly number one. On the other hand, some people express their disapproval. But is it okay to have another singer supporting them on stage like that? How is that okay? It is clearly cheating. Kang Ha-jun performed all by himself. Others argued back, but Kang Ha-jun had a whole orchestra behind him. Hey, how can you compare background music to a special guest singer? The performance ended, and Young Jin stepped out again. It seems the song has ended, but the atmosphere in this hall shows no signs of cooling down, does it? This was truly a surprise performance. Once again, please give a round of applause for contestant Yoon Jae-il and the special support. The screen displayed, Yoon Jae-il 419 points. Currently, Yoon Jae-il was leading Kang Ha-jun by 11 points. The text voting had ended. He then turned to the audience. Right now, the results are in my hand. Who will be the one to wear the first crown of victory? Both of them stood there in silence, waiting for the result. Right now we would like to announce the final champion of the music competition, K-Singerstar. And just like that, the final round of K-Singerstar ended. Within a single day, social media was abuzz with activity. Jae-il, with a radiant face, pointed at her phone screen. Look at this. On the search bar, the names of Yoon Jae-il and HS were at the number 1 spot. My name appeared in the real-time search keywords. Hyun-sung smiled gently. That is right. In his mind, he recalled the results of that day. The MC stood before the contestants, hyping up the stage. The victory belongs to an incredible number was gradually revealed. 7,815,418 votes for contestant Yoon Jae-il. She froze when her name was called. Jae-il's dream had come true. With a difference of 208 votes, Yoon Jae-il had won. At that moment she could not stop scrolling through several news pages. Do you see this? The online newspapers are full of news about me. Jae-il appeared in the latest news section of K-Singerstar. The miracle contestant Yoon Jae-il wins the vote and surpasses Kang Ha-jun. K-Singerstar, a brilliant duet between Yoon Jae-il and Moonbeam Jae. Yoon Jae-il wins the championship with the highest score from the K-Singerstar judges. Despite this, Han-sung showed no excitement. Is that so? She ignored his reaction and mentioned another thing. There is even a fandom for me called Yoon Blee, he simply replied. I know. Just then, Woo Hyun strolled in. Oh come on. The girl is so happy, at least you should show a little something. Hyun-sung's attitude barely changed. She has been like this for 10 minutes already. Woo Hyun laughed proudly. Winning is naturally something to be happy about. Hyun-sung quickly dampened the excitement. But it is all thanks to my composition and senior Moonbeam Jae's support. Woo Hyun offered no defense. Well, yeah, that is definitely true. He nodded in confirmation. Of course it is. Inwardly, Woo Hyun thought, it really is mostly thanks to him. The audience vote is a risky factor, so I was worried Yoon Jae-il would be at a disadvantage, but in the end, fans of Jae-il and HS participated enthusiastically in the voting. Recently, the number of members in Hyun-sung's fan cafe had surged, allowing the audience vote ratio to balance out. Of course, the finishing blow was the surprise support from Moonbeam Jae. Suddenly Woo Hyun remembered something. But did not you tell Jae-il in advance that Moonbeam Jae would be supporting her? Hyun-sung affirmed with a serious face. No. I was afraid if she knew, she would stop practicing hard. He then stroked his chin, thinking it was obvious. If it were me, I would probably slack off too. Woo Hyun turned pale at that unexpected move. That is pretty ruthless. A second later, he turned to Jae-il. Anyway, Jal, congratulations. Her cheeks turned red. Yes, manager. I am truly grateful to everyone. Seeing this, Hyun-sung quickly cut off their excitement. Yoon Jae-il, the road ahead is long. Don't be too quick to celebrate. As he spoke, his voice grew deeper. The title of an audition show winner is a double-edged sword. You said when you signed the exclusive contract that your life had changed completely, right? That is right. From now on, your life will change 180 degrees, and you can't go back to how it was before. These intimidating words momentarily frightened Jae-il. What do you mean by that? Hyun-sung did not just talk. He laid out the evidence. For every person who loves and admires you, there will be those who hate and envy you. On the screen was a sensational news headline, Casting a star, suspicions of favoritism. Are HS and Yoon Jae-il in a romantic relationship? She could not help but swipe through the screen. These comments. They were full of insults. It is clearly a clickbait tactic, just speculation, but it is suspicious. Actually, HS and Yoon Jae-il were seen together many times during the show. HS even used his super pass to save her once. Hyun-sung continued scrolling. There were many other articles with headlines that hit hard. Anonymous fan, isn't this cheating? It is not like she did it on her own. Anonymous fan, oh Kang Ha-jun wanted support too, but how could Yoon Jae-il invite Moon Byung-jae? HS must have called him. Anonymous fan, that makes sense. HS went a bit too far, he did not stop issuing reminders. Can you face misunderstandings or hatred like this? Only then did Jae-il truly wake up to the reality. She had already endured enough malicious words from people around her. She hesitated for a moment, looking at the screen, but finally just lowered her head and whispered, "It is okay." Jae-il remembered her own motivation as long as she could make music the way she wanted. She then declared frankly, "I can handle it." A moment later, her mood dampened slightly. "But I am sorry. It is because of me that the composer is being misunderstood too." Seeing this, Hyun-sung waved his hand to reassure her. Come on. He recalled the malicious comments and shared his thoughts. Being insulted by nameless anonymous people for no valid reason. Even with a strong spirit, it is hard to bear. Are you sure you are okay? A spark lit up in her eyes. Yes, I am fine. I have made it this far anyway. This is something I have to take responsibility for, so just leave it to me. Those were the only words she said, but Hyun-sung felt much more relieved. A moment later, he turned and gave an order. Manager, like you just said, go ahead and release the articles. Hyun-sung added a reminder, why keep them waiting any longer? This took Woo-hyun by surprise. He declared, confirming himself as Jae-il's support system. You do not have to endure everything alone. Then he sat directly in front of the computer to work. A company exists to handle groundless rumors like this. LS's legal team will deal with it immediately. Tomorrow, there will be an article about your exclusive contract with LS Entertainment. Hyun-sung's words made Jae-il feel incredibly warm. Whatever suspicions arise, the company will resolve them. You just act as if you know nothing and focus on your vocal practice. She did not know what else to say besides expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Truly, thank you everyone. I will do my best. Hyun-sung's voice remained calm. Don't cry. Crying will become a habit. He kept his eyes on the screen and said, crying does not help in this industry, you know? Woo-hyun walked over, crossed his arms, and teased. You are being too strict again. Hyun-sung rested his chin on his hand as if reminiscing. She never went through a trainee period like most people, so I have to be clear so she knows what to expect. Hyun said nothing, just looked at him silently. Sometimes, Hyun-sung seemed more like a veteran producer who had been in the entertainment industry for over a decade. Just then, Hyun-sung called out softly, Manager, Woo! Hyun accidentally glanced at the screen and showed clear surprise. There were hidden files he had never seen before. Since when did he have so many music files ready? Hyun-sung smiled with an implied meaning. Now that the wind is blowing, we have to push the boat harder to set sail, do not we? A moment later, the phone on the table vibrated. There were messages from Lee Young. You definitely have to come this time. The entire panel of judges will be there. You know what I mean. I believe you will come. Do you know the traditional Korean restaurant Bana? I booked a table at 7 of the clock. Don't be late. Since he did not attend the official rap party, they intended to hold a small party just for the judges. Hyun-sung looked helplessly at the notifications that kept popping up. Messages keep coming. Giving out my Kakao Talk ID instead of my phone number was a wise choice. Whatever, do not reply. Even as someone in the industry, he did not want to show up in unnecessary places. Just as he put the phone down, it vibrated again. It was Professor Kim Kwang-jin. Today, rap party. I heard you might come. It would be an honor to attend a party where I can freely share views on music with you. See you later. Accompanied by a happy emoji, he squinted his eyes, weighing the pros and cons. This person was much older than him. He could not just ignore the message. Actually, throughout the duration of KS Ingerstar, the professor had helped him a lot. Sharing musical views with Kim Kwang-jin, who was dubbed a living legend of the Korean music scene, was no small thing. After thinking for a while, Hyun-sung still could not make a final decision. Although it was a bit vague, based on their relationship, he should probably make an appearance. Minanyo go. So Hyun-sung texted back. See you later. Young, excitedly checked the result. He said, see you later. She could not help but exhale. Indeed, getting a message from Professor Kim Kwang-jin makes all the difference. Young also realized something. It turns out that guy was intentionally not replying to my messages. She clenched her fist and walked out with a huff. How insulting. I really wanted to collaborate with HS just once, even if it is just featured vocals. I am not some nobody. Why is he treating me like this? Whatever. Since I am determined, I must succeed. That is right. Today is the day. Just then, Kyu-jin walked in through the door. Almost everyone is here. He was a bit worried. I wonder if he ran into trouble on the way. It is still ringing. Suddenly, the sound of a song played from a nearby room. Just one more time. Give me that courage to not collapse before the fierce waves. Kyu-jin stood frozen at what just happened. Why are they suddenly playing a song like this? Young-ah was the same. An old cartoon theme song. A moment later, the room fell into silence. Hyun-sung walked in, drawing everyone's attention. Oh, he smiled, a bead of sweat still on his cheek. Sorry for being late. Hyun-sung was wearing a 3x4 helmet. There was a bit of a traffic jam. Among them, Kyu-jin quickly went to greet him. He laughed and suggested, it is just us here, take it off and be comfortable. Young-ah turned red and became more agitated. That is right, take it off. If his eyes were that sharp, there was a high possibility. He looked great in real life too. However, Hyun-sung directly refused. No, I just came to fill the seat, so I do not even have to eat. Yoo-jin could not argue with him. Well, at least have a toast with everyone, won't you? Young-ah was disappointed that he was so cautious. Fine. Just one glass then. They raised their glasses together. Cheers, to K-Singerstar. Hyun-deok began talking about the program. It would be great if everyone here participated in season 2. Do it, Kyu-jin smiled and joined in. That is right, we worked so well together. Join us. Hyun-sung laughed but did not commit. Haha, inside his heart, he started shouting. The inside of this helmet is like a portable sauna. During the live broadcasts, I did not even have a moment to take it off and breathe. It was miserable. There is no way I am doing this again. Suddenly, Jabel stood up and left the table. I am going out for some fresh air. He pulled a cigarette out of the pack. Jabel saw Hyun-sung walking out and invited him cordially. Is HS coming out to smoke too? Do you want one? He still kept the helmet on his head. No thanks, I do not smoke. This was contrary to Jabel's previous thoughts. Musicians were usually addicted to smoking. That is strange. You seem like someone who knows how to take care of yourself. I can tell. Since it was not the same reason as his, Jabel was a bit curious. Then why did you come out here? Hyun-soon did not answer but asked a different question. In a previous interview, did not you say you have a 1968 guitar? He was immediately drawn into the conversation. Oh, that. I had to bid forever to buy it. Are you interested in it? Hyun-sung expressed himself without hesitation. That is a guitar I have been looking for a long time. Jabel understood and smirked as he refused. Unfortunately, I treasure that one too much, so I have no intention of selling it. Instead, if there is a chance later, I will let you try it. He even added, do you know how to play guitar? He replied quite confidently, I might even play better than some professional guitarists. This was an answer Jabel had not expected at all. A second later, he smiled slightly and commented, I heard you are quite young. Thinking back, I started composing at your age too. A flashback of Jabel's came back. Back then, I thought the world was at my feet. I had money and fame from a young age, so I had nothing to fear. An unconscious smirk curled on his lips. I thought no one could be my rival, but it turns out I was wrong. Only now do I realize that a person can become my rival. Jabel waved his hand, full of confidence. Even a musical genius like Mozart was inspired when competing with Salieri. Hyun-sung stood by with his arms crossed and questioned, who is Mozart and who is Salieri then? Jabel was about to declare himself, but Hyun-sung was one step ahead and cut him off. Comparing yourself to Mozart. Is not that a bit conceited? Jabel startled and asked back, then in your opinion, who is who? Hyun-sung answered while checking his phone. Ning, considering age and other factors, would not I be Mozart? With that, he turned to leave. Mr. Salieri, please go in first. I have a quick call. Jabel was stunned by Hyun-sung's behavior. What the He silently watched his back as it faded away. A famous conductor of a symphony orchestra once said, actually, the conflict between Mozart and Salieri stemmed from Mozart's unpleasant personality and his issues with society. Jabel smiled and asked himself, everyone thinks they were enemies, but maybe they were indispensable to each other. One day they are tense rivals, another day they are solid allies. Thinking of this he let out a sigh. Should I quit smoking? A few days later, news about LS was all over social media. Official LS Entertainment signs both top 2 of KS Ingerstar Kang Ha-jun to officially debut this summer with a song composed by HS. KS Ingerstar, Season 1 winner, Yoon Jae-il signs exclusive contract with LS Entertainment. Hundreds of comments revolved around this signing. LS Entertainment is truly ambitious, grabbing the whole top 2 haha. If these two release songs at the same time, they will surely sweep the charts. The KS Ingerstar songs are already climbing the charts. Ha-jun is number 1, debuting with an HS song. He came back through the vote and put in all that effort. Finally, our Jae-il is with LS Entertainment. I just hope she walks on a flowery path from now on. Is this even reasonable? Both chose HS in the final round. Survived with a super pass, then dropped and came back, and finally took the top 2 and signed exclusive contracts with LS at the same time. Did you know LS brought both Yoon Jae-il and Kang Ha-jun in this time? It is shocking, but honestly, maybe they were already LS trainees. Their story is too dramatic and their skills are like they were professionally trained. Aren't Yoon Jae-il and HS acquaintances? Even Beam Jae came to support her. If they are not lovers, is not this too much favoritism? Woo Hyun scrolled through each page of information, thinking deeply. He could feel somewhat relieved. Finally, this rivalry was being noticed. So the one currently at the top is. On the screen was a prominent headline, the fierce competition between HS Yoon Jae and Jae Kang Ha-jun on the music charts. Who will be the winner? Suddenly Woo Hyun sat up, his hand slamming on the table. Oh, that is right, I knew it is up. Hyun Sung saw that and was confused. What is with that way of talking? Woo Hyun had not stopped his excitement. Your fan club often uses that kind of slang. Aren't you happy you beat your rival? Hearing those words, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Because of a quite simple reason, I have never seen anyone as my rival before. I just thought everything was beneath me. Suddenly, Jaebil's words returned to Hyun Sung's mind, but it turns out I was wrong. Now I realize a person can be my rival. Somewhere in his heart, he also longed for something, hoping Jaebil would stay around for a long time to compete with him. A moment later, near the elevator, a voice rang out. Huh, Jun? Let us go. He was awkward as In-tae kept following him. Are you planning to come along too? He answered nonchalantly. I have to show my face. Ha-jun was quite helpless against In-tae's current attitude. Truly beyond words. He was about to knock and enter when he discovered something. Oh, there was someone currently inside the recording studio. What is he doing? That person was none other than Hyun Sung. He was seriously editing each note. Ha-jun's cheeks turned red upon meeting his idol. Are they composing my song? Just then, Hyun Sung saw the figures outside. Aren't you two coming in? In-tae greeted him warmly and gave him a gift. Here, take this. I have cleared Ha-jun's schedule until the end of tomorrow. Despite that, Hyun Sung did not seem very satisfied. Only 2 days for recording might not be enough. Can you give me a whole week? Hearing this request, In-tae made his own decision. I will try to preserve his voice so it does not get strained. Ha-jun also wanted to say something. Vice President, about the headline, but he spoke sternly, intentionally interrupting him. What do you know? Stay out of it and let me talk to him. On the other side, he was surrounded by colleagues. Ha-jun, welcome to hell. You should have gotten an IV drip before coming here. Ha-jun, try your best to survive. Ha-jun clenched his fist, showing extreme effort. Why? Is everyone scaring me? Anyway, I have to do my best. I can do it. However, 10 hours later, he had to reconsider. I am a shiitake mushroom now. A male colleague burst out laughing as if it were normal. You are walking like a newborn fawn. A few seconds later, Ha-jun smiled awkwardly at the praise. But Ha-jun is really something, is not he? Yeah, that was faster than expected. We are going to go push someone else now, then wash our faces to wake up. Hyun Sung glanced at his current appearance and thought, oh, his skills have significantly improved. You will become a good instrument. On the other side, Ha-jun was dizzy. I can't do it anymore. I am a shiitake mushroom. Just then, Hyun Sung's phone rang. Ha-jun paused for a beat when he saw the information on it. Min Hyun, is it a younger brother? Ha-jun called out to inform him, composer, there is a call from, it looks like your younger brother is calling. Is it the person who came to the studio the other day? He chatted for a bit. Your brother must be as cool as you are. Suddenly, Hyun Sung's attitude changed. This is not good. He looked no different from a demon king going into battle. Get back to the studio right now. After taking that call, Hyun Sung seemed to become a different person. Demon King HS had descended upon the studio. He kept demanding from Ha-jun, again, keep the rhythm and do it over. Under the Demon King's harsh instruction, Ha-jun's debut song achieved the highest quality. Throughout the recording process, Hyun Sung continuously repeated, watch your breath, again. And just like that, Kang Ha-jun's debut song titled, Yun Sul, was released. Immediately after, it became a topic in several conversations. Have you heard Kang Ha-jun's new song? I listened to it as soon as it was released. Everyone praised the song. It is so good. Kang Ha-jun's first solo track, Yun Sul, had debuted. News outlets kept reporting on Ha-jun. KS Singer star Kang Ha-jun releases solo Yoon-sul. This summer, LS Entertainment states singer Kang Ha-jun will debut solo with Yoon-sul at 6 p.m. on the 15th. This summer vibe song climbed the charts perfectly. This is my summer. Is Ha-jun's voice this clear and refreshing? Summer is Ha-jun. What a great song. I never get tired of it. And then, on the day of Kang Ha-jun's first official debut stage, Hyuna was so excited she exclaimed, "Appa, you are the best." Hyun-sung, standing in the wings, took the opportunity to question her. "Did you just call Kang Ha-jun Appa?" She smiled and explained, "No way, I only have one older brother, Min Hyun-sing." He hurriedly covered Hyuna's mouth with his hand. "Hey, why are you calling my name so loud? Be careful, or all my effort wearing this helmet will be for nothing." With that, he carefully handed her an employee ID card. "Wear this." Hyuna took it but was a bit distracted. "But Appa, this is the hall. Why are you wearing a helmet here? Do you need to hide your face even from the TV station staff?" Hyun-sung silently hid his real face. Need to, it is more than just need. Experience had taught him that he always had to be absolutely careful, especially with people in this industry, from reporters to fellow entertainers. "I used to be a staff member, and I have heard quite a few stories about Min Hyun-sung. Haha. I heard he even has a younger sister, right?" Hyun-sung steeled his resolve. In his past life, these were the very people who had contributed to his downfall. In this life, he would not let that happen again. Just then, a voice over the loudspeaker announced, "The moon, please get ready for your sound check." Jiho's sharp features stood out clearly under the stage lights. Hyun-ah could not help but stare, her eyes sparkling. "Whoa, I think they are idols." Her excitement caught his attention, and he instinctively furrowed his brows slightly. Hyun-sung noticed Jiho's gaze and felt a bit puzzled. What is with that? Why such a fierce look? Stars with eyes like that were usually easy to read. They were either people who had been through the ringer in the industry, or, he turned away abruptly, seemingly no longer wanting to pay them any mind. People trying to survive even when they have hit rock bottom. A moment later, Hyun-sung caught Chan Young's gaze. This guy was not famous, nor was he part of any group Hyun-sung knew, so he likely was not very prominent. His style was that of someone who had spent a long time without fame. It was filled with raw determination. The boy's face lit up, and there was a slight tremor in his eyes. But then, a voice urged him to hurry. "Chan Young, move it." "Yes." Hyun-sung started to feel a bit annoyed. "Why is everyone staring at me? Is it because of this helmet?" Min Hyun probably did not realize it because he was too busy observing them. "Appa? Let us go watch Kang Ha-jun." He thought for a moment. "The moon, I should look into them a bit more." Meanwhile, she kept whispering in his ear, "Appa, are you even listening to me, Appa?" Hyuna's eyes grew even more radiant. "Can we go see him now, Oppa?" Hyun-sung helplessly nodded. "Alright, let us go meet your Appa." She patted his back lightly and teased, "Oh please. My real brother is right here." Once inside, Hyuna got her wish. "Your name is Min Hyuna, right?" She happily confirmed, "Yes, that is right." Ha-jun smiled and added, "That is a beautiful name." This clearly made Hyuna incredibly happy. "Thank you." Then, as she turned around, she saw Hyun-sung's mocking face. "See, look at how wide Min Hyuna is grinning. You are so happy to get an autograph from your Appa, are not you?" She blushed and snapped back, "Who is grinning?" Tae placed a hand on his shoulder and joined the conversation. "Our Haejun is so popular now. We should definitely hold a fan meeting soon." Haha, although the composer should probably hold one first, right? Ha-jun happily recounted some of his achievements. "The composer's fan club members are nearly as many as mine now. Videos featuring only the composer surpassed 10 million views a long time ago." There was one thing he did not mention out loud. Of course, at least 100 of those views were his own, and Tae used that to boost their image. Well, HS is the talk of the town after KS Singer star. But, he showed some concern. This guy wears a helmet even on TV. How can he hold a fan meeting? Ha-jun understood and laughed helplessly. "Ah, right. I wonder if he understands how the fans feel." On the other side, Hyun-sung was still teasing his sister. "What is wrong? Planning to just go home with your Appa? You are so childish." A few days later, dozens of gifts arrived for Hyun-sung. To HS, from the fan association. Woo! Hyun chuckled at the growing pile. "Are all of these gifts from your fans?" He scratched his head, unsure how to react. "Yes. But they keep sending radishes." He almost burst out laughing. "Are they all really just radishes?" In contrast, Hyun-sung kept a straight face. "There are other things too. Do you want to see?" First was a handwritten letter addressed to him. To the genius composer HS. "Hello, I am your fan, Kim Nuri. I first learned about you through Dear My Beethoven, and I was so shocked." To HS, from the fan association. Woo! Hyun read through it and could not help but marvel. He is as popular as an idol, is not he? Hidden behind the letter, he discovered something else interesting. What is this? A link. Woo Hyun quickly became intrigued. "Hello composer. I am Lee Chan Young of the Moon. I truly love your songs. The emotions from the riffs in your first song to your recent work, Yoon-sul, are things I will never forget. They truly touched me. I am writing this letter to ask for your advice on our songs. I know you receive many letters like this, so it is fine if you ignore it. It is just that, before our group disbands, I wanted to try my absolute best one last time, which is why I am sending this foolish letter. Just once, I want to repay the love of those who have supported us. I know not everyone can achieve this dream, but could you please consider looking at us just once? The link at the top is a song composed by our leader. We have truly put in our all, so I hope you can see the group's potential. Sincerely, Lee Chan-young of the Moon. I truly love your songs. The emotions from the riffs in the first song and the recent Yoon Seol. He felt a wave of admiration. He wrote so much. I am writing this letter to ask for your advice on our songs. I know you receive many letters like this, so it is fine if you ignore it. It is just, late at night, it was Chan-young who had poured his heart into those lines. Before our group disbands, I wanted to try my absolute best one last time, which is why I am sending this foolish letter, just once. Why are not we on the broadcast this time? After all that waiting, it is such a shame. I heard you have to pay a lot to get on TV, but this group has no money. I am going crazy. I want to repay the love of those who supported us. I know not everyone can achieve this dream, but could you please consider looking at us just once? The link at the top is a song composed by our leader. We are certain we should. I hope you can see the group's potential. Woo Hyun clicked the link and played the song. What do you think, Manager Kim? He nodded and praised. Not bad at all. Actually, it is quite good. Then it was Woo Hyun's turn. What do you think? Hyun Sung's face was expressionless. I do not know. He asked honestly, who is the moon? On the screen was a webpage related to the idol group. The moon is always grateful to our earth. Woo Hyun rubbed his chin for a moment before replying. From what I know, they debuted 3 years ago. Both their talent and looks are fine, but I heard the members all work part-time jobs, so they are called part-time idols. Hyun Sung tilted his head, probing deeper. Manager Kim, for a veteran like you, they have the looks and the talent. Why do you think they have not made it? Woo Hyun answered directly, without needing to think. Their company has no staff. They are the only artist. Based on that, Hyun Sung made a decision. Then how can they be supported? No wonder it is hard to get famous. Might as well just disband. However, he let out a long sigh. I heard their CEO poured all his money into the group. Even with no money left, he is still trying to make it work somehow. There are rumors he is working as a night shift driver to pay off debts. It is pitiful. Hyun Sung recalled something about Moon Seok from the past, selling the house, the car, taking bank loans, even borrowing from loan sharks. Our group has bet everything on this album. He had cast aside his pride and knelt on the floor. If I do not get a song, I will die. But in the end, no miracle happened. Breaking news, CEO Kim Moon Seok of CS Entertainment has been found dead at his home. The suicide note and recordings left by the late CEO Kim Moon Seok showed that it was all because of the composer. Woo Hyun's voice rang out again. Refusing them back then was the beginning. Perhaps the moon is my chance to lift the weight of the past. They are trying very hard, but you know that effort alone is rarely enough for success, right? Hyun Sung casually replied. That is true. He remembered Jiho's sharp gaze at the fan signing. It was not just guilt that made him want to give them a song. But he is the leader, right? That look in his eyes is not common. All it would take is for someone to reach out, and he would be ready to shine like a sharp instrument waiting to be played. Let us see what kind of sound these instruments will make. With that thought, Hyun Sung gave them a small chance. Manager Kim, can you contact the moon for me? They have made me want to reach out. One afternoon at a small stage, a soft voice sang out. We are the moon, orbiting the earth. After 12 cycles, we now run to your side. The moon. In other words, they were idols on the verge of fading away, always trying their best, but achieving nothing. Yet their lyrics were always full of love. I will hold you tight. Despite their best efforts, all they received was criticism. Who is the moon? I do not know. Just some nameless idols. How poor is our school that they invited has been idols. Why did not they invite someone famous? Jiho's smile became more robotic. Every performance ended in someone's disappointment. Even as things worsened, he still smiled and sang, I will hold you tight, sending their sincerity to the audience, even as they were ignored. Just so you would know who we are. That life had gone on for 3 years. One late afternoon, Chan Young received a call. Chan Young, stop being an idol. A performance that lasted less than 5 minutes. To perform for 5 minutes, they had to prepare their own costumes, do their own makeup, and pay for their own gas. You must be sick of it too, right? You have tried hard enough. You should face reality. He tried to suppress his sobs. But what about our fans? They look at us and support us. They want the same things we do. They struggle right along with us. Chan Young kept explaining, for them. Jiho had heard it all. He could not let go of that foolish dream. Jiho leaned against the wall with an exhausted expression. CEO. But the voice on the other end was pure excitement. Jiho, great news. You know HS, right? That name made his eyes widen in shock. HS. The famous composer with all the hits, the voice on the phone announced. He said he wants to meet you guys once. In person. To evaluate you. If it goes well, he will compose a song for us. A thought flashed through Jiho's mind. Finally, the world has answered, but then he felt a bit hesitant. When he first entered the industry, some people had promised, I can make you famous. If we succeed, 3 billion won is nothing. But first, your training fee will be 30 million won. But since you have talent, and then it became a burden for him. On Jiho, your remaining loan balance is 30,000 Bamansen. 1. On Jiho. The interest for the remaining loan must be paid on the 25th of every month. That made Jiho even more suspicious. How many scammers have asked for money while promising success? And now the legendary composer HS is saying he will give us a song. It is hard to believe. Woo Min and Chan Young were visibly overjoyed. Are we really going to meet HS? And this was the first time I saw how excited the CEO was. Moon Seok's face was as bright as a flower. Yes, please come in. This is our practice room. Jiho and the other members all bowed in unison. He kept asking himself, can we really become famous now? Yun Sing, still wearing his helmet, asked, what are you doing? Aren't you getting on stage? Soon after, he watched the moon's performance. I will be here to protect you too. You can find me anytime. My life exists because of your presence. Chan Young's vocals and expressions were quite impressive. I want to do everything for you. Moon Seok felt a bit nervous as he sat beside Hyun Sung. This is our members' song, composed by our leader Jiho over the past year. The song is called Resting Place, with the fans in mind. He stroked his chin, evaluating silently. Manager Kim was right. It is not that they lack talent, these four, when their voices harmonized, it created quite a good synergy. And of course, their stage chemistry was unquestionable. Where there is you, there is me, without you, even my existence is faint. Hyun Sung tried to isolate each person and came to a conclusion. Individually, none of the instruments stand out much, but when put together, lead Chan Young, this guy's voice is rich in nuance and stable. Like a lead guitar, Ju Woo Min a mid-low baritone. Fits Chan Young perfectly. Basically like a bass. Choi Jung Hyuk, the voice is thin but usable. High notes like a synthesizer. And finally, On Ji-ho's raspy tone highlights those synthesizer-like high notes. Is this voice a distortion sound? After a meticulous review, Hyun Sung nodded with satisfaction. When combined, they can create a decent chord. Unconsciously, he voiced his internal judgment. It is not as bad as I thought. Hearing that, the CEO's face lit up with anticipation. Then you... Before Moon Seok could finish, Hyun Sung declared directly, but I have no intention of editing this song. Use mine instead. They all stared wide-eyed at his decisiveness. Hyun Sung left his seat to walk around and inspect the area. Is there a room equipped with a control room or equipment? Moon Seok looked a bit awkward. Well, about that. I am sorry, we usually use an outside studio. He understood and did not complain. It was expected for a mid-tier company. He suggested an easier option. Then can we connect to something like a Bluetooth speaker? Jung Hyuk immediately volunteered. I will get it connected quickly and accurately right away. At the same time, Hyun Sung pulled a song from his phone. I have a song ready. I was going to scrap it if today did not work out, but it looks like it might fit. Listen to it. The next steps will be done at my studio. Moon Seok asked hesitantly, so you mean? His eyes sparkled. You will guide us through the recording process. He confirmed directly without a second thought. That is right. I am the executive producer, so I handle everything. Or have you already found another producer? Moon Seok bowed his head in gratitude. No, we have not. Thank you. Thank you so much. By this time, Jung Hyuk had finished his task. The speaker is connected. Hyun Sung connected his phone and played the song. Alright, I will play the music now. A melodious track that combined elements of the mountains and the moon. Moon Seok froze as soon as he heard it. The band members had a similar reaction. Electronic music. This song. In just a brief moment, Jiho was certain, this is definitely a hit. However, something still made him feel uneasy. Conflicting thoughts swirled in Jiho's mind. This is a huge opportunity. HS gave us a song. We just have to follow it. He lowered his head and stammered. The song is truly great. The voice in his head kept screaming, don't say anything else. Don't say it. Absolutely not. For the sake of the group. But then Jiho remembered the fans' smiles. The moon's music is truly wonderful. For the sake of the group, he finally spoke his mind. It is just. It does not seem to fit our group's style very well. Hyun Sung crossed his arms, unsurprised. Why do you have such a foolish thought? Jiho still knew where the group's original goal lay. The Moon is a group with an urban R&B style, but the song you just played for us is completely different from the style we pursue. Until now, the Moon has always sung songs I composed. The fans love our music for that reason. As he spoke, Jiho grew more flustered. If we change the group's style now, those fans. Before he could finish, Hyun Sung threw a cold bucket of water on him. Then continue as you are and fail again. He pointed out bluntly without any reservation. I think you are misunderstanding something. The song you composed is merely unfinished. You do not want to change, and you do not want to fail. So, what exactly do you want? To his surprise, Jiho shouted. It is not an unfinished song. Despite that, he remained calm and demonstrated it to him. But if it were me, I would not have done it that way. Hyun-sung even wanted to give a demonstration in front of them. If you do not believe me, let me show you. The intro should probably be. The keys rang out softly and ethereally. It was the melody of the song Jiho had composed. Even Young Hyuk was stunned for a few seconds. No. This arrangement. After listening to a segment, Woo Min realized it too. There is no sense of being forced or anything unpleasant. You could listen to this melody forever without getting bored. No way. Can just an arrangement make it feel this different? This made Jiho realize a few things. As soon as he heard that melody, he knew. No matter how much I want to convey my feelings to the fans, my current song can't do it. This person is perfectly expressing the emotions I want to send. While playing the piano, Hyun-sung thought to himself, "On Jiho, you do not deserve to be a leader at all." Only then did Jiho realize his mistake. I am sorry. My opinion was wrong. He asked a serious question. Is what you truly need right now your fans? Each step Hyun-sung took closer brought a different statement. If you truly care about them, you must do your best to become famous. If you only think about saying thanks for believing in us but we can't continue, then that is an irresponsible act. In this industry, when you succeed, you get more chances to sing another song, to stand on stage once more. Do you know what happens then? Chan Young answered for him, eyes wide. The fans will be happy, right? Hyun-sung's next words made Jiho wake up. You will have the opportunity to sing the songs you want to express. Your song is indeed unfinished, but it is not at the level where it should be thrown away. I have rearranged and reused it for you to this extent already. If the fans love your current music that much, get famous and sing for them as much as you want. But of course, everyone will just like my music more anyway. His eyes turned red, and a thought crossed his mind. Now I understand why everyone acknowledges this man. He thinks of things that others never even imagine, because he helped even more people hear their music. Jiho bowed 90 degrees in front of Hyun-sung. Composer, I am truly sorry. And thank you so much. Now Chan Young and Woo Min could look at each other and smile in relief. Then they all took turns thanking him. We will do our best. Please guide us further, Hyung. Are you crying? Dust got in my eyes. Seeing them like that, Hyun-sung thought, all that over this, they are already crying. At the same time, a man was watching him and smiling. HS has entered the TM Entertainment building. This man had captured an image of Hyun-sung wearing his helmet. This is going to be hot news. A few days later, the members of the Moon, dressed neatly, went to Hyun-sung's building. They could not help but marvel. The LS building is huge. This is Mr. HS's office, right? Young Hyuk felt a bit nervous. But why is no one answering the door? Jiho thought to himself. Is this the power of a famous composer? Just then, his office door was pushed open. The person who stepped out was none other than the pink-haired guy. Who are you? The four of them stared wide-eyed at him. Following behind the pink-haired guy was Hyun-sung, who had taken off his helmet. These are the instruments I am about to assemble. The story had started a few days ago when Hyun-sung was composing and Woo Hyun walked in. What are you doing? He did not even spare him a glance. I am coming up with ideas for a song. I think Yoon Jae-il should sing this one. Can you call her here to help me? Woo Hyun decided to stay a few seconds longer. But let me give you a gift first. Hyun-sung's hands paused on the keys. What gift? He handed over a stack of A4 papers. Here. Your gift. Hyun-sung took it with some suspicion. What is it? Woo Hyun casually explained. A contract renewal. It is about time we renewed ours, is not it? He even spoke politely. Thank you for your hard work over the past year. Hyun-sung's hand glided over the paper, but his mind was full of thoughts. Thank you. Strange. Initially, he had only come here for the money. He did not even need to reread it before signing his name. But suddenly, he found it strangely interesting. Woo Hyun suddenly made an offer. All right. Since you have signed, do you want to take a break for a while? Even Hyun-sung was surprised. That is unexpected. He laughed and held his phone out to him. The company even supports vacation fees. But first, look at this. I registered an official SNS account for Jae-il, but I forgot to check her previous posts carefully. It seems she used to post on Twitter every day like a diary, expressing how much she missed her parents. But everyone's reaction is very positive. Many people emphasize with her. Some posts go like this. If there are memories, surely there will be more longing. But because there are no memories, even longing is impossible. Do mom and dad miss me? Why did you leave me all alone in this world? Why did not you take me with you? Please do not let go of my hand, take me with you. I will prove my success to you, so in my dreams, could you please hold me tight and be proud of me? After reading those lines, Hyun-sung remembered his little sister. Come to think of it, Hyuna had also said she missed their mother even though she had no memories of her. But he had told her she was the spitting image of her mother and she only needed to look in the mirror to see her. Seeing him dazed, Woo Hyun called out loudly, Hyun-sung, are you even listening to me? Anyway, the reaction to Jae-il is very good right now, so just finish up the song you are working on. You said this song had to be sung by Jello, right? Once you are done, take your leave and relax for a bit. By the way, spend some time with your family. If you keep working like this, you will burn out. No matter how much Woo Hyun talked, Hyun Seung would only give a single nod. Suddenly, he remembered something else. Come to think of it, Hyun's summer break is coming up soon, right? Hyun Sung's suggestion made Hyuna indescribably happy. A trip, I am in, Appa, definitely going. She spoke up excitedly. Where are we going? Where is it? He requested softly. Think about it first. Europe or wherever is fine. Hyuna fired off several questions in a row. When are we leaving, Appa? At this, Hyun Sung looked at the recording monitor. Let me finish my work first. Anyway, I am hanging up now. I have to get back to work. She said one last thing before hanging up. Okay, I will ask Dad where he wants to go. Good luck, Appa. Hyun Sung looked at the phone screen as it dimmed and smiled. Look at her, so giddy. Is she really that happy? Well, except for that time in Japan, the whole family has never really gone anywhere. Just then, he received a message from Jiho. Then we will see you that day. We will bring the members to the composer's studio. Thank you so very much. Yoo Sung felt a sense of satisfaction. Just need to finish recording the Moon's song and Yoon Jaeil's song, and that is it. Let us see, the Moon's track. Back to the present, Jiho was in the booth to begin recording. While Hyun Sung was busy working, he received a message from Hyun Appa, when will the work you mentioned a few days ago be finished? Are we going on the trip? He had thought everything would go smoothly. Wait a bit. I have to finish this before we can go. But he could not do a sloppy job. The problem was, Hyun Sung muttered to himself, the pronunciation is wrong from the very start. Then he spoke directly into the mic. If you keep going like this, your voice will be ruined in no time. Faced with that reminder, Jiho corrected himself seriously. Let me try again. To his surprise, the composer shook his head. No, singing a lot does not necessarily make it better. Hyun Sung understood one thing clearly. Pronunciation cannot be improved after just one practice session. Furthermore, if the wrong method is used for a long time, it becomes a chronic habit, which is even harder to fix. They need to learn correct pronunciation from an expert, but I can't personally train every member. Since they are not under LS, I can't have them work with the LS vocal coaches either. I need to find someone who can help them. After thinking for a while, Hyun Sung came up with an idea. Jiho, come here. His declaration left the pink-haired boy stunned. Step out. Starting today you will relearn pronunciation from Kang Ha-jun. Hearing this, Jiho could not hide his confusion. What? He once learned from a famous coach. His pronunciation is precise and standard. Hyun Sung realized what the issue was. What, does your pride hurt because you are learning from a junior who just debuted? Jiho clenched his fist and swallowed his pride. No, it does not. He did not care much about that. Then from now on, Kang Ha-jun will be your coach and guide your pronunciation. The pink-haired boy spoke up awkwardly. I look forward to your guidance. Mr. Kang Jung-hyuk chimed in upon hearing that. In terms of earnings, Ha-jun is definitely the senior. Woo Min approached and gave a serious reminder. We may be poor, but we have not lost our self-respect. He could not help but tease. Or maybe we are so poor that our self-respect is gone too. Once the recording is done, there probably won't be a reason to come to LS anymore. What a shame. It is weird. Even though the exercises are brutal, it is actually fun. Woo Min did not waste any time listing a dozen good things. The cafeteria is great, the gym is huge, and the workspace even has its own recording booth. Inside the studio, Jiho thought to himself, I really want to tell TM that one day we will have a building like this too, but now is not the time to feel inferior in front of Kang Ha-jun. So he went out and said to Hyun Sung, Composer, are you free tonight? I do not plan on sleeping. This took him by surprise. Why? A firm determination shone in Jiho's eyes. After I am done practicing, I want to start recording immediately, so I hope you can give me more guidance. Woo Min stared wide-eyed at this sudden decision. Once you enter that booth, you won't come out for at least 6 hours. Young, have you lost your mind? Chan Young did not say anything else, only silently telling himself, I have to work harder too. Time passed until late afternoon at the LS Entertainment building. A man walked up and started a conversation with Hyun Sung. I heard you were recording, so I came to take a look. Who is that guy? He did not turn around but replied nonchalantly. He is the leader of an idol group from another company. Jiho's face was full of confidence and a desire to learn. Seeing that, Beam J smiled slightly. What do you think of him? It seemed the answer was already clear in his mind. Just looking at him, I feel like he is going to cause a sensation. The older man laughed at these words. That is a nice comparison. At that point, Young Hyuk added, I think so too. This guy might just shake up the entire music industry. Hyun Sung nodded in confirmation. That is why I gave them a song to create a literal explosion. It is on the right track. The senior could not help but let out a knowing smile immediately after. Boom Jae's eyes did not leave Jiho for a second. I also want to see how far this boy can go. In that case, so Beum Jae decided, let us lend a hand to help him make it happen. A man hiding behind the corner of the wall smiled to himself. HS entered the TM Entertainment building. His hand touched the photo of Hyun Sung's back. This is big news. The man silently speculated, there must be something between TM Entertainment and HS. He placed a small notebook lightly on the table. I must hunt down an exclusive scoop today. Meanwhile, on the first floor at the LS Entertainment Cafe, Jin Seong smiled and thought, I heard Moon Byung-jae came to LS Entertainment today for a meeting, so even if it is not about the relationship between HS and TM Entertainment, just getting information about the guest lineup for this concert is enough for an exclusive. Waiting at the cafe for so long started to make him unhappy. But when are HS and Moon Byung-jae coming out? I even skipped the rookie girl group showcase to follow this. Just then, Jin Seong heard a familiar sound. Thanks for today. The Moon group was having a conversation nearby. It was nothing. I just took some time to help out. Hyun Sung offered a word of praise. Thanks to you, An Ji-ho's pronunciation has improved significantly. Hearing this, Jin Seong was as joyful as if he would struck gold. Kang Ha-jun helped An Woo-ho at HS's request, acting as a pronunciation coach. Then it is definitely related to HS going to TM Entertainment. There is not enough exciting info to write an article yet. He painted a fantasy in his head. It is the moon. Could it be they are moving to LS? If so, they will become idols trained by HS. Meanwhile, they were busy thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Kanadza. HS, thank you. Composer, thank you so much. A look of cunning appeared on Jin Seong's face. The part-time idol group, with mediocre results, is now being pampered by a genius composer. This is a hot story. He successfully came up with a new headline for the article. That is it. HS's idols. HS's weak point, the moon. Everything Jin Seong was doing was aimed at Hyun Sung. This will definitely blow up. Just you wait. HS, on a typical day, Ji-ho and the members were practicing. Choi Jung-hyuk, keep the rhythm. He was so focused that he forgot everything around him. Let us start again. 3, 2, 1. It was a message from Moon Seok, director, Ji-ho. Something big happened. Have you seen the article? While Jung-hyuk was panting for breath, Ji-ho's voice rang out. Come on, there is no time to stop. Move on to the next part immediately. His legs were already trembling, unable to support him. After struggling for a while, Jung-hyuk collapsed to the floor from exhaustion. He could only sigh and say, I am sorry, my legs have given out. Seeing this, Chan Young said worriedly, Young, let us take a break. Unexpectedly, Ji-ho brushed it all aside. No. Stand up, Choi Jung-hyuk. Woo Min stood silently observing the situation. I know he is determined, but since the recording finished, Ji-ho Haing has become even stricter. Every day, they practiced so much they almost lived at the studio. They did not even know if it was day or night. Ji-ho reached out toward Jung-hyuk. Even if you are tired, you have to stand up, Choi Jung-hyuk. He boosted the team's morale. This is our last chance. We have to give it our all so we do not have any regrets. These words provided fresh motivation for him. Practice the part once more, and then I will let you rest. Jung-hyuk's heart softened slightly. That is right, since he is the leader. Instantly his energy returned. Let us go, Chan Young, Woomin, let us bury ourselves in the practice room. Chan Young joked with a smile. No way, I want to be buried on stage. Jung-hyuk, a bit embarrassed, corrected himself. Me too. Seeing their spirit like that, Ji-ho was somewhat relieved. Keep it up everyone. Just one more practice, and then I will go buy drinks. At that moment, Moon Seok, having received no response from him, called directly. As soon as he picked up, the person on the other end shouted, Hello Ji-ho. His voice was frantic. Have you read the article? Ji-ho asked blankly. What article? Moon Seok urged. Check the link I sent via message immediately. It was the personal page of a YTM reporter, HS's idols, the moon preparing for a comeback. The moon enters its third year, having moved to LS Entertainment and preparing for a massive comeback. The information about the moon and Hyun Sung was very clear. LS's exclusive composer, HS, will take on the role of their producer. Previously, HS proved his ability by turning Young Ah-rin, an eliminated trainee, into a star. Whether he can revive the moon this time is a topic of great interest. Reported by Kai Jin Seong. In particular, the comments below were all negative. Crap, is HS just taking over the group that a small to mid-agency CEO worked so hard to build? But having HS on board is solid. Since the composer is doing well, he is planning to penetrate the idol market this time by picking an idol raised by someone else. Another person argued, honestly, using HS's name to promote idols is a bit weird. The comparison is already lopsided. Aside from the criticism, a segment of people were looking forward to the next product. Let us see how the idols trained by HS turn out. With that level of composing ability, he can probably create idols too, but I wonder what kind of performance they will give. Ugh, the wait is killing me. I do not know who the moon is, but if it is an HS song, it is worth listening to. Standing out was a comment from a fan of the moon. Our Woomin from the moon is a kid who has worked very hard since he was little. If you are a fan of the moon, use this chance to listen to Woo Min's amazing vocals. Ji-ho was quite shocked by that information. What is this? Seeing his unusual expression, Chan Young also looked over. What is wrong, Young? He became more agitated. This is clearly tabloid trash. We did not sign a contract with LS. We are still under TM Entertainment. Moon Seok could only sigh upon hearing that. Yeah, I know. But that is not the problem. Ji-ho was worried about Hyun Sung. What about the composer? He will have to endure these groundless rumors. I have to talk to HS first. He informed Moon Seok. I am going to call him right now. As soon as he picked up, he noticed the frantic tone on the other end. Composer, have you seen the article? Ji-ho took the blame upon himself. I am truly sorry that this happened because you are producing for us. I will immediately correct the misinformation. Unexpectedly, Hyun Sung was strangely calm. Hey, no need. Just leave that article. He had a different thought. More like, let us take advantage of it. For now, do not pay any attention to it. The next words left him stunned. I am disappointed. He did not hesitate to use cutting words. I thought you understood this industry well, but it seems I was mistaken. Ji-ho was too shocked to react in time. What? Hyun Sung emphasized every word. Don't show this weakness in front of me. It is a real buzzkill. No matter how good the song is, how can an idol group that has never succeeded achieve good results without media support? The chessboard is already set. You have to know how to utilize it fully. You are the leader, after all. These words were like salt in Ji-ho's wounds. But after thinking it over, his clenched hands relaxed. Ji-ho nodded, thinking of how to exploit the media. I understand. Then, to his surprise, Hyun Sung was one step ahead. Ah, you have not read the other article yet, have you? Ji-ho went from one surprise to another. Huh, another article just then. Chan Young also cried out, Young, look at this. The Moon Group chat, director, everyone, read this article. Without waiting for Ji-ho to find out, Hyun Sung revealed it himself. It is about your group being invited as guest performers for Moonbeam J's concert. This news was absolutely shocking to him. Well, he replied nonchalantly. You really did not know. On this end, Hyun Sung smiled and added, I just finished the interview with reporter Ki Jin Seong, and the article was published immediately. Dozens of news reports flooded in, leaving Chan Young amazed. Young, this is incredible. The article had a very prominent headline. HS chooses boy group The Moon for comeback on the 7th of next month. The content inside was quite polished. Sharing the reason for deciding to give the self-composed track Le Soul to the boy group The Moon, believing they are the best performers for this song. What is even more surprising is that The Moon has been invited as one of the guest singers at the nationwide concert of LS Entertainment's representative artist, Moonbeam J. Jung Hyuk was wide-eyed and could not believe his ears. Senior Moonbeam J's concert. Idols have never been invited before, right? Though he did not fully understand yet, Chan Young still nodded in confirmation. That is right. Only those with a massive reputation in the country get to appear. Jung Hyuk looked at his phone screen with a flushed face. Is it really us? Are we really going to perform? Recognizing their excitement, Hyun Sung quickly dampened it. Ah, but it is not like you can participate just because you want to. You have to prove that you are capable enough to do it first. He already had something in his hand, Yoon Jae-il's debut plan, themes, and direction. Theme, Risk of the Image Yoon Jae-il showed on KS Star Fading. Therefore, decision to use Yoon Jae-il as the theme, bringing a sense of freshness. After the Moon's debut, we will have Yoon Jae-il debut immediately after. Whether you end up as just a media play gimmick, or truly make a name for yourselves depends on you. No matter how good the song is, if the stage has no impact, your names won't be remembered. Let us see if you are capable of competing with the KS Star champion and rising to the top. Why is the room closed? The debut planning meeting for Yoon Jae-il is in progress. Namil held the list and requested, PR team, begin the brief report. The presenter began their report. Yes. First, Yoon Jae-il's story was previously revealed in the recent audition program. After that, her personal SNS posts were discovered by fans and quickly became a hot topic. This is a good opportunity for us to utilize and lead public opinion in a favorable direction. Major entertainment programs have already booked talk shows. Therefore, this time's concept will be a completely different Yoon Jae-il. Previously, she was a lonely and deprived person, but now she has transformed into a radiant star. Yoon Jae-il is a massive diamond in the rough discovered through KS Star. So what? Young rubbed her chin, noticing a problem. This style sounds a bit outdated, does not it? I think we need to adjust the direction to be more suitable, the presenter argued with her, but regarding the concept, Jae-il could only intervene flusteredly. Calm down, let us not fight. He frowned and expressed, is the release schedule for the Moon's new song at the same time as Yoon Jae-il's debut? Yes. If we want to surpass them in terms of attention, we must stand out significantly this time. The presenter could not help but turn and question Hyun Sung. But why is HS writing songs for the Moon? They are not artists under our company. He took the brunt of that anger without saying a word in explanation. A second later, Hyun Sung gave a blunt answer, because it is interesting. His eyes were full of confidence. If you want to attract public attention, do it my way. Seriously, an ordinary Yoon Jae-il winning among mediocre idols sounds boring. Hyun Sung began painting a future for both sides. If we are going to play, let us have artists receiving songs from the same composer, but Yoon Jae-il crushes them with her own talent and voice. That is the direction to make her truly shine as a diamond in the rough. Outwardly it was like that, but inwardly he thought differently. Anyway, I am only doing it for fun. However, Hyun Song was quite dedicated. But focus on Yoon Jae-il's debut. I have given you a song powerful enough to create a massive explosion. How it is presented depends on Yoon Jae-il and you all. His eyes flashed with a hint of hidden meaning. As for the rest, how the scales will tip depends on the moon. At the moon's waiting room, someone called out loudly, "Chan Young, come here." He replied immediately, "Yes." Jung Hyuk pulled his shirt up to reveal six-pack abs. "What is up with you?" Chan Young was helpless against this teasing. "I know your abs are firmer now." "Okay, geez, how many times have you shown off already?" Hearing that, he puffed out his cheeks in protest. Confidence, got it. This is where confidence comes from. Chan Young, look closely, my abs look better now, right? He could only turn away helplessly. Jung Hyuk seems like he is a bit nervous. He has been relying on his abs for morale this whole time. Understanding that, Chan Young smiled reassuringly. Calm down. Our album pre-orders are doing quite well. A hand was placed on his shoulder. That is thanks to the composer's fandom. Jiho appeared looking formal. Today, we have to prove for ourselves how valuable this song is. The moon, Woo Min chimed in. Why am I feeling more nervous than at our debut? Jung Hyuk suddenly found some information. Huh, he cried out, startling everyone. Oh, I got a message. Chan Young felt a bit scared hearing that. What message? The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It is not Jung Hyuk's parents, is it? He once defied his family's opposition to come to Seoul, and he promised not to return until he succeeded. It would be great if he got a message from his parents. Chan Young went to confirm it. Actually, it is from the composer. Jung Hyuk was a bit surprised. Huh, I can't believe I am receiving a message from the composer. It was a message the main character had sent. Message, do a good job, you hear? Chan Young could not help but comment. For someone who never answers questions unrelated to practice, this is quite a surprise, so it was the composer. However, this made Jiho even more nervous. It is probably a threatening message saying if we are not successful with his song, we are dead. Just then, a staff member came in to announce, the moon, prepare to go on stage in 3 minutes. He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Before starting, they stacked their hands on top of each other. Jiho, as the leader, spoke first. Even though this is just a performance and not a music show, we still have to give it our best. Jiho reminded everyone in the band, because that is why we have worked so hard until now. Outside the stage, the MC's voice announced, please give a round of applause to welcome. She raised her voice as if coordinating the entire audience. The group that is currently getting a lot of attention, the moon, a fan of the moon was visibly happy. This is the first time I have seen a performance this packed. It must be because they are about to perform HS's song. She held a light stick in her hand and did not stop humming. Nevertheless, the moon's song brought a very strange feeling. The song style is so unique. Is this a new track? Please, let them do well. HS composing for the moon is a good thing, but can they pull it off? Anxiety began to rise in her heart. If they do not do well, they will be criticized for ruining HS's song. Dozens of impolite comments hit her eyes. Anonymous 36. What happened to that? The Moon Group. Anonymous 37. HS writes amazing music, but this group can't even perform it. No wonder they are still flops. Anonymous 38. Vocals. It really is a limitation of being trained at a small company. Anonymous 39. This group still exists. I thought they disbanded. As a longtime fan, she understood clearly that there were many cases where the song was famous but the singer was unknown. Oh, I know this song, but who is the singer? I do not know. As long as it is a good song. The fans' joyful mood dropped. Even though I have always supported the moon, I do not know if the group can perform HS's song well. But then she had to reconsider. The spotlight focused on a single figure. Le Seoul, my destination. Jiho's smile and confidence filled the entire space. This sign was meant for me. The one who knows him best. The fans suddenly realized something. It seemed Jiho's singing style had changed. No, that was not it. Had he always been this good? As he sang the lyrics, when my heart reflects in the sky full of light, we are connected. In the eyes of the fans, an indescribable joy appeared. Not only had Jiho's voice improved, but Chan Young was also singing more clearly and powerfully. Then it was Jung Hyuk's turn to be confident. A secret between you and me among the twinkling stars. In the flowing rhythm, we fly away forever. Woomin winked at the fans below, flying together into the world of endless dreams. This moment is forever, fate leads us. It was as if they were singing for one person. My destination, my soul, shining even in the darkness. Fans were moved to tears in that moment. I wondered what concerns and anxieties I even had. I had forgotten everything. The colored stage lights shifted continuously, only in that spot. The moon truly created a massive media explosion. Jiho's smile at the end of the song was the biggest highlight. After the youth-themed performance ended, fans happily headed home. Yesterday's show by the moon was truly top tier. We have to thank HS and everyone. Surely when it airs, the internet will be talking about nothing but the moon. Wait, what is this? The news she just read left her completely stunned. It was breaking news pushed to the front page, a photo of Yoon Jaeil's new song announced for 1 p.m. The fans' hands trembled slightly. What? What is this? To understand this, we need to go back 10 minutes before the song's release. News about Jaeil's debut was all over the papers. K-singer star champion Yoon Jaeil debuts with digital single Only You by My Side today. The star chosen by HS, Yoon Jaeil, officially debuts with Only You by My Side released at 1 p.m. Rin encouraged Jaeil. We can help you check the listeners' reactions. Hearing this, Jaeil politely declined. No, it is okay. Since it is my song, I should check it myself. Woo Hyun smiled and offered some advice. Don't worry too much. You have the title of K-singer star champion, and you are an artist chosen by HS. The feedback will be quick, trust me. A smile bloomed on Jaeil's face again. Is that so? She smiled while clutching her phone. Haha. But in her heart there was a trace of worry. If I have received such titles and such great help and still do not succeed, what will I do? Everyone who had received a song from that composer had been successful, reaching #1, Yoon Sil moving to Japan, and not just the artists under LS Entertainment, but the Moon as well. The news was filled with reports on the Moon. The Moon sets a new record. Lately, every day for the Moon is a career peak. No one can argue with that. Anonymous 153. This group is really too strong. Their choreography and stage presence are top-notch. She was quite nervous seeing these reports. They really are doing so well, Jaeil reminded herself. It is not just about singing well. Being able to sing well without trembling is essential. Like changing masks according to each lyric, the expressions shifted flexibly. That is the power to dominate the stage, as if one could sweep everything away. Jaeil bowed her head and told herself. Compared to that, being able to sing without trembling in front of people is just one part of it. Will I be able to survive long in this music industry? Just then, a voice reached her ears as someone called out. Jay, look at this. She was so nervous she jumped up. Yes, yes, has the chart been updated now? Rin burst out laughing, ignoring her pale expression. Why ask the obvious? Woo Hyun checked it over and exclaimed. There is no way a song by Hyun Sung would not make the charts. He turned his phone screen toward Jaeil. Congratulations in advance. Jay, the charts had now changed. 1. Review. Yoonsil, Kang Ha-jung. 4. 5. Lalusol the Moon. 19. To you who only has me Yoon Jaeil, she could not believe she had reached such a high rank. From now on, the only thing left is to climb higher. On a beautiful day at the airport. Wow, we are even flying luxury class. Hyun Sung put the luggage down and teased her. Did you know, first class seats here are charged differently based on weight? Hyun Ah knew he was joking. Liar again. However, he continued to act seriously. Really? It is just like weighing luggage and then charging. She actually became worried. Really? Hyun Sung burst out laughing and stopped teasing. How could that be possible? Hyuna snapped back in annoyance. You really are a pathological liar. He noticed the happy smile behind them. Looking at Dad laughing so happily, his mood also brightened. His sister was still grumbling. Don't you dare trick me again, but Hyun Sung did not feel annoyed. Just seeing his family smile like this was enough. Since returning to the past, his life had changed drastically, not just for him, but for those around him too. Hyun excitedly announced. Brother, this is amazing. Did you see? Both Yoon Jae-il and the Moon have entered the charts. He squinted as if it were no big deal. Yeah, that is expected. She could not stop admiring her brother. Wow, are you literally going to eat up the entire chart? Hyun Sung laughed along. Yeah, it tastes great. Haha. Suddenly, Hyuna felt a bit concerned. How can you go on a trip right after the songs you composed were released? Don't you need to check the reactions? It seemed he had planned this. I already saw them hit the charts. She kept talking about her feelings. If it were me, I would be checking constantly. Despite that, Hyun Sung remained calm. Staring at it won't change anything. Hyun-ah's eyes could not leave the screen. True, but I still want them to succeed. Only then did he open his eyes slightly to see her reaction. Look at you. Worrying so much. So, Hyun Sung spoke indulgently. Fine, we have time before the plane takes off. I will check for a bit. As soon as he opened his phone, he had his first target. Let us check the Moon's reaction first. Some posts showed intense reactions. Wow, they are really starting to take the world by storm. Every day, the Moon creates another legend. Information like this made Hyun Sung smile with satisfaction. However, there were also conflicting and agreeing opinions. Weren't these guys raised by HS? Wow, it seems they came to restore order to this chaotic crowd. This is why they were chosen by HS. Hey guys, take it easy. The stage is about to be torn apart. Is this live? Seriously. The Moon's performance is insane. Reading this, he suddenly remembered. Oh right, I think they are holding a showcase. Hyun Sung quickly switched to a live video. Jung Hyuk, hurry up and open the letter a fan sent and read it. On the screen was Jung Hyuk with a flustered face. Ah, this is really making me nervous. It was a letter that made him blush from the warmth. When the moon first debuted, I was a student preparing for exams. But now, I have graduated from college and have a job. Thanks to that, I could buy the album and attend the showcase with money I earned myself. In the past, I liked the feeling that the idols were mine alone. Now, I only hope the moon becomes more and more successful in their lives. I just want the moon to fly high and reach far, always supporting you, the moon. Seeing Jung Hyuk sniffling like that, the MC turned to Ji-ho. Alright. The final letter, please let Ji-ho, the leader, read it. He took a deep breath before reading the fans' heartfelt letter. After long years as trainees, it is finally time for you to shine like gold. Everyone has worked hard. Do exactly as I said, tear everything apart. Upon reading this, Ji-ho subconsciously realized who the sender was. His voice trembled slightly. I wrote this as requested, but honestly, there is nothing left to say. Even Ji-ho could not contain his emotions. So, huff. Well, there it is, because the reaction was so genuine, the public sympathized with the moon. Unjin Ji-ho. Hey, we'll do it. No joke, that crying face really melts your heart. From today on, consider me and the moon as one. After reading the news, Hyun-sung smiled briefly. I did not expect the kid to cry, but looking at the reaction, it is true. Ahahaha. Next, he checked on his own protege. So, what about Yoon Jae-il's side? Why is everyone so into the moon this time? What about Jae's urban song? The reactions were exactly as expected. Composer. It is strange, I do not get bored and just keep listening. Right? Anonymous 1. Exactly. When you play the song and listen with everyone, it is good, but when you listen alone, it feels different. It is strange but also great. Anonymous 2. It is weird how everyone remembers their own memories when listening to this. Yoon Jae-il must be singing with some kind of emotion that makes people reminisce easily. Anonymous 3. Like minor 1 that hanadrid by dreet that's workgate. Agid plet midgrius. I'm where kind does this for this lots. And a rank dev the menperia. Even though I am a fan of the moon, I keep listening to it on repeat. It just lingers in my ears and I can't stop. Anonymous 4. You too, me too. Anonymous 5. Because this song is too good, he. Anonymous 6. By the way, let us all go listen to their music together. I listened to the song with my sister at home but I did not feel any emotion or impression. At this point, he could finally enjoy his vacation with peace of mind. Yoon Jae-il's reaction is also favorable. It will surely continue to rise like this. Wow, so it is done. Now I can peacefully enjoy the trip with my family. While Hyun-sung had just put his phone down, a voice called out, "Composer, are you here too?" He started and opened his eyes. Composer. The person in front of him was Woo Hyun along with Jae-il Gale. Oh Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung glared at him while greeting him. How are you? Why are you showing up on this trip? Woo Hyun winked and revealed something more. We also have business in Paris. This made him a bit curious. Paris, what for? He laughed, scratched his head, and explained, actually, it is a secret, but Jae has an overseas filming schedule this time. Since her manager is still new, I had to come along. Looking at the expression on that blushing face, Hyun-sung realized. You mean, is Yoon Jae-il about to enter the international market? The sound of the airplane taking off into the deep blue sky, Woo Hyun happily expressed. Unfortunately, not yet. You know the program Street Again, right? The show where Korean singers do street performances abroad. This time, they invited Jae-il to participate in the filming in Paris. Hyun-sung laughed with a slight sigh. Man, you let me down. I thought the whole group was going to Paris. However, there was a hint of implication in Woo Hyun's voice. But who knows? There might be a surprise. What if Jae-il makes a strong impression and truly opens up an opportunity to go international? In Paris, on the Champs-Élysées at a small cafe, an exclamation rang out. Whoa! Hyuna was excited by the beautiful scenery. Is this really Paris? Hyuna turned to her father. Every building is as beautiful as a work of art. Dad, stand here, this angle looks great. She adjusted the frame and shouted, okay, get ready for the photo. 1, 2. In the scene before him, Hyun felt extremely warm. It really was worth coming. Just then, a man approached Hyuna. The man used French to ask her to take a photo. Huh? Photo. To keep Hyuna from being flustered, Hyun-sung answered on her behalf. He then softly explained to her, they are asking if we need help taking a photo, but they usually ask for money afterward. However, that was not what Hyuna was concerned about. Huh, you understand French too? I have never seen you study it. He intentionally ignored the question. Of course not, he had not studied it in this life. In his previous life, he was a world-famous composer. Please write a song. Just kidding, but because he had to work internationally, he had learned many languages to communicate. He had studied English, Japanese, Chinese, and even French. No. She did not know how hard he had worked to the point of being able to converse with native speakers. However, Hyun-sung did not mention that. It is enough for now. Just trust me. Hyuna felt a bit of goosebumps. Brother, that felt so awkward. Seeing the situation, he quickly made a move. I am going to go buy some coffee, you stay here. She laughed and replied. After walking a short distance, Hyun-sung spotted a blonde girl. Immediately after, the girl's actions caught his attention. Is there still someone who writes music on staff paper these days? Looking at it, she does not seem to be a classical composer. Catching Hyun-sung's gaze, Sarah questioned him angrily. Excuse me, is there something wrong? I have seen you staring at me for a while now. If you are planning to flirt, I am sorry, but I have a husband and a child. He stopped to talk to her. Ah. It is not like that. I just thought it was strange, so I looked. Hearing this, Sarah was startled. Hyun-sung pointed to the paper she had just written on. Even though you have a family, however, he even pointed precisely at a specific measure on the staff. Then he looked directly into Sarah's eyes. If you change this part to a major key, the song will be off. These words accidentally touched her pride. What? I am Sarah Stewart, a famous singer-songwriter on the Billboard charts. Do you think my song is strange? A second later, he had another thought. Oh, or did you ruin it on purpose and I just accidentally interfered? She crossed her arms and let out a huff. You talk as if you are a musician yourself. Hyun-sung did not hide it and affirmed, well, I am a musician. This triggered Sarah's curiosity. Oh, really? You must be a big musician, I do not know yet. If you are so confident, why do not you show me? While Hyun-sung looked at the staff paper, she silently judged him. His face looks as young as a high schooler. He is probably just looking for a chance to show off. This is the section that gave me a headache all night trying to solve, and yet before finishing the edits, he had something to ask. Wait, are you planning to sing this? Sarah questioned suspiciously. Why do you ask? So Hyun-sung made an offer. If you are going to sing it, I will adjust it to suit your voice. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Fine, let us go with that. Let us see what you can do. In her heart, she still looked down on him. He probably only understands a few notes. Despite that, Hyun-sung's hand still moved rapidly across the paper. His radiant smile was as beautiful as a painting. In just a few minutes, the notation was complete. See, if it were me, I would probably do it like this. Sarah still clearly showed her contempt for him. He is probably just a rookie who likes to show off. In her heart, she was still certain. Alright, let us see what you have drawn. It will definitely be trash. However, as she read the score, Sarah had to reconsider. Wait, I wrote this song to be bright, following the youth trend, intentionally starting with a major key. But it was an extremely rich piece of music with thick low tones. Excitement was clear in Sarah's eyes. Not only that, the structure is very complex and the melody is meticulously crafted. She blurted out, can this actually be played? No, or, it might be a mess if I try to play it live. Hyun-sung, on the other hand, ignored those words. Anyway, that is your business. I have finished editing. Now I am going to buy coffee. Seeing him leave, Sarah quickly stood up and stopped him. Are you really just leaving like that? That is right, it is all complexity. Actually, if played, it might just turn into a jumbled mess. She was still being a bit dishonest with herself. It is probably not worth listening to. But, let us just say I am lucky today. I am in a good mood, so I will check it out. Thinking this, Sarah told herself, just listen to it, and you will know immediately. She quickly returned to the studio to re-examine the score. Before running it, Sarah still reassured herself, just so it is not a waste of effort, I will try playing it. First, input the score into the software. The low tones in this version are incredible. To the point that without good audio equipment, it would be hard to reproduce. Fortunately, my studio has good equipment. Otherwise, I would not be able to hear it clearly. This kind of music is hard to predict. What on earth is he trying to do? Probably a dark and haunting piece. To avoid thinking too much, she directly clicked the play button. When the first note rang out, it was also when Sarah reconsidered. She remembered her original piece. I moved this section to a major key to bring a bright feeling, throwing away the dark emotions of the past. Besides, happy songs are very popular lately, but this music is so gloomy and cold, it is as if he saw through my very soul and then converted it all into musical notes. This is a type of modulation I have never heard or seen before. But why? An urge surged within Sarah. I just want to listen to this part over and over. I want to try singing it. Whatever it takes. Suddenly, she remembered the back of Hyun-sung as he walked away. On the other side, Hyun-ah was taking a photo for him. Oni-chan, move over a little more. Even though Hyun-sung did not like it, he indulged her. Take it quickly. My arms are tired. A moment later, the whole family took a group photo. Wow, so beautiful. Hyun-ah's face could not hide her overflowing happiness, so she made a suggestion. Let us take one more. Just then, Hyun-sung received a phone call. Hello? The other end began with an interrogation. Hey, are you out there flirting with people randomly? He could not understand it. If you keep talking nonsense, I am really hanging up. Woo. Hyun quickly explained. No, the thing is, I just dozed off while moving and had a strange nightmare. It did not feel right at all. This dream is not normal, so I called to tell you. His dream involved Sarah and Hyun-sung. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the composer from LS. Please sign a contract with us. But when he woke up, Wool-hin just laughed. The dream was so vivid that I even felt pain in my leg after being stepped on by you in the dream. Mentioning this, he brought up something else. Oh, if it is about that, I know about it. Then he stated bluntly, it is just a random dream. This statement disappointed Woo Hyun immensely. This guy, Hyun Sung, how dare he cut me off like that? Anyway, I have to focus on today's work. He glanced over at Jae-il, who was nervous. Today was Yoon Jae-il's first recording. Her mind was filled with thoughts. I am so worried, but I really want to do well because today is the day I will sing my debut song. Recalling a few days ago, Hyun Sin had reminded Jae-il, try again with a higher pitch. Only you can sing this song. You do not believe me. Why? He added a few words to build her confidence, because this song was written for you. Sing this song with the mindset that you are the best person in the world. These words were repeatedly played back in her mind. Only I can sing this song. Just then, Young Ag came over to start a conversation. Ms. JL, this song is truly wonderful. Your voice suits the song very well. JL tilted her head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you very much. Her cheeks flushed red. It was an honor to appear with such a wonderful person. Woo Hyun came over to speak on JL's behalf. This is JL's first time on air since her debut, so I hope you will help her out during this recording. She nodded comfortably. Don't worry, I will help her out well. Actually, the one who requested to invite JL was me. And Kong B. While they were talking, someone approached. Hello everyone, a clear voice rang out. I am Lee Jiwoo, a guest on this show. Young Ah maintained her professional demeanor. Oh, Jiwoo is here too. Hello. She asked politely. How have you been lately? You are probably doing much better than me. After K-singer star, Jiwoo joined the girl group Aphrodite, which was carefully prepared by JN Entertainment, and debuted successfully. She did not hesitate to show off. Lately, Aphrodite is very hot, right? And just as Yoo-ju said, currently the group is growing more famous and asserting its position as a new generation idol. After long years of hard training and difficulties during debut preparation, she finally shone. Is that why? She smiled and chatted, it is all thanks to the teacher's help. Oh, by the way, do not you guys find it hot? Following the group's rapid development, she now shone and had nothing to worry about. Yoo-ju generously invited everyone. Our manager brought coffee for everyone. Please drink up to stay cool. He brought a cup to Young Ah. Please help Jiwoo out a lot. She politely accepted. Thank you. However, an intentional discomfort slowly unfolded. Wait a minute, there is not enough coffee. Is there none for Jae-il? Juju smiled, not even acknowledging her, feeling as if the whole world was at her feet. The manager tried to explain awkwardly. Oh well. But she cut him off immediately. Huh. I guess you were in such a hurry that you forgot. Well, you can just drink mine then. Yoo-ju felt a surge of jealousy. Jae-il should have been the one to greet her first. She is already favored by HS, and now she is acting all high and mighty. When the coffee cup was handed over, Jae-il declined. Oh no, I am fine. However, the purple-haired girl played a trick on her. Hey, do not make it look like I am bullying you. Just take it. Even though Jae-il repeatedly refused, Yoo-ju intentionally forced it into her hand. I am really okay. The lid popped off, and the coffee inside spilled everywhere. The liquid splashed all over the ground. Yoo-ju quickly cried out, oh, I am so sorry Jae-il, my hand slipped. I did not know you were refusing the coffee. Woo. Hyun quickly took charge. I will go ask the staff if there are any spare clothes. Makeup and hair can be fixed later. The director sighed in frustration. Sigh, I do not think we can redo the hair and makeup. It is almost dark. He tried to suggest, is it possible to film at night? The director thought for a moment and shook his head. This park has very few people at night. It will be deserted. If that is the case, we will have to move the filming location. A girl brought out a gaudy outfit. Leader, I did not bring any spare clothes, only this one. Woo. Haeun began to panic. If they moved locations, the subsequent schedules would be delayed. What should we do? At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Leader. Jae-il smiled gently to reassure him. I am really fine. The outfit is black, so it does not show much. Her eyes were full of confidence. I think I have a way. At the same time, in another place, a young man sat quietly in the park. He was scrolling through music websites. Sigh, there is nothing worth listening to these days. Leo was absent-mindedly trying to figure out how to save his situation. There is no other way. Should I make a vlog to keep my subscribers? Hello, I am Leo. My health has not been great lately, so I could not make any covers, but today I will share a bit of my daily life. This is the park where I often take a walk every day. Oh, he stumbled upon Jaeil's filming session. Everyone, it looks like there is a performance here. Looking at her current face, Leo mused. Oh, is she from abroad? But wait, she seems to be filming a live show. Why is she dressed like that? Is that the style? Young-ah looked a bit worried. Jae-il, are you okay? This is your first broadcast. She laughed and declared, I am fine. How do I look right now? Young-ah frowned, her face showing embarrassment. Honestly, you look like someone who just cried. Your makeup is smudged. Yet Jae-il breathed a sigh of relief. That is good then. The director shouted the command. Start the music. The brown-eyed girl gently brushed her hair. It is okay. I can still sing this song even looking like this. Her voice rang out clearly. If you still remember me, you must miss me dearly. But with no memories left, how can you remember? Because the lyrics of this song belong to someone who was broken and drowned in sadness. Do you remember me? Leo accidentally watched and could not look away. Wow, her voice. How can she have such a heavy and sorrowful voice? Even though I do not understand the lyrics, I can feel the singer's emotions. Jae-il was certain of her decision. The emotions will definitely be conveyed. Don't let go of my hand, my messy emotions and heart. It is all in this song. Can I hold you tight once more, even if only in a dream? Woo-yoon felt a bit relieved. That sad appearance while singing such a sad song actually made it more evocative. Lines of memories returned with the lyrics. I love you. Mom and Dad, see you later. This warm feeling, this is the love the composer gave me. Your love for me. Hang in there. It was the heart she never dared to voice. She ended the song with a single line. Because I miss you. The viewers in the audience were immersed in shock. As soon as the performance ended, they erupted in praise. Amazing that Jae-il smiled, satisfied with the shower of compliments. That was really cool. The cheers echoed, encore, encore, making Yoo-ju, who was standing to the side, stiff with annoyance. That night at the hotel where the group was staying in the basement bar, Yoo-ju sat alone, her face flushed from drinking, muttering curses. Yoon Jae-il Gilba. She has been like this since K-Singer star. Living off others' help and pity. I do not get why everyone keeps hyping up someone like her. Finishing her sentence, she tilted her head back and drained her glass. Staring at the glass, Yoo-ju muttered to herself, this won't do. She reached for her phone, a plan forming in her mind. I have to teach her a lesson myself. The call was made. Yoo-ju spoke in a gentle tone. Jae-il, I am at the hotel bar right now. I am a bit drunk, come pick me up. Then she hung up and slumped her head on the table. Very quickly, Jae-il's familiar voice rang out. Yoo-ju. She came to her side and asked worriedly, are you okay? Can you walk? To her surprise, the other party responded with an interrogation. Yoon Jae-il, you are doing this on purpose, are not you? This question momentarily confused. Jae-il. Huh. What are you talking about? Yoo-ju pointed at her face and declared, pretending to be so innocent. She continued to hurl accusations, malice clear in every word. People will feel sorry for you, pity you, and pay attention to you. You do this on purpose to get attention, do not you? Yoo-ju wore a challenging smile. The new song you just released is the same. You are selling it by taking advantage of people's pity, are not you? That is your sales strategy. She used her own skills to interpret everything. Just as your SNS posts and story got attention, our PR team decided to take advantage of this for promotion. Despite being insulted, Jae-il responded politely, it is not like that. Hi. Before she could finish, Yoo-ju slammed her hand on the table in anger. She yelled out a question, is it not? Yoo-ju stood up and continued to insult her. Jae-il. Have you never thought of yourself as a burden? From Moonbeam J to HS. Are not you always writing on other people's names? Hearing this, Jae-il hesitated, unable to say anything. Yoo-ju, previously, she had shared with Hyun-sung, by the way, did my SNS post really get that much attention? Jae-il honestly bared her heart. Why do I suddenly feel so strange? I should have deleted it all. It feels like I am exploiting people's pity. I feel so guilty. Hearing this, Hyun-sung did not offer comfort but instead affirmed, you are indeed doing pity-based marketing. His words made Jae-il laugh self-deprecatingly. That is true, is not it? However, Hyun-seung continued, but that is not the only thing you are selling. His expression was very serious as he explained. The entertainment industry is a market where everything, whether you have it or not, is for sale. You are not just selling pity. There are many other things, right? Jae-il asked blankly, like a good voice or tone. Hyun-sung gently denied it. No, not those things. He continued to present his thoughts. You are not the only one in this world with a sad story. When you sing this song, what will people think? Jae-il considered carefully and replied, maybe they will find me pitiful. Hyun-sung placed his glass on the table and began to explain, perhaps. But beyond that, some people will think. Jae-il listened quietly to his every word. This is a feeling I am familiar with. Perhaps they will think that. Hyun-sung shared his own story. I have also carried such sadness. I have also missed someone's warmth. It is not just me. It turns out everyone is like that, even the person singing this song. Food or art is essentially something that makes people feel and empathize with themselves. His gaze looked further away as he continued. So, what do people get when they hear this song? Jae-il finally responded. It is comfort, is not it? Hyun-sung tapped her forehead with a finger in agreement. Exactly. Remember this, Yoon Jae-il, you are not just selling pity. He wore a playful smile. You have to convey comfort through this song, through your voice. So now, Jae-il had enough courage to declare, Yoo-ju, I do not need to hear those words from you. These words made Yoo-ju laugh. Why not? HS, Moonbeam J. Next, are you planning to rely on Lee Young-ah too? She suddenly grabbed Jaeil's cheek violently. You, Ju, shouted, her words full of provocation. Hey, try speaking up. Where's that golden voice of yours? Why do not you answer? Are you looking down on me? However, Jaeil remained silent. I do not want to argue with you. She was feeling extremely uncomfortable. But what should she do in this situation? A sigh came from another room. Hyun-sung appeared with a lazy expression, muttering, is it the jet lag? Why is it so hard to sleep? He headed to the bar just in time to hear the argument. As he walked in, Hyun-sung heard Yoo-ju's voice. Jaeil, have you never thought that you are a burden? He looked toward them, and thought to himself, a personal argument, then there is no need to interfere. Hyun-sung did not step in, but instead chose to send a message to manager Kim, witnessing Yoon Jaeil and Yoo-ju arguing at the hotel bar. However, the argument was escalating due to Yoo-ju's agitation. Why do not you answer? Are you looking down on me? Don't look down on others and answer properly. Seeing Jaeil being pushed around, Hyun-sung felt indignant. Aren't you going to fight back, you idiot? He decided to step closer. Hyun-sung's voice rang out, making Yoo-ju stop. Hey, he stood directly between the two of them and questioned, can you stop now? Yoo-ju gnashed her teeth, feeling even more resentful. Even a handsome guy is taking Yoon Jaeil's side. She did not hesitate to insult Hyun-sung as well. Who are you to interfere? Yoon Jaeil, get over here, I am not finished. At that moment, Yoo-ju's manager appeared. Yoo-ju. He approached and tried to mediate calm down. However, that only made her more furious. Shut up, don't take Yoon Jaeil's side. Yoo-ju pushed Hyun-sung while declaring, outsiders stay out of this, you hear me? He thought to himself, fine, I won't touch her. Hyun-sung just let out a sigh and kept reminding himself. I can't use force on a woman. If I were you, I would leave before something happens. Yoo-ju started swearing at both Hyun-seon and Jaeil. Who do you think you are to interfere? Yoon Jaeil, you must love this. The whole world is on your side. Jaeil continued to deny it. It is not like that. At this point, Yoo-ju even raised her hand to slap Hyun-sung's face. If it is not like that, then why are you interfering? He was calculating in his head. I will let her hit me once and then report her for assault. Unexpectedly, Jaeil stepped forward and blocked the slap. This action left Hyun-sung completely puzzled. Well, Jaeil finally spoke up again. Yoo-ju. Yoo-ju herself did not understand what had happened. What? Jaeil reached for a glass of water on the table. Then, without another word, she splashed it directly into the other woman's face. Yoo-ju's face was soaking wet, her head full of question marks. Jaeil's expression was one of unconcealed anger. She slowly called out, Yoo-ju. Yoo-ju sneered, responding defiantly. What? You think staring at me makes me scared? You interfered for no reason. And then, she continued to curse loudly. In the first place, is not this your fault? You pretend to be kind just so people take your side. The commotion successfully attracted the attention of everyone around. Yoo-ju pointed at Jaeil's face and insulted her. Your true nature is the kind of person who splashes water on me and then pulls stunts like this. Hearing this, Hyun-sung had to speak up. Yoo-ju. He reminded her coldly, look over there. Hyun-sung directed their gaze toward the door, where Woo-hyun had just entered with another man. Your manager is here. The man pointed at the helpless young manager and yelled, Manager, why did not you stop her? Take her away right now. And what on earth is going on here? Hyun-sung took the opportunity and started to apply pressure. Over there you saw it too. Did not you, manager? The girl's face is all swollen. He spoke softly. This violent behavior could be prosecuted. The man's face turned visibly pale. The matter was reluctantly settled. Fine. I understand the whole situation. Woo. Hyun sat down opposite Jaeil to listen to everything. So Yoo-ju called Jaeil, right? And Jaeil, you endured it the whole time, only retaliating by splashing water at the very end. Now, she spoke in a low voice. I am sorry. He did not blame her, but explained Jaeil. Just because you endured it does not mean you did the right thing. But I want to remind you that if not handled skillfully, people might rumor that you overreacted, creating bad publicity. Woo-hyun had his own thoughts as well. A gentle person like her suddenly losing her temper would surprise anyone. He hoped no one abroad recognized Jay's face. He then chose his words and continued, you know, abroad, no one knows who you are, but that won't last forever. Jaeil, in the future, there will definitely be many people who intentionally try to hurt you or pull you down. Woo-hyun's words were gentle but profound. In those situations, you must stay very calm. 1 second of losing control, and you will easily fall into a trap. Then he instructed next time something like this happens, a better way to handle it is. However, Jaeil cut him off. I am sorry. She folded her hands as she explained. I could have endured it if they only targeted me, but when Yoo-ju was about to cause trouble for the composer, revealing her thoughts made the manager a bit surprised. I could not hold it back anymore, so I acted that way. Finally, Jaeil concluded, I am sorry. Hyun-sung listened to the conversation and thought, here it goes again. This feeling is so new and wonderful. He remembered what had happened. In his previous life, besides his family, no one had truly stood up to protect him. People only watched and waited to see what mistakes he would make. Then he silently remarked about himself, "Perhaps, I am living much better than before." Woo Hyun kept his gentle tone as he continued, "Alright. But next time, do not handle it alone. There are many people ready to protect you, like me or the company staff. Lean on them more." Then he changed the subject. Jail have you two seen this yet? He held up his phone screen showing a video of Jail's song. Woo Hyun suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Wait, let me turn on auto-translate." However, Hyun Sung interrupted. "No need, I roughly understand." He explained briefly. "It is like an everyday vlog, but they discovered an amazing singer. Is that about it? What about it?" Meanwhile, Woo Hyun was busy being surprised. "You know French too." He focused back on the main story. "Anyway, it seems they filmed Jail's performance when we were filming Street Again. Jail's busking performance was posted, and the reaction is very good." And then he continued to hype it up. "It seems Jail's voice is very well loved abroad." However, Hyun Sung had no intention of caring deeper. "Yes, I know. So, can I go to my room to rest now?" Seeing this, Woo Hyun mentioned something else. "Hold on, I have one more thing to say." He held up his phone and asked, "Hyun Sun, have you checked the music rankings?" The music charts were announced, and the top songs were all composed by Hyun Sung. Woo Hyun held out his phone and shouted excitedly, "Jay and the Moon's songs are moving into the top 100. He continued to paint a scenario. If this keeps up, the charts will turn into a battle between Min Hyun Sung and Min Hyun Sung. Unexpectedly, after hearing Woo Hyun's presentation, Hyun Sung simply turned and walked away. "Then I will take my leave first." Seeing this, Woo Hyun was a bit disappointed. "So fast?" Hyun Sung just explained simply as he started moving. "Yes, I have to travel to Switzerland tonight. After filming in Spain, I will be back." He raised his hand to say goodbye to Woo Hyun. "See you later then." This action made Woo Hyun look at him in a different light. This guy. He does not even show any joy when his songs dominate the charts. Could it be that he is aiming for a goal other than being number one? He could only call out as Hyun Sung's figure receded. "Whether it is Switzerland or Spain, that is fine, but it is not good if you keep drawing attention." Inside a simply but fully furnished room, along with Ha-jun's narration, "Recently, I have developed a new habit of writing a gratitude journal." He stretched with an extremely satisfied expression. "I started writing to remind myself not to forget the precious things every day." Ha-jun even revealed with pride, "And it always ends with gratitude for the composer." Yes, the composer is still the best. He kept Hyun Sung's reminder in his heart. "Recently, you have become very popular in Asian countries." Jin told himself as he finished writing. "Thanks to the composer, I even have the confidence to enter Japan's Oricon chart." He wore an eager expression. "I think I will succeed to repay the composer. It seems I have started to achieve that." His train of thought was interrupted by a call. "Ha-jun, let us eat." Ha-jun replied almost immediately. "Yes." At the dining table, a question was asked. "You said you wanted to eat radish lately, right? So I made beef radish soup, stir-fried radish, and even pickled radish. I made it all, along with the inquiry, but you have been eating nothing but radish lately. Are not you afraid of nutritional deficiencies?" Ha-jun explained simply, "It is just harmony." This made the other person even more confused. Well, he thought of Hyun Sung and explained cryptically, "It is a soul connection. Let me message the composer." Ha-jun did as he said, immediately composing a message to Hyun Sung. "Composer, seeing radishes reminds me of you, so I am reaching out." Elsewhere, in the LS Entertainment meeting room, a presentation was underway. So, in the first half of this year, in the middle, there was a knock on the door. Jun-sik and In-tae immediately looked over and said, "Come in." A female employee entered with new news. "Director, I am sorry." She approached Jun-sik and handed him something. "But some guy just sent this. I think you should look at it yourself." In-tae also watched silently. After reading it, his face turned pale, and he cried out, "Choi, didn't HS already go to Europe?" Jeon-sik saw this and spoke up to confirm, "I thought so too. Is something wrong?" In-tae grew more confused. "But why are they looking for you here?" Jeon-sik hurriedly read the paper. "What? Where is this from?" He muttered the content written inside. For HS, both Jin-sik and In-tae were overwhelmed by the sender's identity, the New York Philharmonic. They could only exclaim, "Now even New York is looking for HS." In-tae stammered as he spoke. "The New York Philharmonic? Is not that?" He still could not believe reality. "The famous symphony orchestra. It is full of artists called masters." Jun-sik smiled brightly with excitement as he replied, "Yes, it is a place where people who have left their mark globally gather. Yet they invited a K-pop composer from our company. Why would that be?" This news not only caused a stir in the office but even abroad. "Eden, is it true that the head of the orchestra invited that young man?" The artists exchanged words. How could someone like him officially invite an unknown composer to the New York Philharmonic? What on earth happened? Eden recounted calmly. "I told him about it when I met that young man. He even flashed a smile. So he said he wanted to meet him and see for himself. On the other side, Hyun-sung was standing in front of a poster. Yeona approached and asked curiously, "What poster are you looking at?" "Oppa," Hyun-sung explained simply. Eden Smith's performance." She asked curiously, "Who is Eden Smith?" Hyun-sung explained with his own knowledge. He is not like ordinary violinists. He talked about Eden's talent. He has been holding a bow since he was born, swept every award at international violin competitions when he was young, a genius recognized by all three orchestras. That talent ensured every show was sold out, so his value must be unimaginably high. Speaking of which, Hyun-sung added, "It is such a pity. If I had known there was a performance here, I would have booked tickets early." Hyuna nodded. "Hearing you say that, I am curious too. How good is his performance?" Just as she finished, she looked in another direction and cheered. "Brother, it looks like someone over there is playing the violin too." Without waiting for Hyun-sung's reply, Hyun-ah ran off. "Let us go see." "Come on." Hyun-sung watched from behind, thinking to himself, street performance. The person playing over there was a black man. Passers-by gathered in large numbers, everyone admiring with awe. That homeless man has been playing for an hour already. He plays so well, but with such talent, it is a pity he is homeless. But they only stayed for a short time. Now that you mention it, we are late for our appointment. Hurry up, there is no more time to listen. Hyun-ah approached, listening and commenting, "That person plays so well, it is incredible." Appa. Hyun-sung himself had the same thought as her. "You are right." Eden's performance continued while a camera was recording him. The people on Eden's team discussed among themselves. "He has been playing for an hour and no one has recognized him. Can we stop filming here?" His colleague replied, "Film a bit more. This is a hidden camera project, and it was hard enough to get Eden Smith to agree." They crossed their arms and remarked with clear sarcasm, "It is hilarious. Just because he is wearing ragged clothes, no one recognizes the world-famous violinist Eden Smith. If we edit this right, the ratings will skyrocket. We can portray Parisians as having art taste based purely on vanity that works." A question was raised, or does it turn out that what people listen to is not the music, but just the reputation of the celebrity? In his heart, Eden was also thinking as he held the bow, sweat dripping from the heat. "It is fine if they do not recognize me as Eden Smith, but..." He never stopped playing or thinking, "I want to play a piece that makes anyone who hears it stop and stay. Alright, let us try this one." With that thought, Eden continued to draw his bow. As soon as he heard the first few notes, Hyun-sung realized, this is a piece that even veteran violinists avoid. It is notorious for being complex and difficult. The piece he was playing was Paganini's 24 Caprices. Hyun-sung subconsciously opened his mouth in an expression of admiration. Everyone around was clapping in appreciation. They tossed coins into his violin case. "Just throw some change and leave, is that all?" Eden only smiled at the result. "I have done my best." He looked around, searching for something. "Can we stop filming here? Where's the camera?" To his surprise, Hyun-sung spoke up to strike a conversation. "Do you specialize in the violin?" With a smile on his face, he continued, "Parisians do not seem to have very good ears for music, do they?" Eden smiled and accepted Hyun-sung's kindness. "Thank you." But the young man added, "So I want to pay for that performance." Hyun-sung continued his offer, "But I have a condition." His words left Eden confused. "A condition?" Handing over a business card, Hyun-sung explained, "I am working as a composer in Korea. Would you be a guest on one of my songs? The full cost, the performance fee, and even the payment for the piece you just played. I will pay whatever you want." Eden tipped his hat and smiled back. "Whatever I want? What if I ask for $1 million? Hyun-sung blanked out when he heard the number, but then he asked back in confusion, "Are you giving me a discount?" This left Eden momentarily stunned. Did he realize? Hyun-sung was also secretly wondering, "You look like you have been professionally trained. What do you do for a living?" Before reaching an agreement, Hyun-sung began to think further ahead. If you performed in a concert hall in a tuxedo, everyone would have listened intently. It is a shame no one has good enough ears to realize that. He addressed the man directly. "I will be blunt." The words that followed left Eden dazed. "Your music is something everyone should listen to intently. Whether you are wearing these clothes or performing in a grand hall in a tuxedo, that does not change." Hyun-sung politely placed a card in his hand. "I have to go now. Think it over and contact me if you are interested." Having finished, he quickly departed. Eden looked down at the business card with curiosity. Songwriter, H.S. A guest appearance. Even willing to pay such a high price. Is he actually serious? At that moment, a member of his team ran up. "Sir, did that person recognize you?" Eden quickly denied it. "No, it is not like that. It is just," he smiled as he recounted, "he wants me to be a guest performer. He said he would pay me $1 million. On the other side, Hyuna was also curiously asking Hyun-sung, "Brother, what did you say to that man just now?" He smiled and gave a vague explanation. "I was just testing out an instrument. It really was a wonderful instrument." After that, Hyun-sung's trip came to an end. "Welcome back home, Hyun-sung." He was greeted by Woo Hyun's over-the-top reaction. Do you know how long we have been waiting for you? What on earth did you do to make the head of a symphony orchestra come looking for you? I am not letting you go anywhere again. Hyun-sung was not moved at all. All right, let go of me. He did not beat around the bush and said directly, I have gifts for everyone. I even bought some for the technical team. Woo Hyun accepted the gifts and followed up. But listen, Hyun-sung, while you were abroad, you sent back 4 completed tracks. He just scratched his head and confirmed nonchalantly. Yes, when inspiration strikes, it is best to get to work immediately. Hearing this, Woo Hyun thought to himself, this guy is a music freak. Without saying much else, Hyun-sung suggested, let us get to work right away. However, Woo Hyun stopped him. Wait, Min Hyun-sung, we have to check this first. That made him curious. Check what? Woo Hyun held out his phone and spoke seriously. Music core is about to start. You have to see who is holding the number 1 spot. The host's voice was playing on the screen. Alright, everyone has been waiting a long time. The singers were all waiting. This week, the Moon and Yoon Jae-il are rising rapidly in the rankings. The question everyone was wondering was asked, so, who is at the top of the chart? Let us announce the results right now. Immediately after, the host announced, the number 1 spot goes to, then the winner's song played. The idols appeared. The answer was revealed through that the winner was the Moon. They had once flared up briefly and then were forgotten, disappearing without a trace. The group looked down at the audience while listening to the lyrics. Where have they all gone? Jiho remembered the messages that had been sent. Media Bank, dear customer, your loan of 57,000 won is due on the 12th of next month. Jung Hyo called out excitedly. Hyung. Jiho Hyung. He held up his phone and continued. We are going to succeed this time, right? I heard the first week album sales are impressive. Jung Hyuk looked extremely delighted. The fan response is also insane. Truly, not giving up and continuing until now was the right decision. Hearing this, Jiho also broke into a smile. They became a hot topic on social media. Can the Moon maintain this momentum? I am not an anti, but the Moon is really good now. Can they keep up this stability? Comment 1. Looking at their skills, they have a lot of experience. They will be fine. Comment 2. The entertainment industry is not just about skill. Comment 3. I have seen plenty of flash in the pan-idol groups like the Moon before. He looked at the other members and thought, if everything ends here, Jiho's thoughts continued, it would be no different from making the people who believed in us feel like the idols they trusted only amounted to this. With that thought, he stood up abruptly. Everyone. The other members immediately understood. We know. Hyung wants us to practice again, right? We have not had any rest lately. Unexpectedly, Jiho held out a file and explained, no, this time it is an analysis. Jung Hyuk was momentarily dazed. Hyun-sung's previous explanation echoed. For years, you have just tried hard without leaving an impression, not even knowing the direction of your own vocals. He had even warned. If you keep going like this, your throats will be ruined in no time. Jiho reminded himself, that won't happen again. Then he announced very seriously, I have prepared this. It is detailed analytical data on idol groups that have succeeded. He added, it is not just about practice. Practice is the foundation, but we need more than that. Jiho's words were firm. We need to know what makes an idol group stand out, what we want to convey, and how we want fans to remember us. He muttered to himself, that is right, think like him. Then he recalled Hyun-sung's teaching, if you truly care about the fans, you must do your best to go further. Saying thanks for believing in us, but we can't do more, is irresponsible. Jiho then spoke again, let us use every second in the van to think and discuss. We won't miss any lessons they impart. Then he signaled to the other members. It is not time to move yet, so let us practice, they replied in unison, eager, yes sir. Not just Jiho, but the others were also determined. We will do everything to move forward. What followed was time passing quickly with a series of radio schedules. Jiho himself worked hard, filming commercials like how to find a part-time job. He and the members put in effort every day, even though the schedule was much busier than before. They all had the same thought, we have never regretted it. A satisfied smile was on Jiho's lips. I have done my best. He turned his gaze toward Joel. It is probably the same over there. Below, a fan's voice called out. The Moon. Not just her, but other girls and boys had the same wish. I hope our boys get first place just once. Thank you, the Moon. The small cheer spread into a long chant. The Moon. Jiho realized once again no. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile as he reminded himself. How can I fall when the fans are still fighting for us? Jiho thought optimistically, and somehow, just then, the host spoke up. Now, we will announce the results of the digital music charts. Jiho looked visibly nervous. At all costs. The announcement began. The result is, the music played. The familiar melody and lyrics made the listeners gasp. Will continue to rise, constantly moving further. No matter how many times I stumble, I will never fall. The host's announcement rang out. Congratulations. This week's champion on music core is. Jiho and the members were overjoyed when the name was called. The Moon. The fans below also burst into emotion. Really, our group actually won. We did it. The female host held the mic close and suggested, Hyung Jiho, please give a speech. He looked at his group members. Young Ji-ho, we did it. Ji-ho then spoke slowly, from the long days as trainees. Hyun-sung was also watching their presentation from somewhere. To those who said, if it hurt like a toothache, now is the time to turn that pain into a golden opportunity. Every word touched the fans' hearts. Thank you to the all-night fans for not giving up, for always pushing us to keep being idols to the end. Woo Hyun was also watching from his TV. Thank you to our CEO, who always had full faith and even shared his meals to ensure we ate enough. Thank you to our families and everyone. A sincere smile was on Ji-ho's lips. Truly thank you everyone so much. Thank you. Viewers commented noisily on social media, like a little pony crying again. After Ji-ho comes Jiok the horse, seriously too cute. Actually, he seems like a funny character, does not he? Seeing him cry feels really cute. A handsome and likable guy. At this point, Ji-ho could not help but tear up. I will do my best. He had to stop his speech because of his emotions. Jae-il stood to the side, silently congratulating them. Don't worry, next time we won't lose. Exclamations rang out as viewers' eyes remained fixed on their phones. What a pity, why did not our Jae-il get first place? Woo Hyun scratched his head and spoke. Actually, I was a bit worried. Our Jae-il only just debuted for the first time, while over there, they have had idol experience for a long time. They clearly know how to serve the fans, how to attract attention. Plus, the leader really knows how to take care of the members. He was more excited than ever. But next time, our Jae-il will win. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was busy sending teasing messages to Ji-ho. Ha ha ha, crying again, ha ha ha. Ji-ho quickly sent a reply. Stop joking. Only then did Hyun-sung seriously congratulate him. Congratulations on the group performing at Moon Balmjae's concert. Ji-ho asked. Composer, will you be there? Hyun-sung replied quickly, I am not sure. This message left Ji-ho a bit disappointed. What? Are we not good enough? The answer he gave was very vague. It is just that I am about to disappear. Hyun-sung followed up with another sentence. I wonder if we are strong enough to reach the destination. Ji-ho's face grew even more distressed. Is it because our skills are not enough? All the engineers had serious expressions when they received Hyun-sung's gifts. I did not expect him to bring gifts back from his trip abroad for us. We are truly moved. He smiled brightly and announced, alright, if you are moved, get to work. By tomorrow, you must finish all the songs I sent you. The technical team's attitude changed instantly. You devil, you tyrant, demon king. They smiled and continued to comment, but seriously, the new songs this time are really good. True, how can he compose songs like these so easily? Woo Hyun was the most excited among them. Looking at everyone's reaction, he is going to dominate the year-end charts for sure. Hearing this, Hyun-sung spoke up, but he did not seem happy. He made a shocking announcement, because at the end of the year, the name, HS will disappear. Woo Hyun asked worriedly. What does that mean? Hyun-sung, isn't our contract still in effect? The technical team members were also confused. Has HS's company hit rock bottom already? Woo Hyun even knelt down and grabbed Hyun-sung's leg. You can't. If you leave, what will happen to the music world? No, we just met. How can we part ways? He kept wailing and praising. No way. You are our Beethoven, our Mozart, our Paganini. At this point, Hyun-sung corrected them. It is not what you think. I am just planning to release a solo album and won't use the name HS anymore. As soon as he said that, Woo Hyun's attitude changed. Really? So we are not parting ways. The others were curious too. So you are using your real name. Are you planning to let the whole world know Min Hyun-sung? Hyun-sung slowly stood up while denying it. No. It is not that name. An unfamiliar name was spoken. Choi Ji-hyun. Woo Hyun was dazed. Who is Choi Ji-hyun? Hyun-sung did not reveal more and turned away. Anyway, I am a bit tired today. I am going to rest first. He looked at the other man and stammered. Oh. Okay, the technical team members noisily speculated, is that his girlfriend's name, or maybe his mother's name? That unfamiliar name left everyone wondering. Choi Ji-hyun. Tae, acting as if he knew everything, added, no need to guess, it is definitely a lover's name. If he regrets it later, he only has himself to blame. Young people these days even tattoo their lovers' names on themselves. He is probably planning to release a song for her. He chuckled and then cautioned, remember to tell him, if there is any sign of a breakup, stop releasing albums under the name HS immediately. Don't let him regret it. Oh, and what about the New York Philharmonic's contact? Has it been handled? Then, Tae asked about something else. What was their response? Show me the email content. Tae muttered as he read, recipient, the New York Philharmonic. Below was the detailed content, which could be summarized as, why me? If you need a composition, please contact my business team. Hyun-sung stretched comfortably once he finished. Done writing. Now, let us get to work. He looked at a picture frame and muttered, this album will be a bit different. I am planning to tell a story I have never tried before. Then he applied it to his work. Therefore, I will directly participate in everything from the MV concept. All details from start to finish must be done by my own hand to perfectly convey the message. Hyun-sung worked seriously at his piano. And the story I want to tell in this album cannot be released under the name HS. Followed by an explanation. That is why I have to use the name Choi Ji-hyun. To be clear. Woo Hyun kept asking, who is Choi Ji-hyun, but Hyun Sung absolutely would not reveal it. You will know when the album comes out. He lightly touched his chin and thought. Now the important part is choosing the instruments. This solo album will have 5 songs. It felt like Hyun Sung was sinking into the water. The intro Out of Sea will have a soft and deep sound, as if sinking into the heart of the ocean. His thoughts continued. The opening will have a solemn and tragic color. The layout of the whole album was gradually established. Then Wish, following the deep atmosphere with an experienced and emotional vocal. Hyun Sung even calculated who would take which song. Surely Moon BMJ will sing this one. As for the other instruments, Hyun Sung thought of a familiar name. Ha Jun, with Deep Sleep, bringing a warm and stable atmosphere, creating a place for the soul to rest in the album. Next was someone else. And will it be Lee Young-ah? The third song, Polaroid, brings brightness and warmth, creating a balanced relaxation. Then Hyun Sung thought further. Finally, the title track, Green Spring, praising youth, will close with a nostalgic explosive sound that makes the heart flutter. He continued musing. Even if I call Moon BMJ, Ha Jun, and Lee Young-ah, the remaining 2 songs, Out of Sea and Green Spring, are still an issue. For Green Spring, there is a singer I am thinking of, but I have not decided if they will accept or not. Suddenly Hyun Sung remembered Eden. Out of Sea is an instrumental intro, so it needs an extremely delicate and high-quality performance. He pondered, right? It has to be at least at the level of that street performer. But how to find the right instrument now? To his surprise, a voice called out just then, Hyun Sung. Woo Hyun rushed in and demanded, take your clothes off, quick. Hyun Sung immediately went on the defensive. Well, after hearing the explanation, he replied, you scared me. Barging in and telling me to strip. Woo Hyun adjusted Hyun Sung's hair as he replied, right now we are in a big hurry, that is why. Anyway, who would have thought I would be doing this? He announced shocking news. The New York Philharmonic has come looking for you personally. However, Hyun Sung grew more confused. They are looking for me and I have to dress up like this. Woo Hyun continued to explain, we have to save face. Stand still, let me fix your tie. Hyun Sung continued to grumble. It is like parents getting their son ready for an interview. The other man added a reminder, they are one of the top 3 symphony orchestras in the world. We can't be sloppy. That made him wonder again, but what are they here for? If they needed music, an email would have sufficed. He waved his hand and instructed Hyun Sung. They said they have something to discuss in person. Go on, talk to them. Woo Hyun added more information. I did not call an interpreter. Your English is good enough, right? I wanted to go in too, but they only want to talk to you privately. Hyun Sung stood before the door, responding calmly, it is okay. I am fine. He announced himself to the people inside. I am the composer HS. May I come in? The room was illuminated by sunlight. The person who spoke first was Eden. Long time no see. He shook Hyun Sung's hand while introducing himself. I am Eden Smith, associate concertmaster and violinist of the New York Philharmonic. This statement from Eden left Hyun Sung confused. Long time no see. Eden continued. Our music director at the New York Philharmonic, Paul, is very eager to meet you. As soon as he sat down, Hyun Sung said, a man who holds the baton at the famous New York Philharmonic wants to meet a Korean composer. That sounds unconvincing. But I can't believe it. He was secretly wary. Unlike his previous life, he was currently only known in Asia. Why would they want to meet him? At this point, Eden added, no matter what the cost, I will take care of everything. He made a sincere offer. Can you come with me to New York? Hyun Sung did not waste time and flatly refused. I am currently busy with my solo album, so it is not convenient to go anywhere. Eden replied sympathetically, then when will the album be finished? Seeing that he did not hide anything. I still have not found the right instrument, so I can't say for sure. Hearing this, Eden partly guessed, you are talking about the instrument, meaning the harmony part, right? He even suggested, if that is the case, let me take care of that part for you, shall I? Those words made Hyun Sung think. Indeed, a violin from the New York Philharmonic would definitely be worth a lot. But the answer Hyun Sung gave was contrary to his feelings. Coincidentally, I am looking for a violinist for the performance. Your violin is great, but I have already accepted someone's offer. Eden was curious. Is that person more famous than me? Hyun Sung quickly denied it. No, just a homeless person I happened to meet in Paris. He smiled and asked back immediately. Did he happen to play Paganini's 24 Caprices? Then he directly admitted, because I am the one who played it and received your business card that day. So, for the fee for that performance, I can pay by inviting you to New York with me. What do you think? Only now did Hyun Sung realize what was happening. So that is how it is. Were you filming a hidden camera show or something? He smiled and reiterated. Fine, I will go along with it, but in return, you must handle the music for me. Eden confirmed quickly. That is right, I already said I would play for you. However, Hyun Sung corrected him immediately. No, Eden. Not just your part, but mine too. The vision he painted was much larger than what Eden had imagined. Hyun-sung looked directly at the man and declared, I mean the entire New York Philharmonic. He continued, posing a question that piqued the other's curiosity. Aren't you curious? I was the one who recognized you on the street? Hyun-sung concluded with a bold statement. I am wondering how incredible the sound I can create will be when I combine your entire orchestra. On a beautiful morning at a New York studio with the symphony orchestra, an artist asked their manager, is that person really the composer from Korea? She silently judged Hyun-sung. He does not look famous at all. The two of them began critiquing him. I do not know why the conductor accepted his offer. A young man whispered, even Paul has not fully agreed yet. We will only accept playing for him if he can prove he is capable enough to lead us. She was a bit confused. What does that mean? The young man slowly replied. It means we want to show that guy who does not know his place exactly what the difference in class is. The corner of the musician's mouth curled as they drew the violin bow. Look, our performances are always perfect. Paul controlled the soaring melodies. The pianists gritted their teeth and cursed silently. Damn, I just missed a beat. But with our skill level, it is fine. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Paul, please stop for a moment. Hyun-sung rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. Perhaps I expected too much from the New York Philharmonic. This piece needs to express a sense of lack and emptiness. You are all playing like fattened pigs. He stepped directly onto the stage. May I borrow the baton for a moment? Paul paused to think for a few seconds. Then he happily handed the baton to Hyun-sung. Of course. I would also like to see what kind of performance you are looking for. The pianist waited excitedly for Hyun-sung to make a mistake. A baton is not something you can just wave around to create music. How much more humiliation does this guy want to bring on himself by rushing up there? He ignored those stares and began the symphony immediately. Following his lead, she also began to play. Fine, I won't miss even half a beat this time. I will make them regret looking down on me here at the New York Philharmonic. Hyun-sung used the baton with masterful skill. He knew exactly when to swell and when to pull back the tempo. It was so perfect that the violinist was startled. Wait a minute, is he really pushing us to our limits and forcing us to play this way? One slip up and I will lose the rhythm. I have to keep up with him. It had been intense and driving just a moment ago, yet right before the end, the sound softened beautifully. The pianist became lost in thought. The entire preceding section was a flow of despair and deprivation. Then, in an instant, it exploded into joy. Now I understand why he wanted us for this song. No one but us could play a piece this difficult. Hyun-sung raised the baton high again. His regulation turned the music into a surge of intense emotion. She found herself gasping for breath because the tempo was so fast. After it ended, he handed the baton back to the conductor. Well done, Paul. Hyun-sung smiled and asked, so, have I proven myself worthy of recognition? Paul evaluated him silently, one more time. He did not just ask for a difficult piece. He observed the rhythm of the flute, clarinet, and other instruments as they kept up. Then he subtly adjusted the flow of the music to suit them. He truly does not just play music. He becomes one with the musicians and the instruments. No, he is someone who truly understands sound from its very essence. And so, Paul reached his hand out. I will accept the offer to be your session players. May I have the chance to collaborate with you again in the future? This question was exactly what Hyun-sung had been hoping for. He returned the handshake with a firm, of course. Paul suddenly mentioned, after finishing this recording, will you return to Korea immediately? You will probably be stuck in the studio for a while, right? He began to reveal his next move. No, I am going back to Korea, but I won't be going to a studio. This made Paul quite curious. Then, where do you plan to go? The smile on Hyun-sung's lips curved upward. He replied with just 2 words, temple stay. The temple stay was at a temple located right on a cliffside. It seemed everyone knew the rumor, a rumor echoing from a temple deep in the mountains. It was about a national intangible cultural heritage, the Gyeojeum master Lee Ga-hee. She had donated all her land with the wish of turning it into a center for traditional arts, then suddenly vanished without a trace. Naturally, to this day, no one knew where she had gone, but rumors said she was living in seclusion at this temple hidden deep in the mountain. Some tea and cakes were arranged neatly on the table. Hyun-sung met the mysterious woman directly. I will get straight to the point. In the song I just composed, I need you to participate by playing the Gyeojeum, because according to his calculations, this song, Out to Sea, demanded a performance that transcended on and elevated the on. It was a sound that only someone of her caliber could create. Ga-hee remained calm at the offer. You are a composer, are not you? You have secured a performance from the New York Philharmonic, and that song needs the sound of my Gyeojeum. I see, certainly, if a song combines an orchestra from a distant land with my performance, it will capture everyone's attention. Based on my limited experience, I admit this is a new experiment I have never seen before. However, that is not a reason for me to play for you. Do you know the reason why I no longer play the Gyeojeum? I have sent my children off, and even my partner has left me. Now I only want to dedicate myself to those who happen to meet me here in this mountain corner. Until now, Hyun-sung had only listened to her in silence. In his previous life, he had collaborated with her, so he knew exactly how much she loved her family. Therefore, if it was not her, he could not do it. It was not just about the sound, but because he clearly remembered what she said in his past life. When she played a piece back then, Gahi had wept. Tears of joy had fallen. How can I ever forget this wonderful sound? So please go back. Gahi flatly refused his offer. If you need the sound of the Gaegeum, you would better find some young children who are capable of playing well. Hyun-sung thought to himself, if I can make her say those words again. He gently asked a question, what will you do then? I will help you regain the music you love, just as you cherished your family. What if I can make you want to play again? Suddenly, a memory of the past flooded back. Gahi, come here. The man smiled gently at her. I like it anyway. Gahi blushed at those words. The one I like is you. That person used to love dancing, especially the songs of the national singer Kim Kwang-jin. We danced together over and over countless times to those melodies. Gahi's smile was radiant with happiness. Happiness so profound it was impossible to forget. But then no one could predict the future. Now everything had become a distant memory. Hyun tried everything to plead with Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung, think it over. A master is not just called a master for nothing. They are called that because they have firm principles, just like you. She said she won't play anymore. What do you plan to do to change her mind? Besides, who knows? She might not even like our modern music. Hyun-sung calmly explained, popular music is music for the public. It is music that can touch the hearts of many. Is Master Lee Gahi not a part of the public? Woo. Hyun's eyes were already tearing up. But of course. I do not intend to do this alone. He smiled and pointed to his phone screen. I have called upon a solid ally. It was a message sent from the composer HS. This title track can only be perfected when you are the one to lend your voice. The man thought to himself, I have not released an album in a long time, and I do not stand on stage anymore. That is right. I am not young anymore. Raising my voice to sing surely won't be easy. Not to mention, many more talented young artists than me have appeared. However, even for a veteran singer who has stepped back, hearing someone wish for him to sing one more time. How foolishly moving. He pushed the door open. His pace quickened. And yet, I feel my heart trembling. Just like the first day I stepped on stage, in front of thousands of cheering fans, and that feeling of standing before those loved ones. It is impossible to forget. He had once immersed himself in that warm atmosphere. Passion and enthusiasm always burned in his sparkling eyes. Kwang-jin, that emotion had returned. Thank you for coming all this way, Mr. Rao. Kim Kwang-jin, you absolutely must be the one to sing this song. Hyun-sung had invited him to record the youth-themed title track, Green Spring. Kwang-jin smiled at the respect shown. I am very grateful that you would still think of an old man like me. But truthfully speaking, his next words surprised him a little. I was planning to refuse. As you know, it has been a very long time since I stood on stage holding a microphone. These days, even raising my voice to sing has started to become a struggle. I think it might be better to hand this song over to a younger junior. Moreover, this is the most important song of your solo album. After hearing him out, Hyun-sung spoke softly. Master, when you were young, the first time you held a microphone in your hand, how did it feel? Kwang-jin expressed directly without thinking. It was wonderful. When I held the microphone, I felt like I was holding the hand of a loved one. Firm and warm. Music is always by our side. Do you understand that feeling? There were days I was so moved I forgot everything else around me, just to burn myself out like that. He did not rush to force it, instead following the emotion. Have you ever thought about wanting to return to those days? His eyes wavered slightly. That, of course I have. Hyun-sung did not say a word, just clicked lightly on the screen. That is enough. I will take you back to that time. He moved the cursor to the play button. The very first notes transported Kwang-jin back to the old days. The melody made Kwang-jin remember his youth. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. Everything seemed to have happened in the blink of an eye. Those months and days, those people who once burned through their youth with us, raised their voices in song with us, meeting again one more time, singing together again. How wonderful it would be if I could sing this song with everyone again. After the demo ended, Hyun-sung got to the main point. I know you have always loved the tone of this guitar, the youth title track, Green Spring. I believe no one can convey the full meaning of this song better than you. No one else but the national singer Kim Kwang-jin, who once moved millions of hearts. Are you ready to sing the song of youth one more time? Kwang-jin's hands unconsciously tightened on his knees. After a long moment of deliberation, he made his decision. Since Hyun-sung had reached out, Kwang-jin had no reason to refuse anymore. All right. I will become a national singer once again. But do not think that just because I am old, I will go easy on you. I am not easily defeated either. Excitement was clear in his eyes. I go easy on you. A burst of laughter rang out in the office. No way. The free-flowing melody of the guitar and the warm saxophone blended into thick layers of harmony. Hyun-sung listened to his recording in silence. In that moment, Kwang-jin seemed to find himself again, a powerful, vibrant piece of music that was not boastful. He could see youth rushing back, in its most beautiful and magnificent form. And right then, Kwang-jin was dancing with the person he loved. A song about youth. After recording the song, Hyun-sung immediately brought it to Ga-hee. He did not use flowery words. This is my answer. Now, are you ready to sound your instrument? Master Lee Ga-hee, I really want to hear your thoughts. Suddenly, she lowered her face and stood up abruptly. Without leaving a word, Ga-hee walked straight inside. Faced with that silence, Hyun-sung secretly wondered, did I fail? I clearly believed I could move her heart. And then, Ga-hee returned. There is a habit I have maintained for many years. His pupils unconsciously contracted in surprise. She brought her instrument to face Hyun-sung. Every night, I put on my funeral clothes before falling asleep. I am just waiting for the day this life closes. I am not afraid of that day, because when it comes, I will be reunited with my husband and son on the other side of the sky. But now, I want to put my story and emotions into your music. The words had just finished when the first sound was plucked, a melody so bone-chillingly cold that just hearing it was enough to make one's hands tremble. In his previous life, when working with her, I had heard her say, I miss those who have left so much that I do not dare look up at the blue sky. Yet ironically, after losing her child, she threw herself into practice to the point of exhaustion, channeling all her sorrow into the strings. And so, at that very moment, the world elevated her to the rank of a master, likening her to the vast, high sky. And then the music became melodic once more. Ga-hee's mood suddenly became gentler. That sound seemed to awaken everything around it. After the piece ended, she was ready to talk to Hyun-sung. It has been a long time since I touched the strings. These hands seem to have grown stiff. He affirmed seriously, no, this was a perfect performance. It could not be any more wonderful. May I record it as is? Ga-hee nodded in permission. Of course, go ahead. Hyun-sung knelt before her to show his respect. Thank you. Truly, thank you for this wonderful performance. I will perfect the music and repay this help with a magnificent work. Witnessing such appreciation from the younger generation, Ga-hee unconsciously smiled. Her gaze turned toward the distance. I hope that many people will feel this is a piece of music that helps relieve their hearts, a piece of music that reaches out to comfort those who are suffering. She also had a few words of advice. I hope you will compose a piece like that. Receiving that expectation, Hyun-sung promised firmly, yes, I promise to do so. Soon after, he returned to his studio, and so, after 3 sleepless nights, with the performance of Master Ga-hee and the New York Philharmonic, Out of Sea was completed. He finally stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. I just need a little rest before continuing the work. After that, we continued recording other tracks. First was the pink-haired young man. Can I really sing? Truly, thank you. He was overjoyed to be back in the studio. Next was Young-a's turn with high determination. This time, I will definitely overcome it. Overcome it. Even Bum Jae contributed his vocals. Afterward, he walked out and said, I just wish I could record one more time. However, he flatly refused. No, the last recording was the best. Nothing can be added or removed. That emotion must be preserved. Hearing this, Bum Jae could only smile. Anyway, there is no other way. He walked up and patted Hyun-sung's shoulder lightly. I trust your ears, he replied with a nod. A few days later, their solo album was finished. Autumn was approaching, and the maple leaves had turned red. Hello, I am Min Hyun. Because of my difficult family circumstances, I only focused on studying, and until now, I have never been in a romantic relationship. But then, her steps faltered when someone called her name. Hyuna, spring had come for me. A young man waved in greeting. Hyun-ah. Hannah softly called his name. Min-woo, my guy, both gentle and kind, and handsome to boot. Is it because we are a campus couple, even though our dating spots are mainly the library or around campus? So what, we are still happy. Min-woo took out a prepared lunchbox. Tada. He was a bit embarrassed as he spoke to her. I made this because I wanted to eat with you. Hyun-ah could not stop, exclaiming, wow, it looks so delicious. It feels like I am not sitting on a school bench but on a picnic. To add to the atmosphere, let us play a song while we eat. She was prepared in her heart. I will let you hear Le Seul that Appa made. After a bit of conversation, Hyun-ah mentioned Hyun-sung. Minwoo, did you know, the one who composed this song is HS? His songs are great, right? However, this question seemed difficult for Minwoo. Sorry. I do not listen to popular music much, so I do not know who he is. This piqued Hyun-ah's curiosity. Then what do you listen to? He answered obediently. My mom said I should only listen to classical music. Usually, I listen to Chopin or Mozart. This hobby felt quite strange to her. Is that so? But HS's songs are also very good. I hope you will listen to them. This one is also by HS. For her sake, Minwoo nodded in agreement. Yeah, it is good. I will listen to all the other ones too, because it is what you like. Oh, speaking of which, I recently heard a popular song. Hyun-ah asked casually, which one? She listened intently as Minwoo shared. Since I heard the New York Philharmonic performed it, and it also featured a Gaejim performance by Master Ga-hee. That song was great, probably by a famous composer. Was it Choi Ji-hyun? Hyun-ah's smile froze slightly. Choi Ji-hyun. Soon after, the newspapers simultaneously reported, finally, a rival to HS has appeared. Another brilliant talent from LS Entertainment, Choi Ji-hyun, HS's successor as a composer, debuts with his first solo album. Composer Choi Ji-hyun collaborates with the New York Philharmonic and Gahi for his solo album recording. Composer Choi Ji-hyun, his MV has reached 105,761,893 views. The musical competition between the two genius composers HS and Choi Ji-hyun begins. Choi Ji-hyun, the shooting star composer. What is his mystery? Evaluating the birth of a genius composer in the popular music scene, Choi Ji-hyun. His songs transcend the limits of the Korean pop music market. It can be said that a legendary album has just been created. Comment by music critic Kim Dokyeon. There is a saying that a genius is born once in a century. HS and Choi Ji-hyun are living examples. However, they are very different. If HS is the pioneer, then Choi Ji-hyun is the innovator. She thought to herself, is he my brother's rival? Hyun's face suddenly went pale for a moment. It seemed Min-woo did not realize this. The MV is really good. Shall we watch it together? Hyun gaped, not knowing what to do. Since he was her brother's rival, if his MV ranked high, her brother's song would drop. I have never seen it before. He directly clicked the play button. The beginning of this song is great. You should listen too. In an instant, she shouted out, no, I can't betray my brother. Sorry. I hate Choi Ji-hyun. At the same time, elsewhere, Hyun-sung was a bit uncomfortable. Why is my ear so itchy? Even so, I am curious about his song. Hyuna had to endure the awkwardness. I also want to hear Sweet Sleep sung by Kang Ha-jin. This is embarrassing. Lately, everyone was talking noisily about Choi Ji-hyun. Everywhere you went, people were cheering. Breaking news. Breaking news. I heard this is the song that made music master Kim Kwang-jin pick up the mic again after decades. And indeed, it is worth it. The MV for the double-titled track Green Spring is also causing a storm abroad. Yet, Hyun-sung's younger sister, Hyun-ah, intentionally refused to listen to that song. The reason being, HS had also just finished a new song. Best news, HS goes head-to-head with Choi Ji-hyun. The charts are about to be a bloodbath with the race of new songs. ETM HS collaborates with SEO Genie, debuting a new song. Countdown for Ji-hyun to be dethroned. She suffered from a continuous headache. Choi Ji-hyun, please do not release it at the same time as him. SEO Genie's new song ANP, combined with powerful choreography, was attracting attention. Her smile and wink were enough to make millions of fans swoon. However, the results were not very favorable. And yet it only reached rank 89, appearing at the very end of the top 100 chart. 89 ANP original ver. SEO Genie. The reason, of course, was because of the newly rising genius composer, Choi Ji-hyun. Improvements were constantly updated. Although ANP had a strong international pop feel and its overseas performance overwhelmed its domestic results, SEO Genie, ANP, #1 on Japan's charts. Reporter Kim Soo-dong posted at 20xx. XX, 1840, it left an unpredictable aftermath. The more they praised Choi Ji-hyun, the more public opinion criticized HS. HS is washed up, lol. You can tell just by looking that HS lost. Get the PDF link here. Staying at home doing nothing must make him think composing is easy. Do those people calling HS trash really think they could compose something like ANP? Because of that, I would rather listen to ANP on repeat than touch Choi Ji-hyun's music. All these reasons were enough to exhaust Hyuna. Even though I love Min-woo, I can't betray my brother like that. I will only listen to those songs when my brother reaches number 1. Just then, Min-woo brought up something else. By the way, about the dinner you mentioned, the invitation was extended gently. I wonder if you would mind if my mother joined us. She said she wants to meet my girlfriend. But it was enough to make Hyuna anxious. Huh? Your mother? Min-woo asked softly. Does it bother you? She quickly denied it. No, having dinner with your mother sounds nice. However, in her heart, she was also worried. I wonder if it will be awkward, because Hyuna herself hoped, I really want to make a good impression. The upscale restaurant was beyond her expectations. Oh my god Min-woo, hurry up, I am so nervous. A message had been sent earlier by Min-woo. Hyuna, sorry, I will be there as soon as class ends. The professor just made an emergency announcement. Min-woo's mother smiled and suggested, Hyuna, shall we order first? If you do not mind, I will make the selection myself. She was flustered but quickly replied, yes, of course, madam. She acted with extreme elegance. I will have this, thank you. The waiter noted their request. Yes, madam. Only then did she suddenly speak up. I heard from Min-woo that you only live with your father. What does your father do for a living? Hyuna hesitated before explaining. My father has not been feeling well, so he has been resting at home for a long time. This made Min-woo's mother confused. He is sick. What is wrong with him? She admitted. Oh, my father is hearing impaired. The waiter placed the food on the table. Ah, a piece of food fell, but Minwoo's mother's expression had already turned sour. She continued to inquire, and what about siblings? Hassan answered obediently. I have an older brother, 2 years older than me. Minwoo's mother asked curiously. Is he also a student? This time she denied it. Oh no, he is already working. Her tone became more gruff. Doing what? Hyuna hesitated to answer. Well, my brother. In her heart, she was debating whether she should say he was a composer. If he found out, it would be awkward. This attitude annoyed Minwoo's mother. When an adult asks a question, you should answer. Why are you being so hesitant? Finally, Hyuna explained simply, he works for an entertainment company. Unexpectedly, the answer led the other party to misunderstand. So he is just an office worker then? Minwoo's mother asked about something else. Where do you live? Hyuna replied with some anxiety, in the Han-a-dong area. She would not let it go without knowing the details. Exactly where in Han-a-dong do you live? At this point, she had no choice but to explain, I live in the Signia Han-a-dong apartments. Minwoo's mother considered it carefully. The Signia apartments. The way she looked at Hyuna changed completely. She wondered to herself, that place is very expensive. Can they really afford to live there? Without letting her explain, Minwoo's mother jumped to a conclusion. Or are you just staying with relatives? Then she spoke up. I know this might not sound pleasant, but her way of speaking was very roundabout. Minwoo is a son I treasure very much. Regardless, you two have only just started dating, right? But it was enough to state her demand. Why do not you just stay as close friends? Minwoo's mother did not forget to add sarcastically, I heard Hyuna is a very good student. Such a smart girl must understand what I am trying to say, right? Hyuna could not say a word, she was choked up as if about to cry. She thought to herself, even though it was my first love that I loved with all my heart, looking at Minwoo makes my heart ache. On her phone screen was a string of messages from the same person. Hyuna, why do you suddenly want to break up? Say something. Is it just because of the dinner with my mother? Not answering for a week, is not that too much? Hyuna, let us meet and talk. However, she chose to hide. Hyuna did not forget to follow the entertainment news. Meanwhile, Seo Ji-ni and Kang Ha-jun's ANP dance challenge exploded. She was somewhat comforted, and finally, ANP reached the #1 spot on the charts. Seo Ji-ni's ANP gloriously takes #1 with the new challenge. With eyes red from sadness, Hyuna smiled and thought, so my brother's song has reached the top. Now I can finally listen to Choi Ji-hyun's music. She decided to watch the song she had once criticized. She heard the Green Spring MV was so touching it brought people to tears. The music began, along with a voice. Perhaps I once laughed like that. Hyuna was a bit surprised. The MV has a voiceover. In her heart, she remembered things from the past. When I was little, I also used to play like that. The song continued and the images gradually changed. Back then, nothing was scary, not even falling down and getting hurt. Through just a few frames, the girl had grown up. There were times when small things turned into mountains weighing down on me. There was even a vision of the future, but regardless, on the screen was an extremely happy wedding photo. I still laugh more than I cry. Only now did Hyuna realize. Wait, this is my parents' wedding photo. She was extremely confused. Why is it in this MV? The song continued and the story entered a new chapter. Only now do I dare to say, I once loved sincerely. As the song went on, the couple welcomed 2 children. If I could go back to the past, a cherry blossom tree in full bloom under the sunlight, and on it was a photo of their family of 3. I might lose my current happiness. Hyuna could not believe her eyes. Wait a minute, she observed the girl in the MV. Isn't this my school uniform? The melody continued to play. I am so lucky to be living as my current self, because if I were not, I would never understand this feeling. The image changed, and it was now a scene of the 2 siblings, Hyuna and her brother, as children. At another lyric, it was the sight of them together. Even though sometimes, I still remember those carefree days of laughter. Once again, the symbol of the song, the cherry blossom tree, appeared. On some warm spring day, under the tree's shade, Hyun-sung was asleep next to Hyuna. But now, that spring is already in my heart. She could not believe her eyes, her emotions overflowing. No way! Sob. Hyuna hid under her blanket and burst into tears. This scene was caught by Hyun-sung. Hyun, why are you crying? She was momentarily flustered. Oh brother, only then did Hyuna realize the person she had been avoiding was actually Choi Ji-hyun. Hyun-sung was also a bit surprised by this. Oh, did not I tell you? I thought I already said it, but he noticed something else. But, what does me being Choi Ji-hyun have to do with you crying? You have to tell me so I can help. Hyuna cried even harder. Hick, Choi Ji-hyun. That song, that MV. Wiping her tears, she continued, it is just that, in the MV, our family looks so truly happy. The insulting words from Minwoo's mother earlier came back to her. Regardless, you two have only just met, right? My Minwoo is a child I have cherished and loved with all my heart. But to Hyuna, those things were no longer important. Only now do I say it. But, I once loved truly. The song had also reached its end. A photo of the two siblings as children appeared. If I could return to those days. Followed by a photo of the two of them together. Hyuna smiled and looked up, suddenly thinking that perhaps she was also a little sister cherished by her family like that. Hyun Sung responded with a similar gentle smile, thinking to himself that because he wanted to tell this story, he had to work under the name Choi Ji-hyun instead of HS. At this point, Hinana spoke in a reproachful tone. The name Choi Ji-hyun. I should have watched the MV sooner. Boycotting Choi Ji-hyun for no reason was so pointless. Hyun Sung felt a bit hurt by her admission. What? You did that? However, he did not care much. Thanks to Hyun Sung's efforts, that name would soon be revealed. Hyuna firmly admitted, of course, in my heart, HS is forever number one. Seeing her mood improve, Hyun Sung suggested, I get it, go to the living room, let us have some chicken. After that, Hyun Sung received a message from Jeannie. I will work harder, do not worry, just do your work. In her heart, she was worried for Hyun Sung. The public kept comparing Choi Ji-hyun to him. Many articles were written in a confrontational way. Even if he did not show it, he must be feeling uncomfortable inside. With that determination, Jeannie became even more enthusiastic about practicing. I have already received the best song. The fire of enthusiasm in her heart burned brightly. What is left is my own capability as an artist. Speaking of which, and this was the beginning of the butterfly effect. So, a shout rang out, Senior, please help me. After that, Seo Jeannie started developing ideas for the ANP Dance Challenge video, while also asking singers around her to join in spreading the challenge. Her choreographer supported her enthusiastically. If we make the dance highlight in the shape of an ox, would not it fit the lyrics? Hajun came up with very adorable and easy to remember ideas. A new path too. Finally, posing with two hands forming the letter H. Happiness. Then Hajun explained to Jeannie, like this, it is easy for anyone to imitate, right? Plus, the hatted happiness is also the initial of our great composer. She caught onto the idea quickly. In short, design simple movements so anyone can participate. Right, that is a great idea. What they were aiming for was something vibrant yet sharp. Jeannie became even more determined. Exactly, it needs joy but also decisiveness in every movement. With just those things, the ANP challenge began to trend, but for it to explode even more. Meanwhile, Hajun also supported her enthusiastically. We have to make the ANP challenge explode even more. I want to bring the composer's song to the #1 spot. Dad, if I want to have a strong influence on the public, who should I invite to join? He harbored a long-term plan, and Kang Hajun's goal was to put HS at the top. The person on the other end of the line replied, you mean an A-list star? I know a real superstar. Do you want me to introduce you? Hajun was delighted upon receiving the support. Oh my god. Dad, you are making me blush. Tae nodded and explained, well, if we are talking about a public figure I am close with, a shocking revelation was made. I have a pretty good relationship with the current governor of Gyeonggi province. Is something the matter? Hajun quickly presented his plan. Yes, I have a very important favor to ask him. Later, on the news, this major figure appeared. Hello citizens of Gyeonggi province. He introduced himself. I am Lee Jin-tae, the governor of Gyeonggi. Jin-tae performed the movements from Jeannie's song. I always wish everyone health and lots of joy. I will always be with you, along with a very bright smile. Happiness. Social media exploded after that event. Kim Lala one day ago. Oh my god, he is truly friendly. His mindset is so positive, even making an effort to interact with the MZ generation. So touching. Lol. Hyun Sung read the comments with a bewildered face. What is going on? Time passed, and all the efforts of so many people combined. The result of that was ANP, officially touching the #1 spot on the charts. Jeannie proudly sent Hyun Sung a message. I told you to just trust me. Somewhere in his ear was a suggestion. Music Core just sent an invitation. Since ANP hit #1, why do not you go with Jeannie once? But you have to wear a helmet. Hyun Sung considered it seriously. A TV program, then, woo? Hyun quickly added, no one's forcing you to be on air, but Jeannie worked so hard to get your song to #1, right? She really wants you to join her to celebrate. These words successfully reached Hyun Sung. Everyone is trying so hard, maybe I should try once too. He spoke to Woo Hyun, alright, with a smile on his lips as he affirmed, I will join. At the event venue, specifically in the artist's waiting room, HS, a uniquely decorated helmet was laid out in front of him. Woo Hyun could not believe his eyes and asked loudly in a panic, Min Hyun Sung, what is with that helmet? Hyun Sung simply explained, I just bought it. Does it look good? He did not forget to add, I even upgraded the internal ventilation system and added an extremely soft new lining. Hearing this, Woo Hyun spoke up. Hyun Sung, he commented seriously, you look exactly like a mad scientist villain in a sci-fi movie wearing that. Hyun Sung quickly took off the helmet while protesting. This is a helmet I designed myself. I thought about it a lot before making it. Does it not fit well? I thought it looked cool. At this, Woo Hyun wondered, how can your aesthetic sense stop at the level of making yourself look bad like this? Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Composer, are you here? Genie was also overwhelmed by this new look. What is that helmet? Hyun-sung explained seriously, it is a specially made helmet for the TV broadcast. Hearing this, she became even more panicked. Didn't manager Kim stop you? Hyun-sung immediately focused on the main topic. Anyway, I have seen the challenge, including the video of the governor of Gyeonggi province dancing. Genie replied with a smile, it is awesome, is not it? I told you so? She hesitantly explained one more thing. Actually, this was thanks to Kang Ha-jun's help. He even suggested simple dance moves that were easy to spread, and he even promoted the song as enthusiastically as his own. Then she shared in detail about Ha-jun's efforts. You can't imagine, even the challenge with the Gyeonggi governor was thanks to him asking his father for help. The smile on Genie's lips grew brighter. Anyway, after the show ends, I will treat everyone to a round. By the way, does the composer want to join the challenge? The viral potential will be huge. Her suggestion surprised Hyun-sung. Are you crazy? How would I look doing that dance? However, Genie assured him of one thing. Oh my, even the elderly and the clumsy can dance to it. And even the governor joined in. What reason do you have not to dance? Hyun-sung still wanted to refuse. That is up to me. This made her give in. A staff member appeared with an announcement. Mr. HS, please get ready for filming. Hyun-sung picked up his helmet while thinking to himself that actually, he did not care much about ANP's performance. He was determined that regardless, Choi Ji-hyun-sung would perform well anyway, so it did not really matter who was hotter. Genie smiled brightly and encouraged him. Anyway. Good luck. Composer. Hyun-sung also curled his lips into a smile the people who were helping him. He said one last thing before walking out. Alright, of course I will do a good job. From the stage was the introduction from the female host, and the moment the special guest appeared on Music Core that day, Woo Hyun and Genie were both simultaneously surprised. Social media exploded because of the scene unfolding before them. Wait, what just happened? Wow, luckily I tuned in on time. Who? Is this a real live stream? Who is that? He looks like someone's edited character. Today's broadcast will definitely become legendary. Music Core today is top tier. Quickly take a screenshot. Everyone also commented that this moment far surpassed even the governor's challenge video, becoming a true legend. The host's words rang out. Show Music Core. Today, we bring a special segment with the appearance of a very special guest, followed by the introduction, and that is, none other than Korea's leading composer. Please welcome HS. Hyun-sung took the microphone from her and spoke up. Hello, I am the composer HS. Comments exploded at this moment. I am going crazy, HS actually agreed to come on Music Core. What is that helmet? His unique aesthetic sense is truly unparalleled. They continued to comment. Only someone with this kind of aesthetic sense can be a composer. Meanwhile, the host began the interview. As the composer of ANP, could you share a bit about your feelings and mood when composing this song? However, fans paid more attention to his clothes. The clothes are incredibly cool, but every time I look down, the helmet hits me right in the eye. Hyun-sung explained sincerely, this is a song I composed with the hope that everyone who hears it can join in and enjoy together. And then viewers responded once again. Exactly, everyone is partying to this song right now anyway. The other party asked another question. Yes, as per Mr. HS's wish, the ANP challenge is currently taking social media by storm. Hyun-sung replied to her calmly, although it was not what I expected, I feel honored that everyone is enjoying it. Comments appeared with every word. Hyun-sung spoke. Is this an interview or is this guy reciting from a textbook? But I have to admit his voice is really good. It sounds so captivating. Oh my god, he is exactly my type. At this point, the host continued, so up next is Senior Seo Jin's ANP stage. Before the stage begins, as the composer, would you like to send a word of encouragement? Below were the fans supporting very enthusiastically. Do a good job. You must do a good job. Even a robot would not read a script this stiffly. Forget that, just appreciate that wonderful voice. Hearing this, the host commented, truly words of encouragement that show a strong bond. Yes, thank you for those sincere words from the composer HS. And right now, please join us for Senior Seo Jin's ANP stage. At this moment, Hyun-sung suddenly coughed a few times. Cough, cough. This reaction momentarily left fans dazed. Wait. Is that for real? HS, are you crazy? On stage, Hyun-sung recreated the movements from the song he composed. Happiness. Viewers exploded once again. You are crazy HS. Everyone was in a stir. I am officially joining the fan club today. After the governor incident. Then this. So hilarious. Questions kept appearing. Can I rewatch Music Core? Is there a replay? Along with a reminder from Seo Jin, Angel Hyema, everyone, hurry up and turn on Music Core. Are you watching Music Core? Even on social media, the fan meeting was being broadcast live. Music Core, HS's ANP challenge, brief, but powerful happiness. HS, ANP challenge, HS. Did you see this video? I never expected him to have this personality. I suddenly feel much more fond of him. Below were 83 comments. 79, each had their own thoughts. Anonymous fan. He must have suffered a lot while being next to Choi Ji-hyun, but seeing his song reach #1 on the charts like this makes me happy. 80%. Anonymous fan. Wait, I think he is fine. 81. Anonymous fan. People like him usually have a stronger inner self than normal people. 82. Anonymous fan. What do you know to judge? Who knows if he cried behind the scenes? 83. Anonymous fan. They are both famous composers. What is so strange about them talking to each other? Scrolling down further, there was a post. Freedom. Hey guys, can I ask something? For some reason, I find HS's and Choi Ji-hyun's music quite similar. And both of them are under LS Entertainment. Even the basic info is so sparse. Is it possible these two are the same person, or is it just me? And every post attracted extremely lively discussion. Anonymous 1. Yeah, at that point it is end-stage delusion. Go to the hospital. Anonymous 2. What, that is a bit much. It is okay for them to think that. Anonymous 3000 odd. I have listened carefully and I am starting to suspect it too. Anonymous 4. No, it seems like he is just really immersed. Is that necessary? Anonymous 5. The armchair detective has arrived. Very quickly, another post made it to the top search results. Recently rumors have been swirling that HS and Choi Ji-hyun are one person. I could not help but write a few lines. Guys, use your brains a bit. If they were one person, why would they intentionally release music at the same time? Showbiz is a place where they value data more than gold. HS's name is already established. If he avoided Choi Ji-hyun, his revenue would be even higher. LS Entertainment is not so amateurish that they would not foresee this. It is certain that both HS and LS Entertainment did not expect Choi Ji-hyun's album to be this hot, so they accidentally released at the same time. Reading the discussions online, Woo Hyun was visibly excited. Oh, thanks to our Hyun Sung, the internet has become so interesting. Hearing this, Hyun Sung asked back curiously, what is so interesting? He quickly presented, HS and Choi Ji-hyun seem to be the same person, but immediately after, his expression became concerned as he read a new piece of news, controversy over Lee Yoo-ju's power-tripping behavior. On his phone screen was a news snippet from YTM. TV station employee A reveals Lee Yoo-ju's power-tripping behavior is very serious. It was a hellish time. Below were shocking headlines. After a series of revelations about power-tripping behavior, Lee Yoo-ju posted an apology letter on her personal SNS, but the public has turned its back. Lee Young-ah, who was at the company, says the controversies all have their reasons. Woo Hyun read out a few lines from the articles. Aphrodite member Lee Yoo-ju's management agency JN Entertainment announces an official apology regarding the power trip controversy. Then he remarked, truly, the entertainment industry, how can one work long-term with someone with a bad personality? Hyun Sung heard these words and only gave a bitter smile because hearing those words from his previous life made his heart ache. Whoa, Hyun suddenly remembered something, and immediately changed the subject. Wait, now's not the time for this. If Lee Yoo-ju's cases are all being exposed like this, then maybe. Meanwhile, in his heart, Hyun Sung was still thinking about what had happened in his previous life, memories he thought he had buried. The person next to him immediately went into work mode. I need to talk to the manager and staff at that company. What happened with Jay must absolutely not be leaked out. Hearing this, Hyun Sung was a bit puzzled. Why? Woo Hyun explained in simple terms. If that matter comes to light, do you know what the consequences will be? When Lee Yoo-ju's daily videos were released, Hyun Sung quickly understood the implication Lee Yoo-ju would likely face even more criticism. He looked over and continued, if it were a conflict between a celebrity and a civilian, it would be fine. But a clash between celebrities will definitely spark rumors. For example, everything happened exactly as Woo Hyun said. Comments began appearing online. Anonymous 1. Why were those two even arguing? It seems Yoon Jae-il must have given some reason too. Anonymous 2. I can read faces, and people with Yoon Jae-il's look have a reason for appearing so gloomy. Anonymous 3. I bet she intentionally provoked her just to get hit. Woo Hyun even painted a worst-case scenario where Hyun Sung would be dragged into the spotlight. Anonymous. Who is that guy stepping in between them? He is so handsome. Anonymous. Is he an agency staff member or a manager? Those two look like they have a thing for each other. Anonymous. Probably just a friend of Jae-il's. Let me Google him. Hearing this, Woo Hyun concluded, if that happens, articles about HS's real face will appear immediately. His words successfully made Hyun Sung panic. We need to contact that company immediately, and demand they keep it a secret. Woo Hyun updated him on his actions. I have already contacted them. I also told our IT staff to monitor the web carefully, but suddenly he paused, his expression becoming a bit hazy. Woo Hyun held up his phone and spoke. Hyun-sun, how are you going to handle this? A barbecue party was being set up. Friends were shouting congratulations. Here's to everyone in the department's success. Cheers. The guy sitting opposite called out, let us order 2 more rounds. At that moment, Min-woo spoke to Hyun-ah, after the department meeting ends, can we talk for a bit, while everyone else was busy enjoying the party. Order more. Sligdenfikuan hdi insa. Space was stiff. She thought to herself that she should not have come to this party at all. She told herself Min-woo is making me so uncomfortable. We already broke up and besides, checking her phone, she thought, ever since I told him I broke up with Min-woo, he keeps sending these nonsense texts. I appreciate the concern. In the meantime, she replied to Hyun-sung's text, I am heading home soon. Min-woo next to her, kept calling Hyun-ah. He desperately tried to get her attention. Hyun-ah, let us talk. Suddenly, a strange voice came from outside. Is there a Ms. Ga? Min Hyuna here. The delivery man smiled and announced, express delivery has arrived. Hyuna looked at him in confusion. Yes, I did not order any express delivery. The delivery man explained simply. It was sent by a Mr. Min Hyun-sun. Didn't you know? Hearing this, she quickly accepted it. Oh, then it is for me. Her friends started gossiping, looking at the sender's name. It is obviously her brother. The delivery man continued listing the items. Yes, these are 31 app books. Please check the quantity and sign the receipt. Hyun-ah could not believe her ears and shouted. What? The delivery man added. Let us see, Mr. Min Hyun-sung wrote. His words were shocking and successfully caught everyone's attention. For Ms. Thao. Min Hyun-ah's department meeting, please give one to each of your classmates as a gift. Hyun-ah's friends immediately cheered in unison. Oh, Hyun-ah. They competed to discuss her brother. Is Hyun-ah's brother in business? Amazing. Introduce me. Hyun-ah, is your family that rich? Hyun-ah could only laugh awkwardly. Haha. In her heart, she wondered, brother, why did you do this? After the gathering ended, she immediately questioned Hyun-sung. Brother? He looked over and gave a smug smile. All right, you should say thank you first. In her heart, Hyun-ah was actually quite moved by the surprise gift. Then she questioned him. How much did you spend? Hyun-sung casually gave the figure. About 100 million won. He even promised more. Next time, I will send a Korean buffet truck to your department. Well, good right, feel free to thank me. Hearing this made Hyun-ah even more flustered. I am grateful, but, she honestly replied, it puts a lot of pressure on me. This confused Hyun-sung. Why, it is all so you can have a better school life. Hyun-ah explained calmly, it is fine. My school life is already good. You do not need to give those things. I still have many good friends, and app books are not cheap. Her explanation made Hyun-sung ponder. After she broke up with that guy, I was worried she would be sad, so I cared a bit more. Seems like she is okay now. Hyun-ah was about to say more. From now on, please. But then her phone received a call. Min-woo's mom. The caller was none other than Min-woo's mother. Before Hyun-ah could stop him, Hyun-sung answered the phone. Min-woo's mother's voice came from the other end. Hello? Hyun-ah. She had the nerve to invite her. Can you come to our house tomorrow to study with Min-woo? I am calling to ask. Min-woo's mother was eyeing the gift her son had received, her mouth full of sweet talk. I will make something special and delicious. But in her heart, she was calculating how to exploit her. Where did that girl get the money to give gifts to everyone in her department? Only then did Hyun-sung respond to her. I am not Hyuna, I am her brother. Min-woo's mother smiled and asked back, oh really, then why do not you both come over? He did not beat around the bush, and added immediately, our Hyuna is a daughter from a noble family. He used the exact words she had used to insult Hyuna before. My Min-woo is someone I raised very carefully. I can't let her meet just anyone carelessly. Hyun-sung gave a contemptuous smile as he concluded. You have a smart son, surely you understand. Min-woo's mother's face froze completely. Well, she was about to curse back. Hey, you, but Hyun-sung already pressed the end call button. Hyuna saw this and said, brother. However, Hyun-sung warned her, if Min-woo contacts you, block him immediately. If you can't, tell him to call my number. This attitude made her comment, you are as childish as an elementary student. But to Hyun-sung, that was a compliment. Yeah, thanks for the praise. Hyuna added, thank you. The conversation ended and Hyun-sung headed for the door. I am heading out. A reporter wants to interview Choi Ji-hyun. I will be back before tomorrow morning. Hyun-ah remembered something and called after him. Brother, wait. She spoke briefly. I have wanted to ask for a long time. Among the people I know, no one has that name. Along with the question, who on earth is Choi Ji-hyun? On the other side, Woo Hyun was looking completely dazed. He held his phone out to Hyun-sung while asking, Hyun-sung, what are you going to do about this? The sender of the messages was reporter Gi Jin-sung. The content was as follows. Director Kim, long time no see. How have you been? I thought I was in charge of the exclusive interview with HS, so this time, can you help me get an exclusive with Choi Ji-hyun? In return, I will keep the connection between Choi Ji-hyun and HS a secret to my grave. You know I am very good at keeping secrets. Reading this, Woo Hyun could not help but swear. That bastard must have realized. What do we do now? Just ignore him. Hyun-sung received the news calmly. It is okay. I thought one day this might be exposed anyway. Woo, Hyun asked. Oh, really? I thought you did not want this to be found out. Hyun-sung explained simply. It is music. People accept it however they want anyway. He added thoughtfully, whether it is Choi Ji-hyun or HS, I want people to believe what they want. If they think it is the same person, let them think that. Hyun-sung's view was simple. And if someone believes otherwise, that is fine too. Hearing this, Woo Hyun asked, I see. So we just ignore that guy. But the answer was unexpected. Actually, this time, let us cooperate and do the interview. Woo Hyun became even more confused. Huh, why? But then he will definitely know you are the same person. Hyun-sung confirmed again. Yeah. Think of it as doing him a favor. Placing his glass on the table, he explained, I mean, we should take this opportunity to pull him to our side. A cunning smile appeared on Hyun-sung's face. Not let him join the other side, but use him as a card whenever necessary. At the LS Entertainment building the next day, Jin Sang walked inside arrogantly. He was greeted by a voice. Come in. Hyun-sung put on his helmet and continued. You are here. Jin Sang sat down and cautiously observed the person opposite him. I thought someone else would be sitting here. You are not planning to hide it anymore. Yes, hello. In his heart, he was making observations. He did not stay and act thick-skinned as HS. What an interesting guy. At this point, Hyun-sung tilted his head and questioned. So, what are you planning now? The sudden question confused Jin Sang. Planning what? Hyun-sung asked directly again, now that you have confirmed Choi Ji-hyun is also HS. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Jin Sang explained briefly, I came here today to do an exclusive interview with Choi Ji-hyun. He was calculating in his head that he had to keep his promise so he could continue receiving exclusives in the future. Today's exclusive interview with Choi Ji-hyun alone would be a sensation. Hyun-sung sneered, his words becoming more serious. Is that so? Then I will personally grant the interview. But in return, you must keep this a secret for the rest of your life. This sudden offer made the other man a bit confused. Why was he so confident? Did he have another ace up his sleeve? Regardless, Jin Sang agreed. Yes, I promise. He felt puzzled. Why do I feel like I am being led? But he decided to let it go. Anyway, let us start the interview quickly. The first question will obviously be about the Green Spring MV, the topic currently causing a stir. The interview went smoothly. Jin Sang bowed when it was over. Thank you for cooperating for so long, but before leaving, he did not forget to ask. Lastly, can I ask one more question? Hyun-sung accepted. Yes, go ahead, Jin Sang asked immediately. I was wondering if Choi Ji-hyun is your real name, or if it is a name with a special meaning. This question made Hyun-sung reflect for a moment. Someone else asked me this before I came here. I was debating whether to answer. He presented his thoughts, but in the end, I told that person. So I will tell you too. Hearing this, Jin Sang grew expectant, wondering how big the secret was. However, the real meaning was incredibly silly. The strongest person, Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung looked directly at the man, showing total seriousness in his answer. Jin Sang was completely stunned. He was confused in his head. His voice was too low. If I ask him to repeat it, he probably won't say it again. Anyway, what did he just say? Choi Guan-ji Mian. Then he looked at Hyun-sung with admiration. That is not a common phrase. He really picked a grand name. The city at night was bright with lights. The news in the papers all focused on one topic, YTM exclusive, competing with HS, the only rival is himself. Meeting the super rookie composer Choi Ji-hyun. Below was the interview with Hyun-sung. Recently, you have been competing in music with HS, a fellow composer and senior in the industry. How do you feel about that? His answer was edited somewhat. Actually, I never thought I was competing with HS. I just think the song that people keep listening to for a long time is the winner. If so, that person will also be the winner. The second question was, what brought you to the Green Spring MV project that is currently trending? Hyun-sung answered honestly. While working with Master Kim Kwang-jin, he brought a photo of his younger self. When I looked at it, an idea suddenly crossed my mind. He continued to mention another story. We can't forget the double title track Out of Sea. This is a new age piece with an oriental style featuring the New York Philharmonic and the legendary Gaegeum artist, Lee Ga-hee, who had retired. This is an extremely grand project, yet the lyrics have not been registered. What made you decide to compose such a new age piece? He shared his perspective. I think screams in silence are often more painful than anything. Everyone has experienced a sad memory, moments of disappointment and despair. But I never cried out loud. That is why I intentionally left out the lyrics so that listeners could cry freely while listening. Along with the article was a photo of Lee Ga-hee playing the Gaegeum. Jin Sang continued the interview. Speaking of Lee Ga-hee, how did you two come together for this project? Hyun-sung presented it poetically. You could say it is a connection from a previous life, linked by poetry and romance. The forums were buzzing with discussions. Just finished reading Choi Ji-hyun's interview. Finally, do you have any message for the fans? Or if you have any release plans in the future, please feel free to share. If an idea flashes in my head, I will be back. I also hope everyone can accept the music in its most original form, limiting baseless speculation or illogical criticism. Even though the reporter tried to write it gently, the tone was still quite sharp. Every viewer had their own opinion, not just the tone. Just reading the content feels pretty intense. Don't you find it gentle? I am the only one who feels that way. He said he left out the lyrics so everyone could cry out loud. I am moved again. Some acted smart and remarked, from the moment I heard about poetry and romance, I knew this was not an ordinary person. As expected, to compose music like that, one probably can't be sane. Reading those comments and articles, Woo Han could not help but feel satisfied. Every time he checked the online reactions, he became more certain that Hyun Sung was a composer the public could not help but love. Even while walking on the street, his eyes were fixed on his phone. I once bet with the team that HS's track record would be higher than Choi Ji-hyun's. But in the end, Choi Ji-hyun's song climbed to number 1. Maybe thanks to the interview effect. Well, time to go settle the bet with a happy mood. Suddenly a scream rang out, startling Woo Hyun. Wah! He peeked from behind a pillar. The sound of a child crying. Did someone bring a child actor? Then he heard a scolding voice. Are you in your right mind? Do Jun was bowing his head, repeatedly admitting fault. I am sorry, sir. In-tae was not easily appeased. What were you thinking bringing a child to work? Do you think that is appropriate? At this moment, someone nearby hurriedly spoke up for him. Sir, it is his youngest sister. The kindergarten is on summer break, so only then did In-tae temporarily calm down. Fine for Mr. Ustu. Oh's sake, I will let it slide this time. But handle it properly. Don't let it affect work. Do-jun hurriedly accepted the kindness. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In-tae looked down and observed the kid. In his heart, he noted. Suddenly, I am reminded of when my daughter was little. Then he asked curiously, Little one, how old do you think I am? Do-hee smiled brightly and answered innocently, 36. Hearing this, Do-jun whispered to the person next to him, actually, my Do-hee only knows how to count to 30. The other person laughed and replied, and she picked the highest number in her knowledge. The kid has potential. In-tae was extremely satisfied with the girl's answer. Ha ha ha, the little one already knows how to be social. Should I give you some pocket money? Do-jun quickly refused on his sister's behalf. Oh no sir. Director, such a large amount is not necessary. Do-hee is only 4 years old, she does not need that much money yet. However, he insisted. It is fine, I want to give it. Just keep it for her. Buy her something delicious and good later. At this point, he could only politely accept the kindness. Thank you very much sir. Truly, thank you. Do-hee tilted her head and asked him, so now, Do-hee gives the money to brother. Do-jun gently added, brother will keep it for you and then, unexpectedly, as soon as he finished, tears welled up in her eyes. He burst into tears while Do-jun looked on in distress. He switched to a threatening method. Hey, if you keep crying, the old man in the sack will come and get you. Stop it now. This sudden appearance made viewers exclaim, wait, is not that Director Kim? Woo Hyun stood frozen, observing the scene. In-tae asked seriously, Director Kim, do you know how to soothe children? Immediately after, a message was sent to Hyun Sung, save me, Fire Mask Man. Hyun Sung, are you in the studio? That half helmet, do you still have it? He quickly replied with another message. Yes, I am in the studio. What is wrong? Woo Hyun did not reveal it but only instructed. Great, I will be there with a guest, so please put on that helmet for me. Though curious, Hyun Sung complied. A guest. Immediately after, Do-hee's exclamation rang out. Wow, amazing. She pointed forward and declared Fire Mask Man. This made Hyun Sung confused. What mask? The situation afterward was very chaotic. So, 2 hours passed. Do-hee was still full of energy. Let us play, let us play. At this point, Hyun Sung tried to refuse. Fire Mask Man is off work today. However, the little girl denied it immediately. No way. Hyun Sung continued to explain patiently. Heroes need days off too. If you keep causing trouble, the bad guys will come to work today. Woo Hyun watched from the side and felt proud of himself. As expected, he is the embodiment of childishness. He gets along so well with Do-hee. He remembered what happened earlier. The girl would not stop crying, so he had to reluctantly trick her. Be good. If you stop crying, I will let you meet the Fire Mask Man who protects LS City. At the time, he could not think of any other way. And then, Woo Hyun exclaimed with emotion again, bringing her here was a wise decision. Can't let the bad guys work. Thank you Fire Mask Man. A knock came from outside. Hyun Sung quickly replied. Wait, who is it? Come in. The person who appeared was none other than Do-jun. Director Kim, composer, sorry for the intrusion. Do-hee immediately became happier when she saw him. brother. Hyun-sung observed the interaction between the two siblings and noted, truly a child. Do-jun bent down and asked softly, "My Do-hee, are you having fun?" She replied joyfully, "Yes, playing with Fire Mask Man is so much fun," he casually explained, "but everyone here is very busy, you should not bother them." Then he made an offer, "Let us go play with brother now." The smile on Do-hee's face disappeared instantly. "So soon?" Do-jun still smiled to entice her. "I will take you to see the TV station and let you meet the people on TV." However, Do-hee only hugged Hyun-sung's leg tighter. "I do not want to. I want to play with Fire Mask Man more." He also tried to support Do-jun. "Hey, go back with your brother." Woo, Hyun looked at him and noted, "Oh la la, your mouth says that but your arms are holding the kid pretty tight." Then he spoke up, "But Do-jun, are you going to take her along for the whole schedule?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes. Everyone is busy and I am hesitant to bother anyone. Besides, I would not be at ease leaving Do-hee at home and going far away. I have to look after my sister." Hearing this, Woo Hyun reminded him, "But bringing a child to a TV station." Do-jun explained briefly, "I have asked for permission beforehand. As long as she stays in the waiting room." Woo Hyun noted after hearing those words, taking care of an artist and a child at the same time is going to be very hard. Do-jun was still trying to coax her. "Come on, so, Kim Do-hee, let us go." However, his efforts did not yield any results. "I do not want to." He then mentioned the promise between them. "When we left the house, you promised me you would be good, right?" Do-hee was very conflicted. "But, I still want to play with Fire Mask Man more." He grew tired, and could only let out a long sigh. Soothing a child really is not easy. Then Do-jun used other words to persuade her. "Do-hee, pleading won't work. This person is a very busy hero. He can't play with you forever." Hyun-sung suddenly denied it. "Oh, that is not true." His answer made Do-jun's eyes widen. "Pardon," Hyun-sung affirmed firmly, "I am free today." He chimed in enthusiastically next to him. "That is right, Fire Mask Man said today is his day off." This made Do-jun bewildered. Hyun-sung interrupted him, "If you are so worried, just bring her along to the TV station." This declaration made Do-jun's jaw drop. "You? Going to the TV station?" Even Woo Hyun was equally surprised. "Why all of a sudden?" Hyun-sung put his hands in his pockets while continuing, "Just let me look after the kid," he affirmed very firmly. "As for you, focus on taking care of your artist." Hyun-sung's face showed unconcealed seriousness. Woo Hyun and Do-jun were both simultaneously moved. Fire Mask Man. He truly is a hero. Then inside the room, Hyun-sung's voice rang out, "Hey kiddo." He tried to negotiate with Do-hee. "I need to rest too, so go play over there by yourself. Aren't you hot, sticking to me like this?" But she explained Do-hee is bored, playing alone is no fun. Then Hyun-sung held a phone out to her. "Then watch this." A video was playing of animated sharks living in the ocean. A cute baby shark. Hyun sat to the side, silently observing. This is the ultimate weapon in the toddler world. He knew exactly what program was playing. It was Yellow Pong. The sharks were still singing, "Do, do, do." Speaking of which, Melloform was a globally famous children's brand, starting from nursery rhymes and cartoons, growing to the point of owning a musical troupe for children. Woo Hyun thought to himself, every time they release a family series song, it becomes a hit. Just then, Do-hee called out, "Fire Mask Man." Woo Hyun waited for Hyun-sung's reaction, thinking, he knows because he is famous for music, or maybe, he observed his friend carefully. Based on the guy's actions so far, he wondered. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung started to get worried. "What is wrong, kid? Not fun," Woo Hyun boldly concluded. Could it be that this guy actually likes kids? Do-hee admitted in a small voice. The shark family is boring." Hearing this, Hyun-sung thought of another option. "Don't like the shark family, how about I put on the lion family for you?" Unexpectedly, he still got a refusal from the little girl. "No." Hyun-sung continued to suggest, "What about the cute penguin family?" At this, Do-hee's eyes welled up with tears. "So, I do not like it." She suddenly burst into tears. Woo Hyun was also bewildered by this scene. "Hyun-sung, why did you make her cry?" Hyun-sung asked back, confused. "I did not do anything." Woo Hyun urged him, "Stop explaining and go comfort her. She is about to cry her heart out." At this point, Hyun-sung could only sigh and take off his helmet. Sigh. Then he called out gently, "Do-hee, look here." Hyun-sung's face was directly facing Do-hee's. A strange sound came from his mouth. Cluck, cluck. Woo Hyun could not believe his ears. "Did I just hear that? Am I hallucinating?" Hyun-sung was still trying to soothe Do-hee. "Well, as long as she stops crying. If you keep crying, you will be kicked out." Come to think of it, Hyun used to cry all the time too. He remembered when he was younger, the girl used to whine about removing the 3 bears from her lullaby playlist. Back then, Hyun now repeatedly refused. "I do not like it. I do not like the song about the bears living together." Hyun-sung clearly remembered the situation. The girl was so fussy that he had to modify the lyrics and sing it back to her. 3 bears living in one house, brother bear and sister bear. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait a minute, Hyun-sung immediately confirmed his thought by asking the girl sitting next to him. Hey kiddo, in the Baby Shark song, is there a specific part you do not like? He explained honestly, Daddy Shark. It is just. He does not have a daddy. Hearing that song makes me sad. Hearing this, Hyun-sung could only sigh inwardly. Sigh, why do all these children's songs insist on the whole family living together? It makes kids cry all the time. He made an offer. Hey kid, lean in here. He looked up blankly. Lean in. Hyun-sung whispered a promise into her ear. Later, I will let you hear a song with only a mommy, a brother, and a baby. Hee's face lit up with excitement. Whoa, really? There is a song like that? This expression made Hyun-sung laugh. This kid really likes secrets, does not she? He did not forget to add, yeah, but, shh. It is a secret. This is a song only for heroes. Ordinary people can't hear it, understand? They even pinky swore with each other. This is a secret between us, okay? Yes, a secret, he asked, impatiently. But, when can I hear it? Hyun-sung checked the schedule on his phone and replied, let us see. He continued to open the website of the children's music production company. Then he said with a gentle smile, I am only telling Dewey, okay? Woo-hyun, sitting to the side, was also extremely impatient. Is it impossible for a unique children's song to just drop out of nowhere? Oh God, please. On the Yellowpong staff's side, their eyes widened as they received the news. Lord have mercy. Below was an email and an audio file from Hyun-sung. Collaboration proposal. Terms for children's music composition project. Hello, I am the composer HS. I will get straight to the point. 1. Do not use the name HS in any promotional materials or any form of publicity. 2. Do not interfere with the composition process. If the above terms are accepted, I am willing to collaborate on producing children's music content. I have attached a 20-second snippet of the first draft. Please listen and respond as soon as possible. Attachment, nursery rhyme sample. The composer HS, Jin-wook thought he was being pranked. Haha, this is funny. On his computer screen was the email. Terms for project collaboration. Do you want to delete this email? Confirm/cancel. After pressing the delete button, Jin-wook remarked, you can tell just by looking it is a scam. Probably spam. HS, my foot. These days, those viruses attached to files to hack data are so common. There is no way HS is free enough to compose children's music. Just then, a call came through next to him. Hello, this is Kim Ah-young from Team 1 of the Media Content Department. Yes. LS Entertainment. Yes, please wait a moment. She looked at Jin-wook in a panic and asked, Associate, have you checked the email from LS Entertainment yet? He started to panic. Could it be? Is it really HS? Wait, recover that email quickly. While clicking on the attachment, Jin-wook thought to himself, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Attached file, nursery rhyme. Sample. The music rang out through the entire office. Jin-wook muttered as if he had just found treasure. This is it. His colleague asked. What? The email. He even claimed, oh my god, a god has descended. The story of Hyun-sung and Do-hee was spreading at a lightning pace. Hey, did that composer really babysit for a member of Team 1? Employees were gossiping, the rumor having spread throughout LS Entertainment. I heard in the TV station waiting room, he even fed the kid. That is so surprising. I did not expect him to like kids that much. Everywhere they went, they heard that story. By the way, what project is the composer working on this time? I heard from Team 1 that this song is going to be another blockbuster. That is right. Out of Sea was so sad and moving too. They were even looking forward to it. I wonder how meaningful a song he will compose this time. Woo. He listened to it all and thought, that composer HS, he is actually composing a nursery rhyme right now. He could not believe it himself, and he even invited the best lineup currently available. Inside the studio, a recording was taking place. I will go out to the sea to find my teammates, a great voice actor that even those who do not like anime would know. Jin-woo spoke in a highly professional tone. Don't worry, we will definitely defeat them. Jang Jin-woo, MBO's second division, voice actor. The reason he set foot in LS Entertainment was the proposal made to Jin-woo surprised him. Sing a children's song. Jin-woo observed Hyun-sung with confusion. LS Entertainment has never made children's music before, right? And there is one thing that has been bothering me. Meanwhile, the man across from him began his presentation. Hello, everyone is here, so I will introduce you all first, listing the participants. First, this is the voice actor Jang Jin-woo. Hello everyone, and next is the active idol. Jo Ye-ri. Please help us out. Jin-woo looked at the guest and could not help but be surprised. Jo Ye-ri, isn't she the hottest visual center right now? As expected, she is literally glowing. Hyun-sung continued. And finally, the final person in the project is the soprano Jo Kyung-mi. Nice to meet everyone. Jin-woo could not believe his eyes. Right, I knew something felt familiar, a world-class soprano, Ms. Jo Kyung-mi actually came here. When are we moving to the recording studio? Moreover, how did they even get her? Her schedule is so packed you have to book her at least 2 years in advance. He looked at Hyun Sung and wondered. They planned such an overpowered combination and successfully convinced every single one. Wow. Hyun Sung began his part. Thank you for accepting the offer. He introduced himself simply. I am HS, the composer and director for this children's song. Jin Woo had an expectant look. This person must be quite formidable. But then his expectations were shattered by Hyun Sung's harsh attitude. That part sounds too happy. Our family, let us sing it again. Jin Woo had to describe him in 3 words. A total devil. He romanticized the work style in his mind. Align it precisely to this section. Jin Woo tried to complete the recording with the thought. No wonder the pay was unusually high for a nursery rhyme recording. There is no such thing as free money in this world. Very happy, our family. After some time, Hyun Sung finally allowed a break. That part is good. Everyone, good job. Jin Woo walked out with an exhausted expression. This was definitely the most stressful recording session ever. Just then, Hyun Sung suggested, I have something I want to discuss privately with Ms. Jo Kyung-mi. After this, Jin Woo and Yeri, you two can head out first. Yeri and Jin Woo replied in unison, ah yes. It was fun today. He politely said his last words to Kyung-mi. Goodbye everyone. He wondered what Hyun Sung wanted to talk to her about. Everyone was curious what kind of relationship did those two have. The conversation between Kyung-mi and Hyun Sung was kept secret. The only thing seen was the woman in tears. Please, if you can help me. At this moment, Hyun Sung decided to take off his helmet. He smiled, face to face with her. Don't worry, madam. I will prepare everything. He then greeted Hyun Sung with a surprised expression. Fire Mask Man. Why did not my brother come? But the fire mask man appeared instead. Hyun Sung held her hand while explaining, your brother is busy. Plus, I have something to ask you too. A simple explanation for the reader, only the members of the Mangnani group would know. The truth was this. Doojan was extremely excited when he received the offer of help from Hyun Sung. You will even help pick up my sister from school. You do not have to do that. You seem to really like Doohee. Huh, my Doohee is adorable, right? Hyun Sung flatly explained, I am not picking her up because she is cute. It is just that I have character designs for the song, and I want to see the world through a child's eyes. Once in the car, he conveniently took out a stack of papers. Remember what I said last time about composing a song? Doohee replied obediently. Yes. Hyun Sung continued, I am working on it now, but there is something I want to ask you. He pointed to a drawing and asked, how does this bear look? Doohee expressed her preference. If you tie a pretty red ribbon on its ear, it would look beautiful. Okay. And he started taking quick notes. Hyun Sung wrote carefully, yeah, and then what? After the discussion, Hyun Sung concluded, wait about 7 more nights. Then you will get to hear the song. A message was sent to Woo Hyun. Can we tie a red ribbon on the head of this polar bear cub? And these additional details. View all. Doohee grew more curious. 7 more nights. She held out her fingers and calculated, so sleep 7 more times. That is Doohee's birthday. This successfully surprised Hyun Sung. Hey kid, why are you only telling me now? She looked at him blankly and said, yes. Hyun Sung asked gently, are you having a birthday party? Inviting friends? This time, Doohee's mood dropped visibly. No, Doohee has no friends, the little girl explained sincerely. Brother is always busy, and mommy's legs hurt so she can't go anywhere, so I am not having a birthday party. Seeing that, Hyun Sung suddenly suggested. Well, do you want to have one? Doohee explained honestly. I have never had one, so I do not know. She turned her head away, and stopped looking at him. It is okay. It is fine not to have one. This reaction reminded Hyun Sung of Hyun. Why do you keep saying that? Really, brother, I do not need a birthday party. It costs too much money. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, along with a proposal. Then let us throw a huge birthday party, to make up for all the ones you never had. Doohee's face was full of unconcealed anticipation, and so, Princess Doohee. What happened next was that according to the invitation from the fire mask man, you are cordially invited to Doohee's birthday party. Guests Doohee's entire family. Finally, the birthday party was held. The birthday came in the blink of an eye. Doo-jun helped his mother down while asking, Mom, how are you feeling today? She replied gently, I am always fine. On Doo-jun's mother's face was a smile. My son is the one working hard for me. He politely replied, you are as light as a feather, Mom. Why would you say that? When helped into the car, she wondered about many things. So, where are we going? Where is Doohee's birthday being held? But Doo-jun himself was completely clueless. Well, the composer told me to come to this location. He made a reservation. The sky above was clear as he revealed what he knew. That place is. Where they stopped was the signature hotel. The female staff member greeted Doo-jun's family with a friendly smile. The reservation is under Kim Do-hee. Right, we will take you up to the pre-booked suite. The luxury of the place made Doo-jun's mother panic. Oh my god son, this place is expensive. What if they ask us to pay when we leave? Doo-jun reassured her, though he was just as worried. It is okay, Mom. The composer invited us. In his heart, he thought, just for Doohee's first birthday party, he prepared all this. Is it really okay for me to accept all this? How can I ever repay this kindness? The staff member opened the door while guiding them. I will show you to your room right away. The sight inside the room made Doojun's eyes widen in amazement. Wow, the interior was simply but luxuriously decorated. He looked out the window, thinking incredulously, Is this the Han River view people always talk about? Just then, Doohee walked around and cheered. Wow, it is so big here. Doojun's mother also could not believe her eyes. The staff member spoke again. First, I will prepare the afternoon tea set for you. Please sit over here. Doojun hesitated for a moment and replied, it is okay. He explained with embarrassment, there is still one more person who has not arrived. When everyone is here. He was thinking of Hyan Sung. Wait, where is the composer? Understanding this, the staff member quickly explained. The person who booked and paid for the room said he would not be coming in person. This successfully surprised Hyun Sung. Wait. It surprised Doojun. What? She handed a letter to Doohee. If you ask. He also asked to pass this card to Kim Doohee. The little girl quickly asked. Brother, read it to me. What does it say? Doojun accepted the envelope with a smile. Let me see. The content sent by Hyun Sung was simple. I hope you have a very happy first birthday party with your family. The troublemaker will take his leave. P.S. Happy birthday. From the composer. Reading this, Doojun was moved to the point of tears. Taking care of Doohee and being this thoughtful. Yet he always pretends to be cold. He recalled that before coming here, Hyun Sung had sent a gift. I got this by chance. Giving it to Doohee. Doojun accepted it with a grateful smile. He obviously bought it himself. In his heart, there was still a bit of regret. If only he could have come, that would have been great. But anyway. Doojun explained the simple content to his sister. The fire mask man wrote a birthday letter and wished Doohee happiness. He picked up Doohee and continued. Although it is a bit of a pity he could not come today, but every word was very sincere. If you are sad the fire mask man did not come, then today brother will play with you extra hard to make up for it. Hearing that, Doohee replied. It is okay. I am not sad. On her face was a very happy smile. The fire mask man already said the first birthday should be spent with lots of time with family. This left Doojun momentarily speechless. He remembered that time he had to speak up. I am sorry for bringing my sister to the company. Doojun presented his own situation. I am busy with work and my mother's legs are weak, so it is hard to pick up Doohee after school. Spending time with family is not easy. Because my mother and I do not take care of her as well as others, she might have felt lonely. Unexpectedly, Hyun Sung had appeared and heard it all. Maybe that is why you were so fussy. I am sorry. When at the company, your crying must have been very loud too. His expression back then was very thoughtful. At this point, Doojun could conclude. He must have heard and remembered what I said when apologizing to the members that day. Doohee started exploring more. Brother Mom, the staff member announced. The afternoon tea set is ready. The little girl pointed toward it and cheered excitedly. There is the strawberry cake. Doohee likes best. Let us eat together. Doojun and their mother both smiled. Yeah, let us go with brother. Sweets were shared among the three. Doohee, is it delicious? Yes. After some time, the staff member announced, due to a request from the person who booked the room, please allow me to be so bold. Could you all please look outside? Doohee looked at Doojun and asked in confusion. Brother, why look outside? He had the same expression. I do not know either. In his heart, Doojun wondered if the composer had prepared something again. Suddenly, fireworks exploded outside. Bang! In the sky was the image of 3 bears, along with music. Hey yo, mommy bear. Doojun observed carefully and was completely overwhelmed. Wow, look at the drone show. The music continued to play, along with the interaction of the bears. Hey yo brother bear. He was completely captivated by this. Hey yo baby bear. She quickly noticed something: there was no daddy bear there. The lyrics conveyed the message that even without a daddy bear, they were still a family. Seeing that, Doohee continued to exclaim, and yet the bears are not sad at all. The music still echoed in her ears. Hey yo, our family is very happy. The bear representing Doohee always wore a bright smile. She muttered along with the song, very happy, our family. The truth was, Doohee's father had reportedly passed away in an accident. Oh God, the kids are so young. Doojun at his father's funeral had promised himself, from now on, I have to be the pillar of the house. Mom's legs are weak and Doohee is still too small. I have to work really hard. Since that day, colleagues often wondered, Doojun, are not you overworking? Take some leave or half a day off and rest? Doojun replied half jokingly, I prefer receiving money over taking leave. In Doohee's eyes, he was a stronger brother than anyone. She often whined, brother, let me go to work with you. Let me go with you. Doohee's tiny hand hugged Doojun. I do not like being home alone. He had been disappointed in himself, a good-for-nothing brother like him. How could he be a good pillar? Until now, he had not done anything for Doohee. Doojun's gaze turned upward. And yet you still. Just then, Doohee called out, brother. On the girl's face was a smile brighter than ever. Very happy. The nursery rhyme reached the chorus. Our family is very happy. He hugged Do Jun, excitedly suggesting, I love this song so much. Sing along with me. The family of 3 shared this joy. If we call ourselves a happy family. Yeah.